All right, where's my screen? I don't have a screen. Where's my screen? I gotta share my screen. Let's go to Samir instead. He got a screen. He has a screen. No, that's Samir's screen. Let's just go to Samir directly. That's not my screen. That's Samir's screen. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the 5ers live stream. We are the biggest, the best, the brightest star in the sky. Even if you're in a drawdown or making a lot of money in trading, we're here for you. Help you overcome the challenges that is the fantastic world of trading. Today we got a fantastic live stream. Fantastic live stream. Am I muted? I'm not muting, am I? Could you please just check that everything is working? Let me know the sound, the video. The video quality good? Sound check. Mic check 1 2. Come on guys, say something. Good morning, Gabriel. Good morning, Adele. All right, all good. Polly says all good. All right, what are we doing today? Today we're going to do a trading challenge. We're going to do a trading challenge between the one and only. Who do you think I'm going to say? Because we got two people, and I'm saying the one and only. Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to say Anastasiia because, you know, she's been here a long time. But we also have the second and only Samir. No, I'm kidding. They're both equally as fantastic. But the question is, are they equally as good as trading? Well, we're gonna see today. It's the final showdown. Today we're gonna be answering the age-old question. It's not my camera that's shaking. It's me that's shaking. Look. No, I'm not. It's my desk. I got the camera. I got it on my desk and it's shaking. Oh, we got Nora XFX. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome to the live. Welcome back. Maybe you've been here a long time. I don't know. I haven't seen you in a while though. We got Louis. We got Void. We got Miko. Miko. I don't know. Miko probably. Adil. All right. Let's. We're waiting for Anastasiia. And while we wait, I'm gonna share my screen. I wasn't. I don't think I was live all day yesterday. I was not live on Monday either because I had a day off. I had my son. My son had a day off from school, so I decided that I'm gonna take a day off and spend the day with him. We went to this indoor playground type of thing, and it was like me, him, and 2 other kids, and I had a lot of fun. Hopefully he had a lot of fun as well. But man, that was a lot of fun. Jumping around, running around, screaming. Incredible. All right, Anastasiia, Samir, it's okay. Can I add you guys? Let me know if I can add you guys. All right, let's go. Samir, let's do this. Welcome. All right, let's see.
Hi guys.
Man versus woman. Who is the best trader today?
Let's go.
How you put it, huh? Okay.
Yep. Let's see. But you know, it would be pretty cool if you win, Anastasiia, because then you're gonna go up against Carla, and then it's not about, you know, men versus women. Then it's actually who's the best woman. It's gonna be interesting. But you know what? Like,
no pressure.
we got LJ as well.
Yo, I'm here. Yeah, I didn't realize what time it was. I was like, oh shoot. It was like coding an algo this whole time, and I was like, oh dude, it's already half past.
Nice. Are you making any progress on that algo?
Getting there. It's still being a bit glitchy over certain periods. Because when I do the back testing, it's entering trades where I'm like, okay, that's not even in the parameters at all, and or it should have exited at a certain point, and it's just not doing it. So
Yeah, so
Like
not
85% of the time it's working, then 15% it's doing that, which is throwing things out. I can't figure out why.
yeah. Yeah, it's definitely difficult to get it working. Okay, enough of that or whatever. Anastasia, Samir, you guys ready for the competition?
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, Remy.
yeah.
First of all, I'm gonna set up a poll. Who is the favorite to win this one? Basically, who's gonna win? And for everyone wondering, the sound that you might be hearing in the background is from a dog. Samir got a dog in the background. So we had a discussion. We thought maybe there's someone in the background snoring. Maybe there's someone sleeping on the floor and snoring. But no, it was not someone. It was a dog.
Which
Now
dog
we
is
have
it?
that. Sorry, what?
What's the dog? Which kind of dog?
The dog is not here. He's upstairs actually.
Oh
Should I
no!
call
What
him?
type of dog though?
Should I
What
call
type?
him to entertain our viewers?
Yes, of course. Get the dog, man.
All
have
right,
mine.
I'll get the dog.
Anastasia, get a dog as well.
Yeah, he's right here.
Is that your real background, Anastasia? Or is that like a fake one?
I moved. I
Oh,
moved.
nice.
I didn't unpack literally anything besides my laptops, my light for the stream, and my dog. That's it.
Nice.
That looks really, really good. That looks great. You got good lighting. You got good background. You look very, very professional today. You look very, very professional today. LJ, I wish I could say the same thing about you, but you're looking good though. You have the face, but that's about it.
Dude, I got the
Good.
blackboard over here, you know.
Yeah,
It's all my math, you know.
yeah.
There you go. I'm the professor.
All right, so we got the poll up. 64% is saying, 67% is saying that Anastasia is going to win this one, and I think it's going to be very, very exciting. Definitely, definitely going to be very, very exciting, guys. Make sure that you go into the poll in the comment section in YouTube and vote for your. I'm not gonna say favorite. Just vote for the person that you think is going to win. Why do I have the headphones on? It sounds like I feel like I'm just screaming. Oh, I am.
Welcome
was
back,
just
Nora,
screaming.
by the way.
Yeah,
I feel
welcome
like
back.
I haven't seen you in a bit, so hope you're
Do
well.
you think she's been watching someone else?
She's in Ibiza, so she's probably been DJing and having a good time.
Right. Okay. She's probably busy.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. Happy to have you back, and sorry to hear about your neck injury.
Indeed.
Yep. Okay. So let's. Are you guys all set up? You got the accounts set up and everything?
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice. Okay. So it is now 10:44. Let's just start at 45. Let's just make it simple. We start in 25 seconds. Okay. 25 seconds. We officially start. All right. Let's get this. Let's get this party.
Let's go.
Going.
Let's go.
Okay.
Game on.
Yep.
There we go.
Feels like a WWE match.
All right. So we're starting. Samir.
Let's go. I'll
And-
probably. What should I do? Okay.
Full margin right now. All in.
Right, this is Samir.
Punch it.
Anastasia.
I'll
we
just
got
take this hell, man.
It's the first time that I see you trading actually, Samir.
I just took this hell on gold. I want to place my stop loss.
If this was a football match, it would be India versus Ukraine. And who would win that one? Probably Ukraine. But in this case, Samir, because that would be a man's team versus a woman's team. But probably Samir would be winning. But in trading, nobody knows. In trading, we do know, however, that we have. It's definitely a male-dominated industry. But I think, I I kind of think women makes good trader. I really do think so. I think they have a better way of looking at. I mean, I feel like they actually plan things. You know, like they plan things and they're able to. They're a bit more risk averse, I believe, than men.
Yeah, but it depends on
Uh,
they're different in the competition as well, right? If you're measuring it in a matter of an hour, it also depends a lot on like in market
Yeah, I mean,
and
you can't. Of course, you can't measure that in the competition. Like, it's like this is actually a very bad way of getting to know who's a better trader.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's
you
it's
have to
basically
perform in
saying,
that particular time window.
yeah, I mean, the only way to really do it is to say, okay, I got 6 months. Let's see who can make the most amount of money, and then you have to do that a couple of times to really see who can adopt the different, market regimes and market structures and things like that. But also, one person making 10% in a month versus someone making 2% in a month, the person making 2% a month might actually be a better trader because get lower drawdown and maybe just has a bigger capital as well. So it's not just about the returns of equity when you're trading. It's about the risk adjusted returns. There's so many things that goes into trying to figure out who's actually a good trader. I would say that if you're profitable, you're a great trader. It is,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
it's very difficult to
man
be.
or woman, good trader is a good trader. Simple as that. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
of course.
It's all the same. Good is good.
Yeah, definitely. An interesting conversation though.
Indeed.
Gets the
You guys have
chat
some.
going.
I was going to say, you guys have some. We've had some moves today, and
yeah,
got some general movement right now, at least for you guys. So that's good.
Well, we have PTP, non-farm employment change.
we have the inflation coming out for euro as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
Oh, we're
it's,
not
probably
gonna
gold
have
can be
the
a little bit
NFP, right?
slow.
We're not gonna have the NFP, right? Because the U.S. government shut down and they're not gonna release the numbers.
Yeah. So ADP tonight will essentially be NFP, right? Because that's what everyone
But
looked to.
are they releasing those numbers though?
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So it's only NFP.
so
Yeah,
wait,
because it doesn't come
they
through.
already said that they're not gonna release non-farm on
Yeah.
Friday.
Yeah.
So are
For the
they but are they gonna release it later, or are they gonna completely skip it for this month?
no,
They have
They're
yeah,
not
it'll
gonna
just be
pay it, so I
delayed.
don't think anyone cares.
It'll be delayed until the government opens again.
Okay, until the
So,
further numbers, basically. So it can be any time, and then we get like a bum numbers which no one expects. And okay,
Yeah,
fun.
so it depends if Trump shuts everything down for like 5 days, or he pulls another 2017 or 18, whenever the last time he did it, and it was like 30 days, right? It's in his interest to have it shut down. He can use it as leverage. Everything he put in the big beautiful bill comes under essential services, not discretionary. So everything he put through in there, he did they did so very intentionally, right?
Fun time to
So,
be alive and to be trading, as
yeah.
always.
Yeah. I switched the background to purple to match the stream aesthetic. There we go.
Good stuff. So, man, while you guys are looking at the trades, oh wait, we have someone who's actually already opening a few positions. We got gold. Is that Samir? Are you trading
Yeah,
gold,
I just
Samir?
sold gold. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
I
god,
have a
you're
feeling.
looking to profit?
Yeah,
Are you
Samir sold
selling?
gold immediately right after the stream started.
Yeah, I just sold it gold. I was waiting for it actually. I am on my personal account too on this one. But
So
yeah, my
gold,
entry is a little bit off on this one.
just for those watching and not really sure what's going on. So Samir is right now shorting one of the strongest assets in the history of trading and one of the strongest bull markets that
Yeah.
I've ever seen in any and it just broke out into new all-time highs about an hour ago. So let's see. Is trading against one of the strongest trends in the history of markets going to pay off here for Samir? If he's right, he's going to win this. Because
Could be.
if
I think we're getting to those levels.
yeah,
I mean, I have my strategy, you know. I know second FEGs do work like 50% of the time. So let's see, you know, if it is my day or not. These subs do work. That I know.
they work 100% of the time, almost all the time.
Not all the time.
50% of the time they work 100% of the
100%
time.
of the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, 3890 to 3900 was my consideration zone. But I just don't like that we sort of ran straight through 3890 altogether. Right? So it's going to be tough. We're going to see.
Let's see.
Someone's saying I gotta fix my
good
mic,
today,
so I'm just gonna be listening to what it sounds like here in the.
I think your mic's fine.
It's weird though because for some people it's not fine, and for others it's fine.
I feel like that's kind of like the music when we have it in the background, right? Some people are like, yeah, this is good. Other people are like, it's too quiet or too loud. I feel like that's normally if you have your own personal settings changed. Yeah. Do you guys have a list of what you're looking at today that you've sort of you know?
Yeah.
I was looking at these pairs actually. So it just came to my area. So I just took the trade immediately. It is just coincidence. Yeah. That the challenge started, this competition. And it was in my area only. So let's see now.
Fair.
I'm looking at pound and euro from the morning. The only thing is I would be already in the trade for euro, but we have inflation coming out in 7 minutes. So I'm not really feeling like risking it for the competition, to be honest with you right now.
Look, that inflation's going to be fine. We got the prior numbers yesterday. ECB has also said they don't really care about inflation. They're concerned more about employment and growth. So I would say to you, it's not going to affect price. So don't like burn down the clock all for the inflation print, right? Especially since it's the Euro-wide print. It is the flash print, which the flash print matters more than the final print. But like how we had the German and French stuff come through yesterday.
Already,
So I've just listened to the live stream, and seems like the microphone is great. I don't really hear anything.
Microphone is fine today.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's solid.
Do you have any tactics? Are you any? What's the game plan here, Samir?
No game plan.
No game plan. I love that. What about you, Anastasia?
I'm just trying
it's
to
either a win or learn. That is it.
What I would normally trade. That's it, and then let the market do its thing.
Win or learn. I like that. A mistake is not a failure if you actually learn from it, right?
No, it's still failure.
It's not a mistake.
You failed. Like, come on, you failed. You're lost.
Yeah.
No, I mean, no. You make a mistake, you learn from it, and that's not a failure. I would say though that from my honest, completely unbiased perspective here, I would say that shorting gold kind of feels like a mistake that you're gonna learn something from here today?
I actually
Yeah,
wouldn't be so sure about that, Jonathan. To be honest
Yeah.
with you, he might be right about shorting gold right now.
I just see the price closing below my FVG, but my mechanical strategy is telling me to short it. I'm not really thinking anything apart from getting the entry signal. So I got it, so I just shorted it. It can be a loss, yeah. So, but these setups, maybe tomorrow, if I take the same kind of setup, it is going to be a win. And maybe today it's a win, tomorrow can be a loss. Let's see.
I'm gonna quickly
It's not a
reload.
bad show.
I'm gonna quickly reload the stream and join you back because I messed up the ratio, and now I see the screen like this, and I have no chat at all. So just give me
Okay,
1 second. I'm gonna be
Right.
back.
Yeah. Sure.
that's all right.
That's very true. I mean, Samir, if you get a signal, you
You gotta take it.
you take the signal, you take the trade. If you have a very specific signal, then you just take the trade. Definitely. So I couldn't agree more.
Execute. I feel like that light is blinding me. I don't know why. I don't know. My eyes feel super sensitive today for some reason. Don't know what that means.
Probably a
Probably
sign of
dying or something. Yeah.
probably a
Oncoming
sign of
death.
like getting getting a cold or some type of illness. What do you think about USD CAD?
I was going to ask you how about your dollar CAD position you were talking about the other day. How you thinking about it? Because I would say the other benefit you've had is with the new tariff stuff on Canada, right? Relating to what are they called? Like furnished goods and that kind of stuff as well. So a few other bits and pieces coming out against Canada. What I don't like is the fact that we haven't really pushed on significantly from here. That said, we have had a bit of the pound and euro dollar strength, right? So conversely, the fact that dollar CAD is still sitting up here pretty neatly also says something. The other thing I would say, we had oil dip, however, on the back of the OPEC rumors and then the potential, the talks between Netanyahu and Trump. OPEC came out last night and said, basically denounced the rumors of increased production, and now we've sort of ran back up on oil. But when we did have that come through, dollar CAD also didn't really punch too much higher, which should have been a bit more of a net catalyst. So I would also say it seems as though we are kind of stalling out, which gives me some degree of concern.
Yeah, I
It's kind of feeling like that stuff is priced in.
Yeah, from a technical perspective, we're holding. I can switch to mine. So from a technical perspective, we are holding an area. That I like price holding this area. So from a technical perspective, as long as we hold this area, it shouldn't really be a huge problem. But I'm also seeing the case for a.
Because what we're kind of riding here, because I do agree with that run up there, but it's very conditional on US dollar strength really punching it, which I was looking for a bit more coming into this week and potentially in the next 2 weeks. Somehow the December rate cut odds have gone up, which I think seems pretty weird, especially if we're getting the government shutdown, lack of clarity of data, all that kind of stuff for the Fed. So I think that's a bit backwards. So it's whether this is like a delayed fuse, and that'll come in maybe next week, the week after, something like that. After there's a bit more consensus on when the government shutdown thing might end and that sort of thing. The other thing I would say on the daily, put a 200 moving average on there. you'll see we basically ran into that, and we're now kind of riding the 200.
Is that the simple?
Yeah, and the simple. Because on longer time frames, simples tend to get used more.
Yeah.
Them on like institutional side, right?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be adding the simple 200. I'm not sure why I have the 200 EMA, because I very rarely look at the 200 EMA. It's mostly going to be
by that time for an EMA, the whole point of EMA is right that it's more current. If you're looking at 200 periods, it's old data.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really.
I have a indicator template here, so I'm just going to make a new template here, which is just going to do moving averages.
And Gibran, I'll have a look at NAS as well. I saw your comment before, so I'll have a look at in a sec.
Yeah, the 200-day moving average, obviously sitting right here, is.
That's interesting. That's well above where I've got mine. That's weird. Hang on. Let me switch to another feed, because that's strange. Because for me, the 200 moving average is basically right where we are now, 139.20. So.
Well, it shouldn't be. I mean, you're looking at C Trader, right?
No, I'm looking on personal broker platform on IG.
All right, IG.
Yeah, that's weird. No, looking at CMC, my other broker, then it's where yours currently is. So for some reason.
Well, I honestly would rather have the 200 simple, like where we currently are, because now
that's a better target. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, because now the 200 simple actually creates a target for whatever position I'm in here, and that's way too far away from.
Yeah, definitely.
But then again, it's we got to look at the moving averages for what they are, and I feel like moving averages definitely work quite well when it's technical intraday moves. But when you're getting bigger moves, you can fluctuate quite a lot around the moving average.
Yeah, I mean the 200 on daily though tends to be like a pause point. So that's why I was looking at the other chart. It's completely different. That one's clearly wrong. So that is correct where you have that. But typically, I mean, especially in the commodity currencies, you tend to see, price run into that, have that as a stall point, you pull back, then you have to have another test and close above that. But it rarely does it. It's, just smash through. The other point with that is that commodities in general are outperforming at the minute. So that's also a benefit for Canada. And we've seen that with the Aussie dollar in relative terms to euro dollar and pound dollar. Just like if you recall when we were on with Jordan, when he had his competition the other week. And I was talking about, saying that I expect the Aussie dollar to outperform the other majors over the next little period with that currency in commodity influence coming in, which we have seen. So I think that's sort of part of what's those countervailing factors have sort of slowed the move. I would definitely agree with you that it's not dead. You've made that break of those prior highs and still sort of basically sitting on support. So you should start to run on from here.
So what let me walk you through the the trade management of this one. So what I did was I had on, obviously we first had the the daily close above the level on Thursday. So to me, that kind of confirmed the idea, confirmed the breakout. So I wanted to wait for first daily candle to close. Now that happened, I believe 11 my time, and I'm not up at 11, so I decided to wait for the next day on Friday, and then I saw that the Thursday candle closed well above the level and looked like good momentum, so I decided to enter 50% of the position. So in total for this position, risking 1% on the account, so I entered a position with 0.5% risk with a limit buy order on the like last high pre-break, which is that wick high right there. So market comes down, fills that order. So now I have my average entry around 2.2 R, but it's 2.2 up to this level, and chances of hitting this level, the longer we trade down here, chances of hitting this level in an amount of time where I'm not just going to pay a lot of swaps is not. It might be expensive for me to hold this position, but what I'm thinking is I have a very wide stop loss because, first of all, entering on a Friday, wanted to have a very wide stop loss to account for any weekend surprises or whatever. But I'm also seeing the possibility of coming down here, like hitting this level. And I have a wide stop loss as a type of risk management strategy, because if I do have a hit at that level and we start moving here, I can limit my stop loss and add whatever was removing to the position once again. So limit the stop loss and then add to the position so that the risk to reward becomes bigger, basically, with confirmation. And we might also see prices continuing from this level where we currently are. I mean, it looks very good on the daily, I must say, like from a technical point of view, getting a breakout, coming down, hitting the level, printing a doji candle on the level. As long as this candle today is a bullish candle, that's technically a very good confirmation. But if we break down here and invalidate the doji candle, I'm looking at levels way far down, and then I would probably have to hold this position like 1 full week in drawdown to get confirmation, and at that point I'm just paying swaps, you know.
I agree. So I would say, yeah, if we get that bearish candle, because from here, yeah, you do need that bullish close. If you get that bearish candle, I'd potentially just like hedge on a break of this local structure for that pullback, and then at least that helps as far as retaining the current profit, plus also making up a bit of the difference for the swaps.
Man, that's actually a very good idea to just hedge the position.
Because essentially then you're just fixed, right? And if it does run and you get some break higher above the local highs here, then you can just close out the hedge. Essentially, you're still at the same net position, and you assume it's going to keep running. Then you've basically you've bought insurance and just paid a small premium to have that insurance. But in the event it does pull back for an extended duration, you've covered yourself, and that's basically paid for that downdraft.
Henry has a good question. What
the current point? Yeah, sorry.
What happens with the swap? Because it's if I'm long and short as a hedge on USD CAD, I'm not paying the same swap amount on both of these positions, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be
because the broker will typically take a slight sliver of it, right? So it won't be perfectly 1-to-1, because they'll also charge slightly different interest depending on their own order book, what kind of currency book they're holding. Like they have their own math making sure that all balances out, right? But it will basically just take out a huge chunk of that swap. So you won't clear the whole thing, but it'll, yeah.
So in practice, then let's say I have a long position with an average entry right here, and if price breaks down here, I'll enter a short position here. And then if price continues down like this, that's a terrible arrow. But if price continues down towards this area, all I'm really losing is this right here, right?
Yep.
And then if price just continues straight down and takes out the stop loss, I'll you're hedging quite a lot in your trading, aren't you?
Yeah, I often do. Yeah. So I have, other accounts where I just run stops, and then my primary stuff, I don't run stops at all. I run hedges. So instead of where I would get the trade so-called invalidated and stop me out, I hedge that because typically, often it's just sort of noise, and temporarily there's been something else like news or some other kind of thing that's gone on. You push down to that point only for the trend to then, stabilize and then continue. So that allows me to hold those positions, clean up that extra profit. Then we come back up to where I was flat at, and now you've got a further chunk of profit from the hedge, and then you also run on to the TP point, and
Well,
so
wait,
you kind of
can
get like a double bubble.
So what you said, you had a further chunk of profit from the hedge, but what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Because you wouldn't be making money on the hedge.
Well, sort of, because rather if you just held it in drawdown the whole way, right, you're going to be underwater, getting further underwater. Then eventually the trend comes back, and you turn back up, right? So if you hedge, you can hold it down to wherever that bottoming point is, allows you to reassess, decide whether the trend or original
Oh, I
move
can
is still
close the
valid.
hedge.
And you can close the hedge at the bottom for that profit, then allow it to run back up to where you originally were. And then assuming you've made the decision to close the hedge at the bottom because you see the trend is still valid, you're going to run back up to that point, and then you keep running on top of that. So you've made like an extra double bubble of profit and captured sort of both sides.
Wow, so that's actually a really, really good way of doing it, because what I would do instead would probably be to layer orders down. Like if I would probably look at layering orders down here and like getting a better average entry. But instead of doing that, I'm just gonna hedge here, close the hedge here, and now my average entry might be down here without actually buying more.
Yeah. So if you hedged up higher, then it comes down to that bottom point where the bottom of the arrow is, say, hypothetically. Your new average entry, instead of just letting it run a drawdown, is down at that bottom point because you've captured the difference. So you've re-engineered the entry point, but at the same time, you're still in the original position. So it allows you to sort of think and not just throw everything out and go, oh, I'm wrong or this or that, because it can often be very frustrating when you're actually correct, but the timing's slightly off because something else happened, and it's just a temporary deviation in the overall trend. Now, the trouble a lot of people have is there is a certain portion where you're now kind of running two trade ideas simultaneously, which are sort of somewhat contrary or in conflict with each other. And some people have trouble compartmentalizing the two separately and seeing them as two separate individuals, but still like linked together. So that's the only part where if you're able to do that and hold them separate, but also recognize the link, then it's great. If that is too conflicting and it feels chaotic and you're like, what the hell is going on? What am I doing? Then, it might not be a good idea, but that's something for the individual to decide.
Okay,
So it's almost similar to how Saul scalps, and he'll hedge the sort of positions whilst he's still got the overall thesis.
Exactly.
Very short. Yeah.
I was just gonna mention that, like, so first of all, I kind of feel like I finally might have started to understand how sometimes you have to see it in a specific way to really understand how to practically implement it into your trading. And I think you demonstrated very clearly how that could be done on this specific setup. So for me, I kind of feel like I might have understood now, after all of these years, how I can actually implement hedging. Because what I'm doing is I'm just pausing. I'm taking a break, and I'm just putting in a new order, and I'm just letting the position catch a breather and then resume the position once I decide to do so. So instead of watching it as two separate ideas, I'm just looking at one idea being pausing the main idea. Because Saul talked about this in his scalping session, right? He said, so I asked him, but what do you do if you're in a great position and you have to take a quick break? I don't know, like you have to take a phone call, or do you go to the bathroom, or whatever, right? What do you do with that scalp position? He's like, I'm just going to hedge. And then I'm like, what do you mean you're just going to hedge? Well, if I open the exact same position in the other side, nothing's going to happen. And at that point, I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
that so you're just taking a pause. I never really saw hedging as a way to kind of get out of the market in a way.
Yeah, so it's like a protective element. So it's risk management, and you're essentially solidifying your position here, allowing the market to do whatever it's going to do, and then wherever you come back to the market at, you're essentially, your personal position as far as the P&L is net the same, and then you can reassess from where the current market condition and market position is after that. So like I did that last night with longs that I had taken on the Aussie from 66.12, and then we got up as high as 66.28. So I had 29.5 as a TP, and that slightly missed, but I had to go to bed. So I basically then just put, once we started running from there, I put a hedge at like 66.19. So if it starts to pull back, it didn't hit the piece. And then you can set it to, if you got more complex algos or something, to set it after a time, or if this other trade has been hit, then cancel the order, etc. You can get more complex with it. But then today, Aussie dollar ran down to 65.90. I cleared that hedge. We've now since ran back up to 65.20. And so I'm net flat, but I captured the 30 pips whilst being asleep and protected the thing. And so I've got an extra 30 pips just for naught, right? Rather than like closing out the trade or taking a loss.
Right, because you closed the hedge and then price started moving in your favor.
Yeah.
So you get a better entry by closing the hedge.
Yeah. So if I then go look at the market,
like,
once we've come off, if I still assess the market as still being valid to move higher and nothing has changed or broken, this is just general, up and down waves of the market, right? Then I'll close it out there and look for that move back up.
Dude, I've spent so much time trying to understand how I can use hedging instead of averaging in to my positions, and I think I finally got it, and I do feel like I'm slightly stupid, but I feel like it took a while. It took an LJ to understand. But let me look at a trade, a failed trade that I exited yesterday at a loss. And I can, if we switch over to this one right here, I can very, very clearly see how I would have hedged myself in this one and how I would have closed that hedge right now. So basically what I did was I closed this position here. Now what I could have done instead was just open a short and then close that short here. God damn it, this is really...
Yeah. Or even at the bottom. So see how
like
if you had
right
that,
here,
and
like
you've
right
seen
here.
the candle create that wick, and so as the you don't always have to close it right on the bottom because you might want the next candle to confirm it. But now you've come up, that lower candle has created the wick, and you're clearly turning bullish again. You can close out the hedge basically at flat or at like a very minor profit, 5 pips or wherever it is before or something. Once you've got validation that yes, we are returning higher, and basically you've just protected yourself, and the trade is still in play.
Yeah, what I have to do now is I basically have to enter this position once again, because the trade is exactly what I want it to be. It's confirmed in the way I want it to be confirmed. So I'll have to enter the trade again after making a loss on it. So what I could have done instead was just hedge this. I feel like so why have I not done this before?
I guess it's
almost
one of
10
those things
years.
that you just, once you sort of stumble onto it, you hear it, and you figure it out. You're like, oh,
It kind of clicked,
dude, of
because
course.
I never,
I should be doing this, right? Yeah. And it's gold after that. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, excuse me.
But yeah, there you go. So that's it's a good way to, especially good for swing trades, because swing trades, the other portion of the risk is you're taking on like time as a risk component to the trade, not just the structure, etc. Time being future events that haven't yet occurred that could disrupt temporarily the directional move, which may still be valid over the net total time frame of the trade, but short term you got disrupted.
You're really, I feel like you're really pinpointing one of the core issues with trading price action, and especially trading directionary moves. And one of that is, it's easy for us as analysts to say, we believe that there's a possibility of the dollar bottoming here, and it, for the next few months or something, or say something like, well, it looks like your USD could either move 300 pips to the upside or 1,000 pips to the downside in the next few months, something like that. And I'm going to be right. Like, I'm probably going to be right like 90% of the time. But my win rate is 40%.
Because the
okay,
noise
Samir.
in between. Yeah.
Did you say something?
Hey, Jonathan, how are you?
Okay, so how? Okay. Can I switch over to your screen, Samir? Because I do see that gold is gold has done something. Can we look at that? Let's take a look at Samir's screen right here. Anyway, LJ, we're gonna have more discussions about this, and
yeah, sure.
Because I feel like it's extremely important. Right. Okay. So your mistake was actually you didn't learn anything today. It wasn't a mistake. It was actually a good trade. That was okay. Looking good. You're up.
We are up like 1% almost.
I need to know where I'm winning this one. We can already.
Oh, you're not.
Absolutely not.
Did you choke any trade?
Man.
Yeah, I did, but I'm not gonna have enough time for them to play out.
Okay, so we got
20
minutes left. 20 minutes left. Anastasia, what you can do is just, full margin.
Yeah.
What you have to do.
That's not how I trade. I'm not gonna go full margin in anything.
For the competition, you can do it.
We're going comp mode. Yeah, you got to go.
Guys,
pedal to the floor.
My chart shut down. I literally just moved. I connected it, and like for the past 15 minutes, I can't even open the chart that I'm normally looking at. So there's no way in the world that I'm winning this now. Absolutely.
I think maybe the full margin position will work in your favor. Let's see.
No.
Right, so what I'm hearing here, Anastasia, is you've got some technical difficulties.
It doesn't even start showing that. Yeah, this is how it's been for the past.
But I mean,
Oh.
did LJ just remove himself? I don't know.
Yep, he just
Oh,
left.
he. Okay, so let me see if I can share your screen then. Can you? Oh, there's no screen up. Okay.
There is nothing.
Yeah.
There is no even chart. It doesn't
Are you
start.
doing this on 2 devices?
I'm doing it on 2 devices, but I have my MetaTrader, but I'm not. I'm looking at the order flow and volumes on my others one, but it's not starting up. So we can wait another.
Yeah, there is some problem, I think.
There is no way that I'm
But
gonna.
I mean, Anastasia, you're telling me you got technical difficulties and you can't trade.
What are you saying now? Exactly.
No, I'm not saying anything. But if you haven't been able to trade,
No, I did the trade anyway, right? So I had the trade running anyway.
okay, okay. Because honestly, if it was me doing the match and my opponent has technical difficulties and can't trade, obviously I would prefer doing a rematch. But maybe we're not at that point.
No, Henry, my account wasn't breached. That's you ain't absolutely no way I'm blowing the account on the challenge.
Pulley says this is your Rich Wells moment, Samir. For those of you who don't know and did not watch that matchup between Victor and Rich, so Victor made a mistake. Rich was up and Rich was in the profit. Victor made a mistake, and then Rich took a position so that he could be, get back to even to that Victor's mistake. Let's see. How are you feeling, Anastasia? You still look very good. You still look very professional,
Okay.
Are you still in that short?
Damn, man.
Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna restart my whole laptop and see if that's gonna start up my charts.
We have someone in the comments saying, "Whoa, who's that model on the stream?" Well, my name is Jonatan Andin. I've
That's
been
random.
streaming here for a couple of, I've been trading for almost 10 years now, and I really do appreciate the kind comments. Welcome. Hit that like and subscribe.
Yeah, Jonathan, you look amazing today.
Hit up his agency for photo shoot.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. I'll see if I can restart everything. Maybe that's gonna launch me.
Okay, Nature, we're talking about Samir. Yeah, sorry. Samir, you got a nice t-shirt. Anastasia, you don't have any 5ers merchandise, do you?
No. Did you guys hear what I said like 2 times?
Yeah,
I'll probably
sure.
get more t-shirts
Yeah.
of 5ers. I'll wear it everywhere.
So you're gonna reload the stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna reload everything, see if that's gonna start it up.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Might have to do a redo.
Samir, do you have the dog at now?
No, he's upstairs. I think
But
there is
what-
some, I don't know,
But
problem in
what's
my
the
microphone.
sound? Yeah, must be because there's a
Let
sound.
let me hear myself.
No, but like sometimes there's like a snoring sound. Like there's someone. Did you say?
No.
I think I missed someone, but Monetary
Mir's
said.
micro sleeping.
Who did you say something about getting an icy T-shirt? Because I missed something. Who said something?
No, I
about
said I'm gonna get more t-shirts like this, 5ers. I'm gonna wear it everywhere. That's what I said.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I think okay. Monetary is just being himself.
I need to get a 5ers shirt. I need a 5ers jacket, actually.
What we need
Yeah,
is
the winters are there, so I'll get one too. Jacket, 5ers jacket. That will be cool.
Yeah, I know. I spent Monday with my son. Went into town, and of course I was wearing my, the 5ers hoodie. I had a hat on with the name of a known crypto exchange, and nobody cared. Like nobody cared. Nobody knew anything about any of these companies. I'm like walking around and I'm like, look at me. I'm cool. I'm a funded trader with the 5ers, and I got this. I'm a crypto trader. No, nobody cares. Nobody knows. Nobody cares.
Dude, a lot of traders don't even know what prop is. Like traders that have been
Yeah.
trading for a long time themselves. It's still surprisingly sort of unknown, right? To a lot
It
of the
is. It
industry.
is. I mean, I didn't really get into the whole prop firm trading space until like fairly late, and of course I remember FTMO back when they
For me,
had
I think if it was not for prop firms, I would have, quitted trading already. I was having this hope from the day one. I came to know about prop firms in 2021, I think. Like 2 years already in the trading. So third year, I came to know about prop firms. I think my hope was prop firms only because in India, we don't get that much, pay to do a job.
Mm.
I think there was no way of me getting a lot of capital to trade my own money unless it was some investor or something like that. I think only because it prop firms, I am here already 6 years deep. If that was no prop firm and there was nothing like that, I would have quit.
Yeah, no, it's totally fair. Like it's super hard if you gotta run up the capital yourself. Like
Yeah.
it's
I would have switched to some other ventures. At that point of time, I was into drop shipping also. Probably would have done that.
I
Who knows? But here we are, trader.
man, drop shipping, all of these drop shipping sites and the ads and everything.
In
Man.
2019, I tried that. But I failed, actually. My store failed.
All right, so Anastasiia has had the technical difficulties. She can't get into the live stream, and she can't get into the trading account.
My
So
dog is very much excited.
look at it. Cute, very cute.
a beautiful dog. Okay, so I would propose that we do a rematch, honestly, because if Anastasia's been having these technical difficulties, I mean that's.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's been able to trade at all. So
No, her laptop. It's has been very slow, and it's not really been working for her. And now when she restarted the laptop, it's not working. So I think what we'll have to do here is I would propose we do a rematch. I don't think it's fair to be able to. What do you guys think? What do you guys think in the comments?
you can do a poll if you want.
We can do a poll, and if we can do this, we can give Anastasiia like 25 minutes to get it set up, and we can do a rematch in 25 minutes. What do you guys think about that? I mean, I know it kind of sucks, Samir, because you're in a really good position.
I think it's
here.
5.
And you would absolutely have won it, and I hate to be the person to kind of take that away from you, but I think we have to be do it in a fair way. And if one person can't actually access the trading in a way that is supposed to in this hour, losing important time, then I think we have to do this again. However, the loser of this match, we have to kind of do wild card matchup to see if we can add it to the. Might do something interesting here,
Yeah.
where we do two more matchups, and we add a new round.
Mm.
We do two more wild cards with two more matchups with four of the losers. So it could be, if Samir loses this one, it'd be Samir versus maybe LJ, and then we'll have Victor versus someone else, and we'll have another round, which means tomorrow is not going to be the semifinals between me and Will. It's just going to be one extra round of 4 matches, and then we'll have the semifinal based on that. So we could have a wild card set up based on voting, so we can send out a Google form in the community, in the live streams, and the 4 top ones go on to the next round.
That's fair. That's cool.
Yeah,
That's a good idea. I reckon that makes it fun. That makes it interesting as well. You know, with the final sort of semis, extend them with a couple extra.
I think we can do that, but it would really suck if like you come in and win it all. It's like you're already out, and then you come back in.
Hey, well, it would really suck if you come into the live stream and influence me, Jonathan. God damn it! I was 100% profit at that point. It's my own fault, obviously, but
yeah,
God
but
damn
yeah.
I was cleaned out. I was ripping it. Oh well. L's and L. Like we said, you fail, you fail.
Yeah. Okay, so I think is that okay with you, Samir? That's what we're so we're gonna have to
Run a poll for that.
poll for what?
Poll for the rematch.
Yeah. So the rematch is I'm gonna be ending the poll shortly, but it says 60%. But I'm really impressed though with the way you shorted gold. I think maybe what we're gonna do is we'll wouldn't it be fair to
a $50
exactly 50, yeah, I was thinking $50.
Yeah.
We give Samir a $50 on whatever the we look at both the starting balances, and then we look at the end balances, and we take $50 off Anastasiia.
Yeah.
I think let's just do a rematch. Let's give it another chance.
Yeah, we'll do a rematch, but we'll give you a head start.
Okay.
We'll give you a $50 profit because that gold trade would have won anyway.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
Solid.
Okay, let me just do a
solid.
message. I'll record a message to Anastasiia. Just give me a second.
Gibran's asking you questions, Samir. Do you want to
Can you explain your short strategy? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you switch back to my screen, LJ?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, Gibran, the way I trade is simply on some liquidity concepts. I know gold was trending higher and higher and higher, but my strategy tells me to wait for a liquidity move, can be high or low. In this case, it was high. And then I want the price to close below a decent size fair value gap. It and above this level. Of course, it needs to happen in a decent area. And which happened? Where it happened? Look at that. This was a liquidity point for me. I don't trade Asian session, so let's just mark my daily highs and liquidity point first. So this was the liquidity point for me if I was trading in the Asian session. Actually, this trade would have been this trade was not there because this fair value gap is below my level, so I cannot take this trade anyway. So now my liquidity point is this. Okay. So this is another liquidity point. Now I want the price to close below the fair value gap. It can happen only 3 minute and 1 minute. Of course, if you trade 3 minute, then it will be some high quality setup. And I think here also we have a beautiful fair value gap. And on the 1 minute also, we have this beautiful fair value gap. And it is also the London, the high volume time frame. So I just shorted it based on once price closed below, and look at it, it retested, it failed to close above. My original entry was here actually on my personal account. But as this competition started, so we was already trading around my area. So I was like, okay, my entry would have been here anyway. So let's just take the entry. So I just took the entry. My stop loss was a little bit, I gave a little bit room to my stop loss, and I always go for 1 to 2. And this is how I trade. Some liquidity concepts, some fair value gaps, and just wait for price to close below the fair value gap and some kind of retest, and it should not close above it. If it would have indicated some buyers are stepping in, and that fair value gap might not be the play. Okay. So I traded here and took my 1 to 2. And there was also this setup here actually. But it happened just above the area. I didn't like it. So I waited for price to travel a little bit or to go a little bit higher. I want some distance around this area, my liquidity point and my fair value gap. I want some kind of distance. Of course, it was a little bit larger. In normal cases, it would have been maybe this much distance. I'm just taking an assumption just from my experience. So yeah, that was the trade. Very mechanical strategy. Just wait for some liquidity. In this case, it is downside liquidity, and just wait for the fair value gap to appear and just price close above, wait for a retest, and then take the entry. That is it. I think 1 to 2s, 1 to 1s, it can't hits very often, I think.
Beautiful. Love it. You're back.
I'm back, yeah.
Still alive.
Is your screen back? You got it fixed?
No. The stream is working, the charts are not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, your target was like amazing. The way
Yeah, it was really good.
place your target.
Yeah, it was also the
Stick to
look
tick.
at this area.
Really good. What was in that area that you saw from your perspective?
It was the demand block, according to me, because I was a supply demand trader in 2023, I think. I have traded almost all of the year this way. So this kind of supply or demand area, in this case, it is a demand area. I know some kind of rejection can happen from this area. And gladly, my 1 to 2 was also around that area only. If it was little bit here, my risk to reward tool, I would have secured it around here anyway. In the first place, I wouldn't have taken the trade if my risk to reward tool was something like this and my 1 to 2 was beyond this area. I wouldn't really have taken the trade because then my risk to reward would have sacrificed, and in the long run, I think it is not really gonna do good for me. So yeah, this area was aligning with my 1 to 2 RR, so that was also the reason for me to take this trade. So yeah, it is just a very good demand area according to me.
What's the time frame that you use this setup on?
I use 15-minute, 1-hour areas for my liquidity areas. I use daily time frame, daily ranges, daily highs and lows for the liquidity. And if we have actually 3 scenarios, like this is the daily high or daily low, price is already here in the particular session that you want to trade. For me, let's say this is NY session. So I will wait for, in this case, I will wait for daily high or low to be gone. This is one liquidity scenario. And the other liquidity scenario will be price is already trading like beyond that area. For example, in today's case, price already have taken the liquidity, and my trading session, it is already trading higher than that. So what I will do, I will mark my recent range, whatever is available. In this case, we was having a very beautiful range, and this was the, let me erase this thing. This was the range according to me. So now in London session, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use this range for my sells. I cannot buy because for buy, this is my liquidity point, daily low. So for that, price has to travel all the way here. So of course that didn't happen. So I just waited for liquidity move. And then for the entry criteria, I just go to the 1 minute or 3 minute and just wait for the price to close below the fair value gap. In this case, it was here. And I just want a breakout and retest type of thing. So this was a breakout and price wicked. I kind of saw it as a retest. So I just took the trade here. My stop loss and my 1 to 2 was around that area only. This is my strategy. And of course, with experience, you get to know a few things. Like, let me share on this stream itself. It is a very crucial information that I learned. Like, second FVGs work the best. You will get, like, normally, if you get 40% win rate trading first FVGs, like this case, second FVGs, you might get 55% win rate. So in this case, it was second FVG, pretty high quality setup for me. So yeah, that's why I took the trade. Let me give you one more example for the yesterday trade on US30. Then you will understand my strategy in a well manner. Okay. Let me go to this is a session break tool. So this was a daily low for me. And this was the daily high for me. So of course, US30 NASDAQ, you can only trade in NYSE actually, because the volume is best in that particular time frame, in time zone or whatever you want to call it. For gold, yeah, you can, trade in Asian, London, New York. So for gold, it is good. But for these two things, you have to focus only on NYSE. Daily low, my strategy says if it is liquidated, go to the 1 minute. And what I need to do, I need to wait for second fair value gap. This was the first fair value gap. I cannot take this because I have a less win rate here. So price broke this again and gave a fair value gap. So price closed above and just waiting for a retest. Of course, you don't take straight off the retest. You have to see some reaction. So we failed to close. We did reject it and we will take the trade here and then 1 to 2. I know price got here. I'm not that kind of trader who will say, okay, we could have made this, but I go with 1 to 2s only. That is it. So really this is my...
Considering the fact that you literally showed it on the all-time highs, that's impressive.
Yeah, that is... that was good, actually.
Really good.
Yeah.
Come on, Anastasiia. Short the highs. Come on.
Nah, it doesn't matter, guys. Like, nah, that was a really good setup. Let's give it Sam.
I feel like this is not a bad idea as well.
I still cannot.
Wanted to give it an hour and beat some
I cannot start it up. I would need to look into it, so it's fine, really.
Yeah, it take later, but I reckon we'll see when Jonatan comes back. But we can give Samir like the choice if you want to do something like that, or redo the thing, and then you get like the $50.
No matter if it's shut down or not, Sam actually had a very good setup that actually hit TP. In a matter of fact, right? Mine is still.
Yeah, but you also could have, like, if you had everything set up. To be fair, if you're looking for like fair competition, equal circumstances, you'd be doing things completely different because you also have like a very specific way of looking at stuff. So if you don't have that, obviously.
Okay, so we're gonna do a rematch. I think if anyone has any technical difficulties throughout the match, we'll just do a rematch. What we're gonna do is we're gonna give Samir 50% $50 profit. So what I need you guys to do is I need you to share your MetaTrader 5 account that you're trading from, and we're gonna be noting your balance at the start. And then 1 hour later, we're going to be looking at your balances, and we're going to be adding $50 to Samir, because, like you just said, Anastasiia, that was a good trade, and chances are that he would have won that, but still, we need to give everyone a fair chance, because, of course, if you could have just hedged against, he was short gold, you could have hedged that one and opened another position.
Could have done 100 things exactly. So.
There's you could have hedged that one with half your margin and then open another position that you like with rest of your margin. So like Okay, so we need you to share your MetaTrader 5s, and when we start, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go get some lunch, but I have the laptop in the living room as well, so I'll be able to.
You wanna do the rematch right now?
We can do it in 10 minutes if you want.
I still cannot start up my chart. Let's just give it to Samir, guys.
You still can't. You still can't.
Yeah, it's still not starting up. I would need to look into it. I can only share my trading view. Trading view is opening, but the other one that I trade on, I cannot share. It's fine.
Would you need like
Really, guys, it was a really good trade.
how long would you need?
I'll tell you, it's not
An hour, 40
starting up.
minutes? Can you do it today?
It's
No?
fine. Can we just give it to Samir? It was a really good trade of him.
Right. Okay. So I mean, that's it's up to you. It's up to you, Anastasiia. Do you if you Anastasiia, if you're okay with, I mean, I would happily do a rematch. I think that's absolutely fair to do a rematch.
And Anastasiia can go into the bonus round thing if we do something like that.
Yeah, you can definitely get into the bonus.
What's the bonus round?
What's it called?
Just had a
what's
message
the word for it?
So we have, you know, you've seen the competitions and challenges and tournaments and all that. You have a lot of times you have wild cards, right? And wild cards is basically you have someone who's been eliminated gets the chance to come back into the competition, and usually the way you do that is to let the community vote on who gets back in. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna send out a poll in the 5ers community, on the live streams and in Discord, and basically having people voting for their favorites, and the top ones are gonna get reintroduced to the into the competition in the quarterfinals. So you'll have the opportunity to get back into the quarterfinals, and from there you can win it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. All right, guys, I have to leave. I'll be back in 2 hours attending the evening session, which is New York
right.
session.
You won you won this one, Samir.
Yeah, like
Thank you,
Kavika
guys.
said, well done. Great trade.
Yeah,
Well
that was a really good competition.
Very
Really good trade. Take care.
yeah.
Take care, guys.
See you later,
Bye-bye.
man. Ciao.
See you.
It was fair.
I
Guys.
really,
It was fair.
I,
We had a very good trade anyway. My trade is
it was a good trade. Yeah.
close.
It was a very good trade, but you can't say it's fair. It was definitely a very good trade, and his approach and everything was A1. It was solid. But as we all know as well, you've been here, plenty long, Anastasiia, right? Like you can pull the same stuff, and like you've literally just moved. You don't have anything set up properly.
If the
That's
audience
also not fair at all.
wants, then maybe I'm gonna get back into it afterwards and have another chance.
Of course, you're gonna get back into it. Of course, you're gonna vote for you. So the thing is, we actually have quite a lot of favorites. You know, we got Anastasiia, you definitely in favorite. LJ definitely in favorite, and then we got Rich and Victor. So I think if we can get the 4 of you back into the competition, that would be really cool to see. I think Rich. I mean, I won against Rich because I basically, I was hiding my P&L. I won by like $10, and he's asking me like, "What's your P&L?" I'm like, I don't know. Like, so if I didn't hide that P&L, he would probably just have been able to. But you never know. Like, you never know where the market is going to go in the next few minutes. Anyway, GBP CHF looking good. We got USD CAD looking fairly good as well. I really like this rounded bottom here in the 4-hour. If we can get a breakout, I'm going to be adding to this one, and GBP CHF. I want to see a break above that level, and if we can get a break above this level, I'll probably look to not really sure what to do. I'm gonna go get some lunch. You're gonna be here for the next 30 minutes, right?
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Awesome.
Let me get my screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna be listening in on the back end. By the way, GBP AUD. This to me looks like a beautiful potential short. If you look at the daily on GBP AUD, not really sure if this is the correct support level. Might have wanted to have it a little bit lower, but even with that being down here, if this is the support, I view this as a potential break lower. And we have a fairly decent level here to the downside. So looking at the 4-hour here, a good looking break and retest right here on GBP AUD.
Agreed. I think I think pound ore definitely going down.
Yeah. So looking to I'm looking to short this. I'm just not really sure if this is where I want to get in, because I do think it has potential of actually perhaps going a bit higher. But then again, like I'm thinking about that hedging that we talked about. It's a beautiful way of doing things. But I'm gonna jump off. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some lunch and I'll be back a bit later. All right.
Sure.
See you soon.
Cheers, Jonathan. Where's my screen? There we are. Cool.
Even my trading queue doesn't want to get loaded.
Oh, that's right. That's good.
I'm gonna probably switch to another one.
We'll work through it. That's fine. That's fine. How's it going? How are we doing, Fatcast King? Good to see you, King, once again. Yeah, I'll run over the NAS. Definitely. Immediate thing, I would say short. But we'll go into it properly in a sec. We did also have a couple pieces for EU. So EU here. I have been looking for EU to top out somewhere in this larger section. This box that I had mapped out. Right, we did tap right into the liquidity area I was looking for, about 117.82 today. And I am overall looking for some kind of downside move from here. That said, with the government shutdown, ADP tonight, no non-farm payroll, it sort of changes things a little bit. So if you were short, I now forget who it was. I remember you said you were short from 117.54. I've now lost it. I'm sorry, but if you're short from there, we're now at 117.30. I would start to consider taking profit, unless at this bottom point here, which you see we're trying to press upon, we start to run. So you've obviously got these prior lows from earlier at 117.20 basically from today. We may very well bottom through here and then push back up. Now the piece with that is that if we go to the pound has pulled back a touch as well, but we're definitely not falling out just like the euro is. So euro definitely has some outsized movement at the moment to that downside. So you may very well get this as the bottom. So if you're in, it was Rahul. Yeah, it was. Yeah, 59.4. There we go. I knew that was the 4. There we are. So yeah, from here, I'd probably be considering potentially looking at taking this for the interim. Because even just where we are now, I think we'll have another run up to about 117.40 or so, 43, like just by this bottom. And you can potentially find another short just there. That would probably be the best way to go about it. That's obviously a pretty heavy drop. And just like yesterday, we had some of these moves where we come right down, right up, right down again, right up, right down. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a similar deal today. Obviously, yesterday was basically end of month, end of quarter. So you had those flows coming through into the market, kind of affecting that price action. Today being month start, and especially with the lack of non-farm payroll this week and the pre-positioning for that, and now that's probably gone. We got ADP tonight. That will be important. That will be treated as non-farms this week. So Wednesday is now the new Friday, essentially. So ideally, I would probably look to play it cautious and expect a lot of the back and forth activity, even like we've seen today already, up, down, right up, right down, right? So I'd expect very much more of that through today. So I'd say take those bites out. You got in a very good position. I probably take it there. If you see this now starting to break in the next bit, then you can just re-enter on that crack, right? But from here, you're pretty much at the max point if conditionally we do turn up. So that's what I say for EU. WTI, I'll definitely have a look at WTI. We were talking about oil yesterday as well, so we'll run over that also. NAS. We'll go to the NAS. If this will load, it's been a bit slow. Because yeah, Gibran was asking about NAS before. So I would say overall with NAS, I have a bias to the downside right now. Let's zoom this right in. Alrighty, so NAS basically, this is the daily, what we're looking at. My preference would be to see a drawdown back to this 10 moving average down here. So just above the wick lows from the other day. So I don't think we'll run right through it. The government shutdown isn't too much of a big deal. The market's very much gotten over talking about this stuff. No one really cares. We've been through it a million times now. We also had the 30-day shutdown back in 2017, 2018, when Trump did it that time. Every other time we've flirted with a shutdown, but not quite actually shut down. But even when we've had that, what changed, right? All the essential services still go through. It's just like a political bargaining chip. No one's spitting the dummy as far as the bond market, that kind of thing. When we had it the previous time for that extended duration, S&P Global and some of the other ratings agencies did slightly downgrade US credit. But after that, they haven't done that or, considered that since, because it really made no difference. So the reason I'd be looking for a slight downside preference is, one, we've created these lower highs here with these wicks, and the fact that today we haven't been able to at least sit and consolidate this higher area from yesterday's body, and we've dropped lower. I would now see a bit more downside. We had a very good September. We're at all-time highs. Gold's at all-time highs. We do have the shutdown. We're going to get a lack of data. There's a bunch of pieces coming through. We've hit the end of month, end of quarter, coming to new month. It makes sense for the market to sort of roll back before people start to initiate those new positions, rather than doing that at all-time highs. So we go down to a lower time frame right now. You can see we're starting to keel over. We broke these earlier Asian lows. We've now retraced up to the Asian lows. So let's extend this through here. So that was one of the other prior sort of liquidity points. We've basically banged into that right now, and I would see us then driving lower. The options pricing for today, they often cover for you guys, is sitting a bit higher. It's about 24,659. Today, I am not looking for that to come through. I think that's a bit too much of a stretch. I don't think we'll actually get that push higher. It's not impossible, but I don't think there's going to be much of a hard push up to that level at all, looking at the volumes. Obviously, coming to the new month. So I would say you've got that downside that you'd be looking at for the NAS. So after this correction, you've probably got a pretty fair shout to start shorting somewhere in here. Stops somewhere up at this level, and look for that downside push. Thoughts, Anastasiia? You're muted.
I'm actually short in NASDAQ.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There
Yeah.
you go, guys. Anastasiia is short NASDAQ as well.
Yesterday I was looking at shorts as well already. I was able. I just switched to another laptop. So I have trading queue here. So this is basically the trading queue. It's not really what I look for usually, but it's gonna do. So on
Yeah, you
the
can see it's a bit different. Hey, what?
huh?
You're saying
Sorry?
this is not what you usually look for
Yeah, I usually
on trading
look
or
like
whatever. Yeah.
different things. But anyway,
Yeah.
so we look for for NASDAQ futures on TradingView. If it plays the volume profile over this whole downwards movement, this is what I was yesterday looking at. I was looking for the price to reject from the point of control here and from from a value area high and the point of control. So we gave this rejection first. Then the price returned here, we consolidated here, went below it, tested it, and now started dropping, but it never reached the levels that I was expecting it to reach. So normally the levels that I'm expecting for NASDAQ is 24,568, 24,568 here, slash 24,540, well, 530, 540 right here. So this is the area that I expect NASDAQ to come back to at least. Also, if you look at the current levels as well, how the price was rejecting the current, previously since yesterday, we are now testing the value area low. So the price went outside of the value area. The downside, it shows usually the momentum of sellers as well. It means that the price is trading, the traders accept the lower price for the current asset than it's been yesterday. So was a value area, the fair value between buyers and sellers. Now we went below. We are testing the value area low border, as well as this high volume node here. So my stops are above right now, above this level here, and I'm expecting the price to continue at least to this area. This, if nothing changes, let's say, and if shutdown continues, if they say that it's gonna take longer and some panic evolves, I'm gonna hold this probably longer towards the previous lows here, this zone, and the main zone is right here. I'm not really expecting such a drop at the moment unless something changes. So I was previously told, I was talking with some traders about the fact that I'm most likely gonna see the price here for a moment being. Unless something changes and we get different variables coming in the sequence. But for the current moment being, I'm expecting this. And then from here, probably the bounce back within the same range. But I'm short.
Agreed.
So I agree with you.
Yeah, agreed. And you've pretty much got the same sort of setup, stops, whatever, the same what I was highlighting. Obviously, as well, don't forget, guys, this chart is like futures. So if you're looking at the spot price, it's going to be slightly different, right? So if you're wondering why what you're seeing is different, it's because it's the futures chart versus the spot price. Sean was saying, can't NAS go to retest the upper trend line of the channel of recent tops? It could, based on the ADP, potentially. Like ADP, so the jobs, we're in that weird section where with things like good data, bad data, especially for the indices, sometimes you go through periods where good data is positive for the market. Other times you go, good data is actually negative for the market, right? And bad data is actually good, right? So right now we're in a mix where we're not quite either side. It depends on a number of the conditionals within the data. So this is where we're in that churn point where it's very hard. Now, the reason when you have bad data being good is because, that's going to signal more rate cuts. That's going to be better for equities, financial conditions, financial easing comes through. So it's better for companies as far as, rates, lending, financing conditions, right? The other portion is you want good, robust jobs data, economic data, because also that means companies are doing well and the whole landscape for companies and business overall is also strong. So we're in a weird position there where, depending on the interpretation with some of the internals, it can go either way. because both a goods job number is positive, a bad jobs number is positive, but if it's too bad, then it would end up being negative, right? And if it's too good, could also be negative because then there's no cuts. So what we're looking for is like a Goldilocks number that would lead to upside. Right now with today's price action and where we ran up to, we really like failed to come back to the highs, and especially after the drops from the past couple of days, coming into month end, quarter end, and after having a very good September, which typically seasonally is a very poor month for stocks, and then you come into the fourth quarter, which is very strong. We've had that very strong third quarter. You would assume now that many institutions, people positionally positioned, that's not even a word, but anyway, you would take chips off the board right now, consolidate coming into the start of the month, see where this government shutdown thing sort of lands out, how Trump wants to actually play it, then probably pile in. So you're probably going to take a couple of days. You've had the good September in a typically meant to be bad month. Take those chips off the board. That looks good for your hedge fund, your bank, institution, pension fund, whatever it is. Then once you've got that cleared, you then roll into the market. So just like Anastasiia was saying, it's probably just a short-term pullback. There's not like some structural change or shift. We come down to those lower levels and then sort of trade back and forth between there. I wouldn't really expect a large shunt higher like you're talking about, because I would have liked for us to hold that momentum coming into London in order to consider that happening. So I would see that as very unlikely from here. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, I don't really see the reason so far fundamentally for the NASDAQ to renew the highs again. I think
Not
we
yet,
already,
no.
yeah, I think we already quite high considering, the whole situation also in the past months. And right in the whole statistics for the economy and everything that came out, I don't really see the reason. Maybe the ADP numbers, like you said, but I'm still not really. I wouldn't really expect them to push it even further, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't see that highs. I would see that coming into, like we're talking, like the sort of trend line coming across those two previous highs and sort of tap into that and then come off. I wouldn't see it pushing beyond that at all. Especially because the what I'm really still leaning on is the Fed Watch tool, right? Which I still very much am of the opinion that we won't get. If this will load, for some reason my internet's being very slow. Look at this loading. Okay, that took ages. It's gonna work. Right, there we go. So December rate cut has now gone back up to 95%. Like we're sitting around 86, we dipped down to about 78, and somehow overnight we came up to 89, and now today it's sitting at 95. So for 3 rate cuts, which right now I'm not so sure, especially given the government shutdown that's going to delay a bunch of the data for the Fed. Jerome Powell's reiterated a number of times that they're very data dependent, all of that kind of thing. If you're getting this disruption, are you going to exude that confidence coming into the October meeting that, yes, we're going to get a third cut? I see this as very mispriced. So I would say that this probably has to come down. Obviously, if that comes down, that means less rate cuts as quickly. So therefore, for stocks, indices, that kind of thing, that's not as much of a boon. So therefore, they should naturally just come off, especially once we're sitting at all-time highs. So yeah, that just seems like too much, in my opinion, for sure. Camille saying, yeah, surely government shutdown can't be good for NAS. It's not great. It's not ideal. It's definitely not good, but it's not really bad. is the thing. We've had this like every single year, them, threatening things with the budget, not rolling that over. It's basically a political football that gets kicked around. The main risk here is that typically most other governments have been ultimately come to some kind of conclusion right up to the very deadline and then pass something so that the government continues. Trump previously, 2017 or 18, I forget which year it was, 8 years ago now, he shut it down for like 30 days and used that as a political instrument. And the consideration here and the concern is that it's in his interest right now, per the political climate, for him to do that. And as part of the big, beautiful bill, all of that stuff that they put into that comes under essential services. So that still continues and gets paid. None of it is discretionary. So discretionary stops. This also means that for however many days it keeps it shut down, the government is not paying out all this money, which makes the budget look better. He's also likely to use it as an excuse to fire more people or scrap certain jobs, that kind of thing, saying like, oh, hey, we need to get rid of this, that, etc., and shoehorn other bits and pieces of legislation or whatever he wants to do as a tool here. So that's where it becomes a concern, that it is in his interest, and there's no negatives to him, opening the government again. The longer he keeps it shut down, the better. And that's where the concern would come in. I don't think the market's really looking for him to do that for a very long time, because it's also assumed because of that, it's such a clear, clean cut that he wins, that the Democrats will also come to the table and go, okay, cool, let's get this up and going. We'll give you what you want, and we're up and running again. So there you go. What do you think, Anastasiia, on this?
Not anymore. I was before I was looking into the longs on EUR/USD. Let me just switch to my screen for a second. So I was looking at the EUR/USD longs before. I was short here. It was just 1-to-1 quick, like on the last part of this downwards movement. And then earlier I was looking for longs on the 4-hour time frame. The reason I was looking for longs is that the price came back. Just one sec. Yes, we're gonna remove that. Because the price came towards my area of rejection for short. So I was expecting the price to short from here on the 4-hour time frame, and it did yesterday. It came here several times. It gave us like from 30 to 60 ticks depending on where you would enter, and then we were coming back like from the bottom here as well, from this high volume node. And I was expecting some longs before the inflation as well. This is why I didn't take it, because there was inflation numbers coming. I know they shouldn't have had an effect, but I was expecting them to do something, which it did in the end. So I was expecting the price, if it holds this zone, to go higher. And as we can see here, the price was indeed testing it, going higher, testing it again. And from here on, if we would hold above this area, I would expect the continuation to the upside towards 17,980, 17,950, this area here. But right now, we already break in the same zone again. So the 4-hour candle, if you look at it, here it's 2 hours still left, but realistically we are already pushing through, and the price is trying to close below this high volume node here, below the same volume that we were rejecting previously, and purely just price action wise as well, we just broke the previous lows. And so far, this is the first time since yesterday that we broke the lows. Because if we look at the 1-hour time frame, you will be able to see that the price was continually creating the high lows every single time. Now we did break it for the first time, and as we can see, the price is strongly pushing further. So there is no wick at the current hourly candle, neither. It's just opened 20 minutes ago, and it already keeps dropping like a 10-15 pips in a matter of just minutes. So I see the strengths only of sellers here, and if we close below this point of control of the week as well on the 30-minute time frame and the 15-minute time frame, the only things that I can see right now is a continuation to the downside. So I was expecting some buys, and that was one of my ideas to take for the tournament. I didn't take it because of the inflation, I was just saying about it when you were just, going for a minute, that I know that you said that we're not really expecting any, reaction on these inflation numbers, but I was, and this is what I was thinking about, that it might break, and if it breaks, I'm actually gonna be flipping short. So I didn't end up taking this buy. So now the 15-minute candle closes here, I'm gonna be looking for some pullback, and I'm gonna be looking for shorts for EUR, because since already Sunday I was looking for this zone shorts and I was moving, I didn't take it, so now I'm actually expecting this to happen.
Yeah. So, like I was saying earlier, with when we were looking at euro with Rahul, that would have been. I hope you got in on that break, like I was saying. So, just like I was saying yesterday, I was looking for some kind of pinch point at the top here for euros to cap out, and we actually pull right back off, and I can easily see back down to the 116s very easily. That's my expectation. I have been anticipating that US dollar strength, euro dollar to get smashed, pound dollar to come off, and then Aussie dollar to be pretty mid. So I think Aussie dollar will outperform and kind of hold strong. That comes back to the things I said 2 weeks ago. We're now seeing that exactly play out. And so, yeah, from here, I think this is basically the last line of defense at this point, at about that 117.20. Just like Anastasiia was saying, you get a slight bounce from here, and then I'd look to short. That, or if we just punch through 117.20 here, you short that. Obviously, it's going to depend on what your your risks, like how wide of a stop loss you're going to have, that kind of thing, for your entry point. Yeah, I think we've got a good, fair bit of downside coming through. Where were the exact points I was looking at? So I'm then looking at pretty much 116 as the next point, 116.10. So on the daily, that comes in where the 100 moving average is. That's where the Keltner channel is, Ichimoku cloud, blah blah blah. There's a whole bunch of stuff stacked up there. Prior head levels as well, which flip to support. That seems like the natural gravitational point. And right now, I think the payroll data, we're not going to get NFP this week, but I would have expected it to be slightly better as well. I think we're actually going to go into a cycle where the US outperforms through Q4. We see peak liquidity in Q1 and Q2. And pretty much things go kind of gangbusters from here. So it won't be just a straight line as far as the US dollar, because the US dollar has many other components. Same with the bond market, interest rates going down. There's the other bits and pieces. But as far as the US economy, definitely going to be stronger. And then thus we get those kind of like jolts down where market just takes that chunk down. We're at a new position. We trade in that area. Bang, a new position, trade in this area, so on and so forth. So and yeah, so Henry, so dollar yen reversing up then, yes, I do agree with that. And Kavika saying long UJ as well. Yeah, I agree. Indeed. There you go. Yeah, so I think US dollar strength near term overall. With the commodity currencies, basically stuff like Australia, Canadian dollar outperforming a touch. So it's just like we were talking about Jonatan's US dollar CAD position before. That will gradually be moving up, but it just won't be as aggressive as some of the other majors moving at the same time. So, yo, Rich, do you want to jump in now? Do you want me to throw you in? Yeah?
Yo, what's up?
How are we doing, brother?
How are you?
Good and you? Hello, Anastasiia. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Sorry about your terminal issues. I would have loved to have seen you beat up Samir.
Me too, trust me.
Dude, I still want to get this. We've talked about this before with a couple of us in like sort of group chat and stuff about having like a trading competition thing where you trade for the hour or 2 hours or something, or every like 30 minutes you can trade and either leave the trades in or close it out. But then the next, like, you got to go like 15 minutes, like boxing or something like that, and
Like
then
a
sit
physical
down and then trade again. Yeah. And so it's like a boxing and trading comp at the same time, and then you get scored on both components.
Like, do I have to physically box a person, or can it just be like a boxing bag?
No, you physically box someone. Yeah, in a ring. You throw the gloves on, so you get off the computer, you put the gloves on, and then you're up here trying to.
Dude, what have I just walked in on? Like,
That would be the most unfair thing going up against Will, because he's a good trader and he's a good boxer. So it's just like,
That'd be brilliant. It'd be brilliant stuff. You know.
I like it.
I'm hearing a lot.
You'd need to have some like weight classes and divisions. Like, for
Yeah,
sure.
like I'm not gonna lie. As much as like I will fully admit I'm a good boxer. But like LJ is 6'4", and what do you weigh? Like, do you say you're like close to 100 kg?
109.
You're 109 kg and 6'4". Dude, I'm 6'2" and about 85 kg.
Yeah,
You
like
know, my fighting weight was
85.
about 76.
Fair.
I mean, I've buffed out a little bit since then, but nonetheless, dude.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen like the streamer boxing, where they play chess in the middle of a boxing ring? They play chess for like.
Oh yeah.
They box and then
chess
play
boxing.
chess. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Similar deal. Yeah. I reckon it'd be great.
Okay, but now the question is,
Anastasiia
who is
was okay.
Anastasiia gonna fight? Is it Carla?
Sorry?
Yeah,
Who is Anastasiia gonna fight?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be Carla, isn't it?
yeah, we'd have like a we'd have
You'd
to
have a
have
woman
like
league.
a
You couldn't put her up against.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, she probably could go up against you, Rich.
Yeah, she'll beat me.
Who, Carla?
she'd probably beat up Jonatan. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm a pushover.
Sorry, Jonatan.
Carla or me?
No, you.
Hey,
You would beat me.
you.
Why would I beat you?
Because I'm a pushover.
Camille,
What?
LJ, I'll clean you up like a day
Against
more.
you,
Camille.
LJ, you've been challenged, my man.
Let's go, son. Let's go. Yeah.
Will
We wrap it
LJ
up.
will fight you with one hand. In all fairness, I've gone against 120 kg lean, 120 kg, 110 kg lean, and he was about 6'4" anyway. And I mean, I went 4 rounds with him, so
Yeah.
Tell you what.
That's the other thing to remember, like, because it's different if you're lean or not lean.
yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Which
exactly.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
tell
lean,
that
so,
to Butler
yeah,
Bean.
Yeah, like this guy was like, he's a personal trainer now as well. He was 6 foot. Well, he is 6'4". He's like 110 lean, and he's an absolute animal. However, I went 4 rounds with him, hard, like proper, 80% power sparring, ready for my fight, and I stayed in the round with him. I stayed in the ring with him. The only person who's put me on my ass was a Commonwealth champion. And he was about 68, 70 kg.
Yeah. Fair.
So it goes to show, sometimes the heavy blows aren't what knocks you out. It's not what puts you on your backside. So,
And you need cardio and stuff, and that's one thing Anastasiia has.
Yes.
You run all the time, like you're absolute champion.
you a big runner, Anastasiia, are you?
I do run.
I like,
sometimes.
good.
Exactly. You'll have the cardio. You'll be able to go to the full, 10 rounds. Like,
But what sort of running do you do?
We did a full 10-round thing. Right?
It's going to be me
sprints
and then
or-
Anastasiia just going around me like this, and every now and then, and then,
Until yesterday, I was also playing paddle every single day for like 10 days straight for 2
Oh yeah, of course.
hours.
Table tennis.
Come on. Come here and we do the competition in this kind of table tennis. And then we'll see who's
Nice.
talking.
I used to play squash, and
Dude, I've always wanted to play squash.
tennis and squash. And of the two, squash is way more intensive. So
Way more intense.
maybe consider
Yeah,
doing
squash
squash
is crazy. Yeah.
Dude, I'd love to play squash. I don't think my knees could handle it, but man, I'd love to play squash.
What's wrong with
I mean,
you?
it's like short little bursts.
I don't know. I had like really weird growth problems as a kid. Like I did way too many sports as a kid, and apparently, if you overdo sports whilst developing, it can cause you to have like certain knee problems. And turns out I needed surgery, but I didn't, and ended up getting away with not having surgery because I was in a knee cast thing for 12 months and no sports. So my knees recovered okay, but every now and then it would give me jip, and especially if I'm doing like heavy leg days or if I'm doing like hill sprints or if I'm doing something like with a lot of impact on my knee, like every now and then it'll give me a lot of jip. Whereas like squash, tennis is the same. You know, if it's like squash, you're like really pivoting on that knee. Like, dude, like that would just my knee would destroyed.
Paddle as well. But what they do now is that they inject hyaluronic acid in your knees, and you're like new the next day, 24 hours.
No way, I was sick. I'm gonna have to Google.
Are you trying to tell everyone you're taking steroids?
I was gonna say she's injecting,
You're
guys.
basically just disqualified from the qualified. Yeah.
Are you juicing?
Anastasia's on gear, dude.
I'm
Yeah.
27. I don't need it yet.
Okay. I'm looking at what paddle is now. Okay, fair, dude. That looks insane. That looks so much fun.
Anastasia's juicing to the teeth, dude.
I'm telling you,
You know what's
Oh.
Juiced up, bro.
water?
do you just
Oh, yeah,
call
just-
it paddle
yeah, just
racket? Or
water.
you call it paddle tennis? What is the official
It's like a
thing?
mix between tennis and badminton and squash.
It's something between tennis and squash, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
dude, that looks wild.
Oh, fair mate. Oh yeah, that looks pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's
that
amazing.
does look...
Have you guys not heard of this before?
No, like I've never heard of it.
So
Really?
we have something similar to this, like looking at the photo now, something similar to this, but we just call it paddle ball in South Africa. So it's slightly smaller than a tennis court, and it's also got the same netting and whatnot, and you use like a very small paddle for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now. That's what this is.
That,
but
that's what.
also the difference is that you also use walls, so you can play with the glass. Like with squash, you are using walls, and with paddle, you're using a glass. So it's something between tennis and squash.
Okay, yeah.
But you play like 2 against 2, so there are 4 people playing. So you're playing with a partner.
Okay, yeah, because we have like the fencing around. It doesn't have walls; it's just fencing. But like proper,
Well, you have glass with paddle. You have to have glass because half of the things that you can do involve the glass as well.
Yeah, like in America, it's called like pickleball, right? It's
But
like
that's
the same
different.
thing, right?
No, pickleball is different.
Is that?
It's different.
I thought that's what you were talking
No,
about. when you said paddle.
pickleball has like a racket like this, and I'm not even sure it's sport. Like it's like, what is it?
Anastasia, where do you live?
Dude, that's what I thought you were talking about this whole time. I thought
No,
paddle. You just called it
pickleball
paddle,
is
but you meant like pickleball.
Pickleball is different. Paddle is like you actually go there to like crush your opponents.
Like I need to know what country this is from. Like, Anastasia, where are you living? Like what country are you residing
In Spain, and it's super popular here. The courts are every single step. Yeah, it's a Spanish sport. It came from
okay, that makes sense.
It originally came from Mexico, and now in Spain, it's like I can see several ones from my balcony already, like several courts. And normally it's expanding now with a lightning speed because it's cheaper to build than tennis, and it's very social and it's really popular. It's becoming extremely popular now.
Okay, yeah.
Me and my brother are
you were always talking about pickleball.
No.
But it's not. What is the difference in like rules and stuff then?
There are some difference in rules as well, but mainly in the activity as well, because paddle racket is like really bold racket as well. You can smash really hard with it. Pickleball racket is more like this. I think I would say this is closer to the table tennis than paddle, because the racket is like really thin. You obviously cannot smash the ball hard. You also play 2 against 2, and if I'm not mistaken, that setting is quite similar, but it's much more calm than paddle.
Right, so is paddle like a small tennis racket then? So it's not like a ping pong.
No, I
kind of
have
racket. It's like a.
mine in the car, but it's a
Yeah.
hard racket with
I got excited. I was about to go get a racket out. I
Has
was
it got
like,
holes through
Yeah, I was waiting for it as well. I want to see that. Yeah.
car.
How are
she
we
goes
doing,
and
Raph?
gets the
By the
gym
way?
bag out.
I'll bring it tomorrow.
Holes on it. She
Yeah,
needs
yeah,
it.
do it.
Careful
Yeah.
when
'Cause
you
I'm
like,
curious now. What the hell?
like anesthesia. When you do put your hand in, like, are you really careful, like, or do you put like safety things over the needles?
What? Completely.
Do you like have a friend that you both inject each other, or you like self-injecting when it comes to like?
Not injected anything.
Are you scared of needles, or do you need help? You know.
Like this has completely
funny.
broken apart, guys. Like,
I can just see it. Like Anesthesia shows up, like about to play like an elderly couple. She's just there, like vascular as hell, like veins popping out of everywhere, like all juiced up, ready to go. Like
juice, like adrenaline shots as well. She's just like jacked up and she's ready to go. Like she's got twin
just
pedals and just like
guys-
boom, 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 boom.
two elderly gentlemen are just there, like, "Oh, are you ready, Anesthesia? I will destroy you."
She only wins when that elderly gentleman has like a heart attack. Like that's how she wins, right?
Get up, you wimp!
paddle in Spain is very
LJ,
serious.
you just would be scared to play against me with a paddle.
Dude,
Oh, come on,
I'm
let's-
scared to play
alright.
against you in any
Alright.
sport after this conversation.
Every time she misses the ball, she just throws the paddle at you.
yeah, you get.
Is that the
You're
tailor made?
unconscious, so she just wins by default. You know?
To be a
She's just taking you out. Yeah, that's
You
it.
know, in a paddle, there is a fun rule, in fact, that if you smash your opponent, you win a point.
What you like? What beat them over the head or something? Or like what do you mean?
No, you can
It's like
smash them
safe
with a
for
ball.
everybody's sport. Like it sounds like this is like the most barbaric sport on earth.
Do you mean smash them like you
With a ball.
you hit them? So like you
Yeah.
smack the ball and it like
Yeah, so if you smash the ball,
they
and
get like headshotted.
yeah, if like anywhere, it doesn't matter.
Right. Okay. So it's almost like
You
almost
win-
like dodgeball, like
You-
tennis
Yeah.
with dodgeball.
Very
Dude, this
intense.
seems like an
right?
absolute cocktail of
Very
sports.
Dude, this is crazy. I want to do this, right?
Yeah, this is wild.
maybe-
Dude, I
maybe-
want to go. I want to have a
Maybe
game.
instead of the boxing match, we can have the trading thing and then paddle.
I feel like that would be
Is
more
that-
fun, even coming from like me and LJ.
And
I feel
it seems
that
like
would be
more fair or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be good. That sounds cool.
at least Anastasia is really good at it, so she has a very good chance. And the thing is,
Yeah.
like, I've seen Anastasia now, and she seems incredibly competitive. Incredibly competitive. So
Oh, no doubt, surely.
I don't think that, like, at any point in time, she's going to let up. It's going to be 110% adrenaline the whole way. We're going to be gassed. Like, what are we going to do?
Absolutely. Dude, yeah, no, Raph is right though. I got experience boxing kangaroos, so you know. You can bring that up.
I'm full on
Right.
like boxing dragons over here.
and penguins in South Africa.
Imaginary dragons in your head, Will.
Yeah, I was about to
come
say.
on. Yeah, you
we shan't go on
bit,
about what goes on in my head again.
Yeah, like I'm the same as LJ in that sense. South Africa has so many like wild animals, so I get to choose elephants.
Oh my god,
leopards.
that's
Yeah,
actually
you
so
got
true.
elephants, giraffe. You know, you're just up there doing like WWE moves on the giraffe.
Me and my partner were actually talking about this when we were touring France, and it said like warning, deers crossing, and she was like, "No way, they got deers in France." I was like, "Yeah," and they're like, "What else have they got?" I was like, "That's about it." Have they got elephants? I was
That's
like,
it.
I was like, no. And like, she's from Asia, so like she's got some pretty cool animals back home. And she's like, have they got like bears? No, they've not got bears. But what have they got then? I don't know, maybe like a wild dog. They may have like a fox or something. Yeah, but we have that in Bristol as well. We have that in the UK. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that's about it. There's deers. And it's like, what about pigs? Do they have wild boars? I was like, oh no, they do have that. We have that in the UK and Europe. Anything else? No. Europe's a bit crap, isn't it?
It is.
It's like,
What
Europe's
does
not very
Spain have?
fun.
Anastasia,
Domestified. What?
what does Spain have as far as animals? Do you guys have anything unique there? I don't know.
No, just like deers and wild boars. Like the apartment I was previously living in, and I just moved away. It was in the forest, and there were like wild boars crossing every single day. You could drive home and see the whole family, like 10, like 3 generations, like small ones, middle ones, and big ones.
Dude, that's sick. That is so cool.
But rather than that, it's like deers walking around. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, boars here, to be honest, is just like shooting practice. So
Yeah, it's just target practice. Like
not
the
very
biggest
well
stuff.
at all.
Oh, horrible.
Yeah.
They're rampant. They kill everything. They, dude, they're crazy.
Dude, they're the same in South Africa, man. Like, I don't know why Richard's staying all quiet. They don't do, like, normal shooting in South Africa. It's like crossbow hunting.
Yeah. Why not?
Like, literally, like, my South African friend, his, like, profile
Mate,
picture.
boomerangs.
Yeah.
That's
Serrated
like
boomerangs. LJ's there. like serrating some boomerang ready to go decapitate some
Boomerang
poor
can be
kangaroo.
like they hurt. They can really hurt you. But yeah, they do like crossbow hunting or bow hunting is quite large here. And then they will go and hunt whatever. Like it can be a large.
Like, you got some proper weird looking animals out there as well. Like I'd just love to look at the animals, let alone like kill them. Like I just want to look at some animals that cool. I love going to the zoo.
I don't hunt. I don't care for it. I love animals, but they just taste so good.
Yeah, not fair that. Like, dude, I can imagine. Like
I'm
Horrible.
Yeah. Anastasiia, whereabouts in like? Don't give us coordinates, but like, give us a slight location. What part of Spain are you from?
In Marbella.
I give coordinates. Okay. I gave a full screenshot of.
Dude, you gave your postcode, like.
Yeah, just
straight up.
So this is a place, and I'm over here, and that, yeah.
Straight up, Anastasiia.
Yeah.
Shame.
Dude,
most southern point of Europe.
Yeah, that's really cool. Like
the one that you can see the Africa basically from here.
Oh wow, fair.
So you can see Rich
from my terrace, basically.
So if you go outside,
just like waving each other. Hey!
Yeah.
Get the binoculars out. Oh,
like the equivalent of LJ and Jordan. Like just go out and just wave. You and Jordan will wave at each other.
Just send like light signals, like you flash it on and off and do like Morse code or something.
Yeah. Dude, me and my brother are looking at movies. It's everything.
Short, long. Do I close out now? TP where? There you go.
Not that a quick message on Discord or anything wouldn't do that the exact same, probably quicker. But let's do light signals.
That's so fun. That's so fun.
The challenge,
Yeah. Send a carrier pigeon. As long as it's a swing trade, you may enter in time.
Then you just hope and you just have this adrenaline rush. Is the pigeon gonna arrive on time or not?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Literally,
some succumb to the Australian outback, A poor little white pigeon is like
some rattlesnake has just somehow jumped up and bitten it.
Yeah.
Some koala,
a dingo, an eagle, something else, or it's just died to like heat stroke because there was no water. Something like that.
Oh man, that's what I mean. So, me and my brother at the moment, we're talking about like moving out of the UK. Everything that's happening in the UK. We're now doing a bit of research on an exit strategy, and we can't decide on a country. And
UK has gone a bit.
What do you mean you can't decide on a country? You come to Spain, of course. What's the best?
Well, no, that's what I mean. Like that's why I asked you, Anastasiia, because me and my brother have literally. I'll actually get you. I will show you. That is my phone right now, and I will go on to Safari. The first thing, I have not touched my phone now since going on Safari. And in fact, let me just pull myself up. Can I pull myself up?
I will argue, probably one of the best places for you.
Yeah.
That's Andorra, Spain. Like the first place me and you are considering is Spain. Like he's basically fluent Spanish. We love the Spanish culture, the music. We love Europe.
Well, I can guarantee you that if you're considering Europe, you're not gonna find a better place to live. Like
I didn't know that. Like
optimally for life. Like I've been traveling here around, and this is the only place that I finally settled. Like literally.
Really?
Yeah.
Where else?
Is Spain home?
Where else?
Yeah.
Okay, if you had like second, third, fourth tier, because I feel like that's a good comparison, Anastasia.
Yeah.
In Europe, if
In
you had
Europe?
to choose,
But it's not
yeah,
just in Europe.
or
we
just
look
no,
everywhere.
actually, well, just go globally then. But maybe
Yeah, go
Europe
globally.
plus globally then.
Because
Outside of Spain,
because I've looked at
what would you
Australia
say?
as well, but Ewan refused to go. Like my brother refuses to go to Australia because it's just a savage. It's a savage country.
Australia's great. Australia's amazing. The only thing that, as far as for you and what you do and stuff, would be the taxes, which will be heavy.
Yeah.
So at that point, you might as well go to like Dubai for 6 months and 1 day, and then you could live in
I
Australia.
know. Well, that's literally what I said to my brother as
Yeah.
well, because I actually spoke to Rich and some of the guys that came to the event. We were there having some food, and I was saying about, like I've always fancied doing Dubai, and they were like, "Will, like we know you, you'd be bored in Dubai." Like I'm very much, country guy. I've got fields, I got plenty of land where I live. I grew up on a farm.
Yeah.
So like Dubai for me.
And yeah, exactly. And that's the same
Yeah.
thing here with being able to do stuff. Like Dubai's cool and it's really good for
Holiday.
a degree of time when you first
Yeah,
go there.
like a
But
month,
then after
2 months
that,
maybe.
yeah, 6-8 months, you're kind of like, okay,
I'm ready to leave.
yeah,
now.
it's like going on holiday for 2 or 3 weeks or something is really good.
Yeah.
But if it's 3 months now, it's not really the same pizzazz, right? So that's where you could do that and then do the other months somewhere else for the.
Well,
like,
that's
the
why I've
tax
looked at Andorra.
situation.
Andorra is
Yeah.
a tax haven. Zero tax. You can ski in the winter. You can go
Yes.
mountain biking in the summer. It's cultural. It's it's like one of those things where Spain is very close to my brother's heart. He's got friends in Spain. He's got a very, very close friend in Spain as well. So it's somewhere very close to us. We like that sort of atmosphere and that sort of culture. So we have looked at a couple of villas for sale, but I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's not home though, is it? Like the UK, it's home to me. I love this country, and I'm a true patriot, genuine true patriot. But I'm being forced out of it, and unfortunately, I'm being forced to look at an exit strategy.
Yeah, we got a few Polands. I mean, that's where.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What do you think, Anastasia? Then back to the original point. What is your?
Absolutely not Poland. I've been living there for 5 years when I was starting, and like, no way in the world.
I was going to say, because I've heard Poland's nice.
Oh no!
Absolutely, don't go live in Poland.
No?
No, you don't want to live in Poland. Why would you do that?
My best friend is from Poland, and he doesn't want to go back. So
Really? Oh wow. Okay, maybe it's not
No one
Poland.
wants to go to Poland.
Dude, what is Mike doing then?
Yeah,
Mike, what are you doing?
he's trying to get his kids Irish passports. He's trying to get out of Poland.
Yeah.
He's not from Poland though. He can leave any time. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you
But
doing?
that's what happens when you have a family, You need to consider other people.
Yeah, no, I don't.
That's why I want to move. Like that's why I want to move prior to.
Maybe
to
his
family,
family
right?
should consider him.
It's a two-way street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow. This goes both ways.
Hey.
Hang on a minute. He's the father, the money maker. Surely it's his say, no?
We're just going into like a full intervention for like Mike and where he should live, and he's not even here.
Should we just add
What are we doing?
Mike in and we'll all talk to him?
Yeah, yeah, Mike, come on.
This holiday, we're like, Mike, we decided on the intervention that you should move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on holiday right now. So,
We got
yeah.
you the ticket, so you're kind of moving next week.
The tribe has spoken.
Yeah, the tribe is
guys,
spoken.
visit,
The phone.
Madeira.
Isn't Madeira like in Greece?
You know what I like about Marbella and this coast is that only 50% of people are Spanish. The rest of 50 is from everywhere in Europe and the world. It's super international, super friendly. Everyone here starts their life from zero. So kind of everyone is open also for connections. Really good for business connection. At the same time has a mountains and the sea and the ocean 1 hour away where you can actually surf and kite surf if you want.
No way.
2 hours away there is a ski resort in the winter. 3 months of the year you can actually go ski 2
Right.
was dry.
Anastasiia, I'm going to stop you there. Can you do me a massive favor and send me a message after the stream?
Of course.
Like, genuinely. Because,
or,
like,
even just now, because we actually didn't fully answer the thing because we kept getting sidetracked, and then we'll get back to charts. Right now, to be honest, we're not doing too much. We're kind of just sitting here. So sorry, guys, we'll get to that.
we will
But also, for some people out there thinking about this stuff, if you're trading, moving to a certain place is actually beneficial. So I don't think it's like a wasteful conversation. But if you did have that pick either from Europe, Anastasiia, or globally outside of Spain, where you've clearly settled, where would that be that you would?
I did not find another place for me. I was considering Dubai, but in Dubai you're forced to live for another 6 months. You want or not, because it's extremely hot. Like, or you're gonna survive 1 year, but the second year you do not want to stay there. I was there last year on August setting my business up, and it was horrible. Besides, the level of service there went so downside that like I thought I'm gonna hit some people when I was like, also I was considering Bali, but Bali is only good for a little bit, and it's a village. You're getting stuck there. You literally have no like growth. After a while, you spend this amount of money, and that's your limit. You like literally have nowhere to grow anymore. I was in Mexico. Mexico was really fine, but cartel is gonna take parts of your money if you start a business, no matter what you do. So it's kind of not safe. And there were 2 shootings in like 3 months involving tourists. So I also didn't find, like, I love Mexico. It's amazing. I love Dubai. I love Bali. But I haven't been to Australia, though, yet. So can't
that's super interesting. Like,
yet.
yeah, that's really interesting. So that's what I mean. You know, Europe it's a fantastic place. You know, the Goddess Trades Forex says sounds more like Asia or Europe for you. Well, totally agree. You know, my partner.
I will say it does seem, yeah.
Yeah, like I said to my partner, you know, she's from Hong Kong, and I said, what about Hong Kong? You know, tax out there is 0 to 50, and then from 50 plus, it's 8. So I mean, the tax out there is fantastic, but it's still a city. It's still built up. You know, okay, you have got the sea. It is an island, but you know, it's like, okay, I kind of fancy a bit more country. So then I looked at Spain. Then we looked at Australia. She's always wanted to move to Australia, so we considered Australia. But then my brother won't move to Australia because, like, well, it's just a savage country. Everything that can kill you lives in Australia, including LJ.
Yeah, but that's not okay. There's a bunch of that stuff there. If you go a bit out, like if you're living anywhere normal, you'll be fine. Don't.
Yeah, it's civilized. Come on.
And the good thing is though, Australia can look at. You can take the list of every other country and compare it to what Australia has. You'll be like, okay, Australia's got our version of that, of like, you know,
True.
Iceland or here, there, or Sweden, and then you got the snow, you got this, that, you got, I don't know, Rockies equivalent in the US. Like there's a whole basket. So if you do actually,
I think it's definitely there as an option, stuff. But then it's like the tax thing. You know, the tax is heavy, so it's like you know, if buts and maybes. So then we looked at I think we looked at Canada. Canada was one we considered because, again, my partner's got family out in Canada. I looked at Thailand and Bali, but same reason as Anastasiia. It's small, and you know it's only good for certain times because then you got monsoon and all that stuff.
It's an island. It's an island life.
Yeah, literally that. So you got that fun stuff.
Yeah, if you're really into this, I think it's amazing. For me, you need a balance between like a city and a good lifestyle, and also like nature.
Yeah, well, that literally screams me. That screams me, screams my brother.
That's Australia. I'm not gonna lie, that is Australia, to be fair.
The problem with Australia is that it's literally the other side of the world, and wherever you want to go somewhere, you are cooked.
Not only that, I kind of like
if you want to go to Europe or America, maybe. But Asia, dude, you got all of Asia.
Yeah,
I got all of Asia when I come home. You know, I don't need all of it. I don't need the continent.
Yeah, fine. I don't need Asia, actually. If I want to go to Asia, I'm going to go travel. But anywhere I actually need to go, from here, I take like 1 hour to 3 hours flight, and I'm literally anywhere in Europe.
Yeah, literally. That's what I mean. Like, if I want Asian food, I'll say, babe, can I have this today? And she's like a fantastic chef. So if I want to taste Thai food, she cooks Thai food. You know, so I don't need to worry about the food.
No, you mean
side
you
of
get on a flight, you go to Thailand, you pick that up, and then come back home on your private jet.
Yeah.
don't you?
it. Yeah, I just jump on my private jet, like.
Fabian
Delivered.
has got it right. South Africa is where you need to be, guys. Come on.
No, it's not. No, dude, like, there's a reason my South African mate's now living in the UK. He said, like, he loves South Africa, but he had his own guards in his house complex. You know,
Sham's got it right.
Look, South Africa isn't the safest of countries, but it's still an amazing
Yeah.
country. It is
Yeah,
beautiful.
It's
It's got
definitely-
wildlife,
yeah.
character.
Dude, I'm with Anastasiia on this. I think it's got to be Spain.
I
LJ,
think-
I'm with you.
think
It's
it's
going to be
gonna-
Southern Hemisphere, Australia, South Africa. I'm happy. Done and dusted.
I agree. Yeah, I would agree with you, Rich, as well. Yeah.
There are
I think the whole point of making good money as well, because there is a part with the taxes stuff, but the other point of making good money is that you can choose where you want to live.
It's not even
without
good money. It's
that
online money.
consideration.
The minute you have enough money to be A, online, and C, live in an area of your choosing, I think that's the luxury. You know, that is
Yeah.
the luxury.
Yeah, the point is, like, you know, how basically my point is how some people in America, where they make decent money and they might be in tech or something else, even if you just work at not trading like a normal job, but then they'll switch states purely because of tax considerations.
Exactly, yeah.
Like the whole point why you're trying to do well for yourself is to have the lifestyle that you want. Okay, you paid an extra 8.7% in tax. Who cares? If you want to live in California, live in California.
Yeah, I
Don't move to
suppose.
Texas don't move to Texas just because of some tax consideration. So I think there's the 2 points, and it's a personal consideration if that matters much more for you, and it's also going to depend what stage of like growth you might be in, because I've also thought about doing that, going to Dubai, because like if you're saving 50% on what you do every year.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
You know,
what I mean.
you're halving, like what you do in 5 years here is equivalent of a decade
Yeah,
elsewhere.
Yeah,
Se, which
literally,
You
then
can save some
right.
taxes if you set up the business there. There is a corporate tax. You still save some.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
try this. If you already want to go tax free, you go completely out. You sign yourself out of all the countries in Europe. You stay nowhere more than 3 months. You travel like you're free completely, you know, and then you can you can go wherever you want. At this point, I really wanted a place to live. Like I love traveling, but I want my base. So if I'm done with it, I'm tired, I want to go somewhere. And this is like there are so many beautiful places. I really want to go to South Africa still, you know, it's still on my list, Australia and New Zealand. But I think for living, it needs to be optimal. It needs to be a good service, good food, good quality living, like real estate and everything, good connections so you can actually build your social circle as well. Need to be able to do the hobbies besides just looking yourself and working. You know, there are so many things. It needs to be like if you have a family, it needs to be like good education and everything for kids, you know, good opportunities. There are so many
Yeah.
things to consider. I didn't really find anything more optimal than this so far. I believe there are, and especially for people who love cities, and maybe it's Singapore, also Hong Kong, you know, like things like this. But I really love my nature. I get depressed in a big city if I just get out and it's constantly like big city and traffic. So for me, it was good. But again,
yeah.
for
Anastasia, I'm the exact same as you. I think if I was in a big city, I think I'd get depressed pretty quickly. I love my nature too much. Had that not been an issue, I think I probably would have considered moving to Hong Kong by now.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the other consideration with, like you're saying, if you want like education for kids and stuff, that's a whole other like game. That's when you're in the next sector. So
But I mean,
even
it's
if I went
what you've
somewhere
got to
else,
consider,
that would
you know?
be an example where I would still probably come back to Australia as far as education, that kind of stuff.
No, when it comes to education, I'm like,
lifestyle for kids and that kind of thing as well. So
education got to go to Hong Kong or got to go to China. You know, like
mate, they all come here.
Just
What?
homeschool.
Are you kidding? They all come to Australia. Yes.
I literally said to my missus, I was like, because I said to her, I was like, go on then, tell me. Like, there's a joke going around, you know, that Asian children are significantly smarter than black children.
They've literally
Wow.
had to reduce like the number of entrants because that basically funds all the universities here, because it's equivalent of like a Louis Vuitton bag or some kind of, you know, Gucci whatever stuff here, having something like they all come over from China, etc., come to our universities, they pay.
Oh yeah, the
$4.
universities, yeah, fair. But like initial, like first stages of education, they're like doing like GCSE maths, or they're doing like high school maths at like kindergarten level. They're like her maths and her like arithmetic and all is just insane. Like she's pretty much my human calculator. I'm like, see,
Yeah,
I need
we have
some
the
calculating.
same. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same stuff here. Like all my classes, like we had 3 of us that were actually Australian.
Yeah.
The other 28 in the class were either Chinese, Singaporean, and some Japanese.
Yeah.
That was it. So same deal here. Like hence everyone comes over here because they want to put their kids over here for that reason, and then
Do you guys know what is the Math Olympiads?
Yeah.
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 Okay, so the American Olympiad team is all Asian.
Yeah,
The
no,
South
I
African
know, mate, literally, yeah,
is all
fair.
Asian. It is when it comes to mathematics, incredibly intelligent. So it's just one of those things.
All right, guests are sorted
Indeed.
for education for children. Check now to find a wife.
Now to find a wife.
So Akram now knows where he needs to go for education. He just needs to find a wife.
So yeah, there you go. Like Henry was saying, so Henry's from here as well, right? They come as international students, pay huge money to escape China and come to Australia. There you go.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I mean, Australia is an incredibly diverse country.
Oh yeah. It is the single most diverse country on the planet. So
Yeah, well, no wonder it's massive. It's pretty much its own continent.
Yeah, and just as far as different people and stuff, and that's why we have a weird accent, because the accent is like a blend of every other culture.
You said it, not me.
Spun into one together, right? So.
Yeah, do you know what makes me laugh? And this is what I love about Australia. It was quite funny. So back when Australia was built, it was all built through prisoners and like convicts. Yeah. So Australia are built and based around on convicts. Now, can I just say, Australia as a country is probably better than most civilized countries out there. And you've got to question yourself, like, you've given a bunch of convicts a country and said, do what you want. And they've somehow made a better country than most of the countries that sent the convicts there.
I will say that because the thing is, when they came here, the land was so harsh that literally only the top tier level of people survived. Quite literally, everyone else died. they didn't make it, which is true. That is true.
Yeah, fair.
And so you got like everyone that had that kind of mentality and that kind of thing, and that's where Australia has that whole underdog mentality, working hard, smashing through things, perseverance, resilience, all that kind of stuff, and just getting it done, that kind of thing. And that is part of what has built the country. We are also the lucky country in a way with the commodities stuff, which we have not taken advantage of. And everyone recognizes that, and that's starting to change. But the trouble is, every prime minister or political attempt to take advantage of that, just like I don't know, the Nordic countries do, they've all gotten voted out of office, etc. So, hence we pretty much give away all of our minerals and resources for free, which is very silly. So, yeah. But it's starting to change.
The same bubble there, unfortunately. We have, what is it, like more than half of all of the gold that has ever been mined in the world comes from South Africa, from the Witwatersrand area. And we have diamond mines, we have platinum mines and all of that stuff. But it's not owned by the South African people. It is basically, it was bought out by countries overseas, as an example, and then they just come here, they export all of that stuff. Like, for argument's sake, diamonds. We don't really have craftsmen in South Africa that can really form the diamonds, cut diamonds nicely. So what happens is we export the majority of our diamonds to India to be cut, and then we buy it back from India at a premium. So it's just, if you don't have those things in place, then obviously the rest of the world's going to take advantage and just take it and bring it back. And,
yeah.
We have the same deal with natural gas, oil. We sell it overseas, then buy it back overseas at like a 200% premium, and everyone's costs go up. It's like, dude, what are we talking about? It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense.
You know what's funny? Like, and this is not like a political thing or whatever. We make our own gasoline, fuel, petrol. Okay, so we have a petrochemical company in South Africa that makes its own. All right, but what happens is we export most of that fuel. So one of the countries just above us, Botswana, we sell our fuel to them, and you can buy it cheaper for the same liter of fuel in Botswana than you can in South Africa where it was made. It is ridiculous. It's like twice as cheap. So if it was, for argument's sake, 20 Rand a liter as an example, their currency is the pula, and the pula is roughly the same value as the Rand, and you would get it there for 8 pula. So that's effectively 8 Rand. The exact same fuel that's made here. It's just, it boggles my mind.
And that's the exact point with, if we come back to like trading and the whole thing, a lot of that in Australia is now shifting, and the political climate and the willingness from the country, the populace, seems to be much more in favor of that over the mining companies. That kind of most of them are overseas. A huge portion, like 70%, 80% almost now, are all overseas. Majority of them Chinese, where we've even sold ports and that kind of thing to China. Now we're trying to reverse that, and hence coming into the next decade, you're very likely to see stuff like the Aussie dollar just rip. The same way that the franc has a very strong position with their current account balance and what they've done. We have superannuation here. That's basically the retirement accounts and funds here. They can't invest further in Australia because there's not enough liquidity, where they actually are forced to go overseas. So more and more of that will be realized, and is being realized by overseas funds, etc., which will come back into Australia, and Australia's gonna take off with that kind of stuff. So that's the
Australia is going to become an investment vehicle in the near future.
Yeah, and we've got all the stuff lined up. We're happily in between both China and the US as far as that fight. We've got the commodities, we've got the positioning as far as if you want to go to extremes, considering like global war type aspects, that kind of thing as well. You've got every single positioning leveled up for Australia. The only thing we need to sort out is basically like housing and demographics with that kind of stuff to have more people come in and actually have more cities than what we have now, because they're getting massively overpopulated per se as far as like real estate prices, that kind of stuff, which puts a chokehold on economic activity, because everyone's funneling that into real estate, rent, mortgages, that kind of stuff, which is not real economic activity. It's kind of just a arbitrary banking finance thing. So that's if you figure that out, Australia, absolute monster from here.
I mean, isn't Canada in the same boat basically when it comes to their housing? Like they have a massive country, but like the areas of the country that is actually populated is something like less than 12% of Canada.
It comes down to like zoning regulations, like government stuff. So people would like to build in certain areas or do whatever, but they just can't. And it's kind of weird that the government hasn't just expanded that. Like, even if you can see where they're getting massive from like taxes, that kind of thing right now, from the constant like flipping of transactions from properties. But if you expanded that just at a minor level, that would be healthy for growth, but still keep the current playing field intact.
Yeah,
that makes very much sense. But they're not quite doing that right now. So, yeah.
Cool.
Dude, I was just looking at EU and GU. My God, there's a disconnect. Look at this.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like,
Definitely.
so I've just come to the charts after this morning's stream with myself and Rich, and there wasn't much going on for us. We didn't really like what was going on in the markets. Gold looked okay. I missed a gold opportunity, which I was super gutted about. So I noticed this area of consolidation here. We got the breakout. I should have entered here. Coulda, woulda, shoulda sort of thing. But I didn't. I don't actually know why. Maybe I was just freezing and half asleep. But yeah, I wanted to take this gold long. And then before we knew it, we just broke and closed above what I wanted to see as a TP area. And I thought, okay, can we get a retracement back to the consolidation before continuation up? We didn't. It just plowed through and just carried on moving up. So that was super cool. But now we've consolidated. So that's my interest on gold gone out the window until we get a breakout of some direction and some hope.
Would you consider shorting here then?
It depends. It really does depend on the momentum shift.
If you consider that, like yesterday, we got that big $70 downdraft.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you say up from here, either whether you run it right at the highs at like, what is it, 96, right?
Yeah.
Or you could even go 3,900 and like 1 or 2, but with a potential 70 to 100 downside.
It depends. I mean, look, we are consolidating. If we can break and close below, then I mean, I may short down to this level here.
So we're getting very stacked.
Yeah, 38.64.
You know, like, are we going? What are we going to keep going up from here? Come to the end of October and be at 4K.
I'm actually expecting to be at 4K for the futures market. We talked about this with you, LJ. Remember, like literally last week.
And the futures market obviously is different.
But it's only like $100 difference or something for the units. So I'm expecting it to actually go to the 4K. It's really close by there. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't go. Like, I don't know how to short something on the all-time highs when it's so strong. If you look at the 4-hour candle, it's incredibly strong. I mean, maybe my brain is just not wired for this kind of thing, you know. But like, because it obviously did work out on the earlier tournament as well, but I'm expecting it to go higher, to be honest.
I don't think I think we're cooked. I think we're burning the steak. We're burning the chicken right now. You know what I mean? Right? We're pushing it like
it's getting tough.
Okay, so at this point, who are the primary drivers for gold? So it's been institutions. So government entities. Right, so central banks and governments themselves, right, with the Treasury. The US recently this week has finally tipped over $1 trillion in their own holdings, $1 trillion worth. The further push that we've had up from this has been from institutional buyers. So hedge funds, managed funds, pension funds, leverage funds, all of that kind of stuff. If you're an institutional player right now, and you're trying to be smart, and you're coming up towards the end of the year, and you've had this further push, and right now we're in October, we're not even at December, you've had every reason. You've got the government shutdown. We've seen this further drive up. Are you going to punch the throttle now? Or are you probably going to wait and potentially take some chips off the board?
I reckon
or at least cover or hedge, whether hedging via some kind of options level or something else. Like, I can't see any reason why you would be punching this further right now.
I don't know. Like I said, you know, we're
within like a $10 or $20 variability, right?
I still reckon we're going for gold. Quite literally, we're going for that 4K mark.
Yeah,
I've marked it up here. You know, I've marked it up here, and I reckon we could even see it in October. I really do. If we don't see it October, early mid-November, I don't think we'll see it this year, because once like late November, December comes in, people are going to be taking money out of the markets, people want to get paid, Christmas holidays, etc. Institutions are going to start closing down for the winter, or certainly closing down for the Christmas holidays. Then no, I don't think we'll get it. We'll probably see it in January, because that's when people are going to start flooding back in the markets and putting their money back in gold. However, well, look at the rate that we're increasing up now. For the guys, I did see someone's comment yesterday. From about yesterday, my gold trade. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, 100%, mate. Look, if I had a crystal ball, hindsight trading, I really should have held this. I held it all the way through for quite some time. This is on the 15. Let me jump back down to the 5 minute. There we go. So I held this for some time, and it was just the amount it was stagnating. It was just oscillating in the same price point for way too long. And then we got this nice little blip up, and I thought, you know what? Break even. I actually think I took some profit from it. So I thought, break even. I'm happy with that. It's invalidated my trade. It's just, I wanted to see this move here. And I was telling the guys on stream this morning I wanted to see this move here, but I wanted to see it here. I don't mind a bit of a pullback. I was happy for it to come down and retest this zone here, which it did. I was fully happy with that, but I didn't want to see this consolidation. I didn't want to see it just press pause for all this time. What I wanted was a pullback and then a continuation, and it was going to be this move up. So that's what I wanted to see. Didn't see it. Invalidated the trade due to the time that it was consolidating for, and then had a nice blip up. And out.
I would say to you, Will, the later time is typically when you actually get that move in gold, because that's when you come to the end of day for the London session, and so you get the LME closing with the final orders, and then you tend to drive just ahead of New York.
Yeah.
So that typically is actually where you get that that drive on.
You're talking about the drop on gold that we are cooked, LJ, but literally just an hour ago we renewed the highs. Okay, 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Now look at but so the thing is, you have to realize that yesterday, for instance, when we had that $70 dip, whatever it was, right? You're clearly seeing the sensitivity and the fragility that people are looking to jump out. Everyone's looking for the pinpoint where we hit those tops, and you hit that, and everyone goes sell, 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 and you get that momentum the same way that we've had it the way up. Right?
Yeah.
Stairs up, escalator up, elevator down. And at this point, I have to say, we probably have everything roughly priced in as far as bad as things can be. There's every single reason for gold to be going up. We've had the best month on record for 14 years, since 2011, with the European debt crisis for gold. Now, are we in a European debt crisis type situation right now? To be honest, I don't think so at all. So if I'm putting my macro hat on and kind of trying to look at this as like a collective,
dude, your
situation,
all the fundamental is frying my brain. I just look at price action.
This seems, but it's a combination of both. So the thing just sets the backdrop, and then you go and delve into the actual price action in the charts. I can't see any rationality for this to sustain. Almost in the same way that when we had the Trump freakout, when we had Liberation Day, and markets came off, and since then we've come right back up and ripped the whole way, and everyone's been trying to price that the forward picture would be terrible, and it hasn't been. And even going into Q4, it's going to be better. And Q1 of next year, of 2026, and 2020, and Q2 of 2026 is probably going to be better. People have been wrong, right? And so the same way, it's basically the inverse of that, where you get the pump up and then the crash, or the drop and then the rip, right? So I see this as kind of the opposing picture. This seems too extreme per every single. When you consider bond market, the stock market, Bitcoin, the dollar, euro in that basket, the yen in that basket, the franc in that basket. Gold is smashing every single other considered market on the planet. This seems a bit extensive. And like I said, there's reasons for it to be going up, but going up at this rate seems this is hot. This is
It's that
very
rubber
hot.
band effect. Keep stretching it. It's either going to break or it's going to shoot off.
Yeah, and exactly like you were saying, Rich. So like, what are we going 39.50 4K? Like what?
Yeah, I'm expecting.
So
4K.
hence, on the basis of probabilities where we are now, if you take the 20 points, if you size it properly, the 20 point plus minus, so on the top side, with a potential 70 to 150 downside, you know.
Do
You
you
know
guys
what?
know what is the gambler's fallacy?
What?
In what sense? Which one? I mean, there's many.
Well,
be honest.
the gambler's fallacy. The gambler's fallacy is that we've been doing this thing for a long while. It's now due for the opposite. So if I'm playing roulette, it was going black number, black number, black number, black number. It's due for a red number. So that's the gambler's fallacy. The idea that we're due for something in the opposite direction.
Yeah, doesn't mean it's going to happen.
No, but it also doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Yeah, because the inverse is the same take, right? And so
the probability going black again is exactly the same as if it's going to go red, because each individual spin is a unique moment and has the same probability. And it's the same with the market as well. We've been so overbought, the likelihood of us reaching 4K is there, obviously, because people want it. It's a psychological level. But the question is, what's going to happen when we do hit it? Is it going to be the same psychology that pressed us up to that point is going to say, okay, now we're out?
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of TPs at 4K, so I think that's where, we're going to have a big drop to the downside at 4K, because there's going to be a lot of people taking their money out. So therefore,
if I was an institutional player, I wouldn't be putting it 4K. I'd be putting it before, because people are looking for 4K. So I need liquidity to exit. So I'm going to be running that before that number to get out, so I can fill those orders and I get at full profit level. I drop out. We don't make it there, right? That's kind of the game, right? And like Rich was saying, like, it's exactly that. Yeah, 50-50 with the thing. And then the only difference is obviously markets aren't like a structured fixed set probability distribution of, obviously, like you're saying. And so hence that's where the conditional probability, being markets, people have entered a certain point. They have certain bonuses, all sorts of things coming up, certain quotas to meet, fiduciary responsibility, etc.
I know.
Are you going to chance it for another, I don't know, 5%?
I don't know. That's the last thing I'm gonna say about it is, and then I'm gonna need to go, is that last week you said exactly the same, and a week later we renewed the all-time highs again.
What do you mean I said the exact same?
You said exactly the same thing last week.
I'll make sure.
All right, flip it. Prove me then. Prove me, because I don't think so at all.
I'm not saying that you're wrong and it's gonna continue higher necessarily. I agree with Rich here that it's 50-50 chance. But I don't like that's the whole point. It's a 50-50 chance. I don't think we need to be looking into the downwards direction when it keeps pushing and it doesn't show any sign of weakness. If they would take as much as you can say that you can see how fragile it was when it dropped $70. You can also see how fast it recovered back. The V-shaped recovery was intense. I got actually cooked yesterday on that one. I got my stop loss because I was expecting the price to continue further after the drop down, but the recovery, when the speed of it was incredibly high, which means there are still buys coming in the market.
Yes, so, I definitely agree. But the same way we had last night, we had the 70-point drop, right, which I captured as well. And Akram said shots fired right now. And Akram, you can tell me right now because he was looking to short, and I said, look for 3890 to 3900 first, and then we'll see that, right? So I definitely agree. But if we're then thinking about probabilistically as far as a trade, especially intraday right now, what is the probabilistic element? Almost like you're playing poker, that you're going to like 39.20 or you're going back to 38.50, right? And that's what trading is. It's like a probabilistic game within whatever time frame you've manufactured, that you've structured for your trade. And so with where we are now and how we've set up and how we're now trading, I would say most likely we have probabilistically more downside. So hence it's not a 100%. But if I had to base it on the basis of probabilities, that's where I'd be positioned. So
Let's see.
just like
Let's
last
see
night.
tomorrow.
So
We have an hour. We're gonna have
I mean, time will tell.
wrong.
Quite literally, the one thing we can guarantee is time will tell us exactly what's happening.
So let's let the time tell us until tomorrow we get another stream together, LJ.
Look, when LJ is proved when
Exactly.
LJ is proved right, we're all gonna be like, "Wow, amazing!" But if LJ is proved wrong, everybody's gonna be like, "See, I told you." So it's a probabilities game. Nobody knows. We expect that to happen.
All you
obviously.
need to know is, gold's going to do something, and we got to react to whatever it's about to do.
That's why I say react to the market. Like,
yeah, literally,
don't try and anticipate, because
don't predict, react. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Like I said, depends if we get the break and close under, I'll consider selling this. It will be a short-term scalp sell, and I am. We got that break and close under. We've come back up. We've had a 3-wick rejection to the top. So I'm looking at this now and thinking, all right, let's see if we can short scalp sell this. And if we can, happy days. If this hits stop loss, then maybe this is heading up quicker to 4K than I thought. I think we need a bit of a pullback first, and then I think we will start heading up to 4K. However, though, I think we need to have a pullback first. So I'm selling the pullback.
Anastasia has to go. She's trying to say bye.
Anastasia, we shall let you go.
Bye, Anastasia. Have a good one.
Cheers.
See you later.
Okay, have a good day.
See you next time. But yeah, like I was saying, the whole thing is probabilistic, right? And so you're trying to find where the interpretation from every single data point that you can have is a differential between what the market is offering you, right? So if you would deem that the likelihood that we go down is like, I don't know, 60%, these are just hypothetical random numbers. But what the market and the structure is presenting to you, that it's like 60% upside, that's a clear differential that you can go, hang on, this doesn't seem quite right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong, but net, probabilistically, on average, you're going to get the higher return, right? And that's basically what trading is. The same thing with poker or blackjack or any probabilistic event, or if you're trying to arbitrage gambling aspects. If you bet on, I don't know, F1 or something else, you have qualified information, and you see that the pricing for that information is incorrect per what data you have put together. You bet on it. You take a position. That it's the same thing with a stock. When a stock is very low, and you can see that the prospects for the company, you believe the market is saying that they're 10-15% to do well. You say, no, I think this company's actually got some legs, and it's probably more 40-50%. You take that position, you buy the stock, and then some are going to fail, some are going to absolutely rip. And that differential is basically what you call your edge, right? So the same way here, that's basically what I'm trying to communicate, what I'm looking at.
Look, I agree with LJ in this, that I believe that we are a little bit overstretched. However, I'm not claiming that we're not going to hit 4K, or my question is more the idea of what will the reaction be when we do hit 4K, as an example. Have we overvalued 4K as a benchmark area where reactions will take place. And what kind of reaction are we going to have? Is it going to be the fact that it's a rubber band, we're pulling back and the rubber band breaks and we just crash? Or is it going to be one of those where the rubber band is released and it just flies? And the thing is, I think you should always consider the psychological effect that a level would have. Like, there's so many market players and everybody is obviously trying to make money. That's the point. It's like, you don't want to go into this with the idea of losing money. So everybody wants to have the best price. They want to get the most value, etc., etc., etc. This trade of yours looks actually pretty good, Will.
Yeah, I was just saying, I want to break and close above. So that's the B and C. So break and close, below. And we didn't quite get it. But like I said here, this candle preferably needs to be a strong bear candle. And this was a strong bear candle. So right now it is lining up quite nicely to
in 1 sec.
favor my direction. Oh, goodbye. Okay. Yeah, no worries, man.
So it looks good.
Yeah, it does. It does look really nice. So I'm hoping this can be about $400, depending on the momentum. Like I said, discretion's going to kick in with this one because I am selling counter trend, and gold being the way gold is at the moment, counter trend is not what I want to be trading. So we'll see. If I can. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, if I can scalp trade this, if we start wicking above, like if we can't close below this over the next 1 to 2 candles, I'll just instantly close it and take like $150 and be like, yep, sweet, happy with that. But if we can break and close below it, I said above again, didn't I? If we can break, I thought so. Apparently, I really want to buy this. My internal is telling me
your bias is absolutely set.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. If we can get a break and close below this level here and show some structure shift or continuation shift to the downside, then I'm gonna be a very happy man. But if we wick and we continue to wick and we fail to break and close below it, then I'm just gonna happily take my profits and run away. It's $150. I'm up $160, $70 at the moment. So
you're aiming for Tokyo high, correct?
Yes, looking at around $419. So Tokyo high, $419. Break and close. The break and retest zone for buys. It's actually perfect within my fib level as well. We've got this order block area down here for those who trade that, or you call it a rally-based rally. So that's what this is. We got a base here. So far so good. I mean the confluence stacking. This isn't what I call low-hanging fruit. This is my potential point of reversal. So my OR, potential point of reversal. So this is my potential point of reversal, and it's stacking up for the continuation for buys. However, that's why I say that I'm selling the pullback, because this is only a pullback before potential longs, and this is where I want to be out. So this is my closest point that I could think, I'm happy to take out here, because this is my potential point of reversal, or on trend, potential point of continuation of the higher time frame. So that's why
I agree. Shorter time frame, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And it's above a 1-to-1 as well. So 388 risk and 419 reward. So it's above a 1-to-1.
Yeah. What I was basically trying to highlight as well for some of the other guys here, like if you're looking for the 4K, you got to think about that probabilistic aspect. Like if you're trying to go long from here and see that, you might get, blown out by it, tanking. And that's kind of the thing I was trying to highlight.
Yeah.
With all of this. So, and the same way, if you go back the past number of years, gold very much likes to respect those round levels, those like $10 levels at each single point. And especially once we get to those round, if you want to call them century levels per se, like 100, whether it's 1,000, 2K, etc. They'll be like millennial, but they're in blocks of 100, put it that way. It tends to pause and pull back. So we've seen that when we're coming to 1,000, came back down, back during GFC. After that, ripped through that, came just up ahead of 2K, came back off. When we came up towards 3K, that was the only pause point that we had as well before this running on was just before that came back. Same thing here. I don't know. It tends to repeat the same things. And that also then goes back to like we were talking about the other day with total market cap, right? If you actually think about it in that manner. And that's something you have to go into like quantitative finance, do more, run data, that kind of stuff, see where these pieces level up. But you can see how the excess amount of capital that would need to flow into the asset, weirdly enough, tends to dry up at those certain points, which is also, you could argue it's just an anomaly, right? Because you don't have enough data sets. But
right, just let you. Sorry, LJ, just going to interrupt you there. Just let you know, I've taken out of gold. Unfortunately, super gutting, but we got an invalidation. So, and what I mean by that is we didn't get the break and close on this candle. Massive wick candle to the upside. I was like, no, like if it broke and closed, like
when you short though,
yeah, like
what?
even if it was here. Sorry, break and close below. Did I say above again?
No, you said below.
Yeah, you said below, but hence I was confused.
Yeah, so I was shorting this and we didn't get the break and close below. We got a massive wick up and it invalidated by breaking and closing above, showing it wants to potentially continue up on the 5 minute on the short time frame. Like I said, counter trend. That's what I invalidate. That's what I use as an invalidation for my trade. If this goes and hits TP now, it'll be annoying, but it's my strategy. It's profitable. It's got a good win rate, so I'm fine with that. Also this could potentially completely reverse. So I'm fine taking out where I have, like I said, break and close on the next candle. Didn't happen. And what do you? I saw a comment up here. Will, what is a beer candle? A beer candle, I suppose, would be a candle full of beer, but that says beer. So I mean, let me know where I've misspelt beer. Misspelt beer.
Bear, like bearish. Bear.
Yeah, last time I checked, that is beer, not beer. That is an A. But dude, can you imagine? Oh my god, you should like create a Forex pub, like where you have candlestick steins of beer.
Yeah,
dude, that'd be sick. But no, that was a beer candle, not a beer candle, and I have spelled it correctly. So let me know if maybe you can't read it properly. Maybe I need to make it a little bit bigger. Can we look at gold, please? Pulley, stop being a muppet. This is gold. You can literally see in the bottom right-hand corner.
Definitely very much been talking about gold for some time.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Pulley? Come on.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
we've been talking about.
Having said that, I'm guessing Pulley's being sarcastic. He's
being sarcastic, guys. Seriously.
He does love a bit of sarcasm.
Obviously.
Talking about gold, please, guys. We've been talking about gold for half an hour. Can we start talking about gold? Come on.
Oh, okay, yeah, I thought it may be Pulley. Yeah, it's Pulley. Shut up, man. Again, Kavika, don't worry. I am being nice. Me and Pulley get along very well. He's part of my community. We rip into each other on a daily basis.
He's my uncle.
Yeah.
No.
He somehow,
weapon.
yeah, he somehow thinks he's the chairman of my company, which is strange, but we let him believe it.
As a weapon, Pulley's great. I love Pulley.
Me? Question mark.
Yeah, we do love me. Yeah, we do love you, Pulley. I was joking. It's your accent. Sorry. Oh, really? Oh, no way. That's what I mean, dude. Like, I didn't hear that. Beer candle.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, no, I kind of hear it. I kind of hear it now.
Beer candle.
Beer candle. Dude,
we're going bearish, guys.
We're going bearish.
We're going bearish.
Sounds almost bearish. Like Irish. Guys, we're going bearish.
Yeah, leprechaun.
I mean, I'm trading gold as well. I'm not wearing that.
I was about to say the Irish in you.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm proper Welsh blood. I got no Irish in me. I got no anything in me. I'm dragon through and through, mate.
Nothing but red.
Nothing but red. Dude, like me and the missus joke about that all the time. You know, like a lot of Wales and dragons, Asian culture, dragons, Welsh culture, dragons, red. You know, dragons, Wales, everything red. Same with Asian culture. Good luck, and so I thought, the only thing that
I'm gonna
I'm
on
gonna
the
have,
union.
I'm gonna have
And you guys
dirty
lose.
blood children though. My children aren't gonna be pure Welsh blood. I'm gonna
Oh,
end.
they're
I'm gonna
gonna
end the era. So
They're going to be red all over, red-blooded.
yeah, but they're gonna be half Asian though. They're not gonna be like proper Welsh. They
Shouldn't they be like full golden then? You've like matched the two things, so now they're just full gold. Like the dragons with gold, right? So now
Yeah,
they're just
yeah,
really
they will be
red.
the ultimate dragons, the ultimate dragon culture.
Ultra fortune.
Yeah, mate, literally. Like talking about,
Yeah.
like I'm slowly inheriting in the Asian culture. I've literally got my little cat.
Oh, you've got one of those little like
Mate,
cats.
I've got one of those cat things. I found them hilarious at the start. I said to her, I was like, "See, why, what's with the cats? Like, explain that to me." I was like, I couldn't
Right, I feel like
understand it.
any Asian place you go for like food, if they
They
don't
need a
have
cat.
them, there's something wrong. You should leave.
Yeah.
It's no good.
Yeah,
Right? They need, if they have these
They don't
little
have a
cats
cat
everywhere,
waving at you.
it's going to be good food.
Yeah.
Right? If they don't have them,
if
bad.
they don't have one, don't go there. Like, don't
Yeah.
eat at
It's
a
about good luck.
that doesn't
Yeah.
have a
If
Buddha.
they don't have it, you have no luck eating their food.
100%. Like, if
What-
they
what
don't
are they
have
called?
a Buddha and a cat waving at you, like, don't eat there.
What are they called? Do you guys know what they're called? Or someone in chat? Do you guys know, what are those cats actually called? Is there a name for them?
I think it's just a money cat.
Cat.
Yeah, I think it's literally just a
It's
money
a money cat.
Is that's what it is. It is
I just call it the money cat.
So for those of you
Right.
who don't know what they represent, so this is money in I'm pretty sure it's in Mandarin. So it's money in Chinese, and the cat waving is actually welcoming in money.
Yeah, it's like
So
bringing it.
yeah, so
Right.
I had it because she got it for me as a gift. I put it under my computer, and she's like, no, stop, no. Put it by your door or by your window. And she went proper, like she called me in the middle of the night and was like, I saw your Instagram story, move it now. Like, I mean, like she's passionate about this. She was like, get it out, like move it right now. And I was like, why? She was like, just do it. So I ran up and I put it in my windowsill. She's like, oh, that's better. Wait, which way is it facing? I was like, what do you mean, which way is it facing? Why does that matter? I was like, it's facing me. She's like, turn it round. I was like, what do you mean turn it around? She's like, it has to face out of the window or like out of the room.
Yeah, to bring it in.
Dude, like she was passionate about it as well.
Right.
Like she was like getting frustrated at me. So I turned it around. She's like, oh, that's better. And then she went back to a really calm girlfriend again. And like she turned into like some really crazy superstitious woman. I was like, oh my God, chill. She was like, and then she explained it needs to be facing out because it's welcoming money in. If you turn it around, it's pushing money out.
Right. I feel like we need to start like an Australian one, but it's like a crocodile that faces out and just like scares everyone.
Yeah.
It's like,
No, well, you need one of
come
those.
in here,
It's like the Aborigine. I can't remember what they're called. They're like it's like a big cylindrical tube.
Oh, didgeridoo.
Didgeridoo?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're one of those.
It's not going to
why did
scare
that sound
anyone
like-
though. I'm pretty
why
sure a
did that sound
crocodile
like
is
that
way more
shit?
scary. You got the crocodile that's going to like chomp you up and like death roll you. Like I'm pretty sure that's much more protective.
I mean, fair.
Like-
yeah, true that.
I'm going to play my wind instrument and scare you away. Like, come on. What are you talking about?
Or it's like the Pied Piper, isn't it? You know, you
Yeah,
play your,
pull out
you
like
play
a
your
violin
didgeridoo,
and
and
like,
then-
run away.
Okay, no, I mean, if you were playing a violin at me, I would run away.
Or even a guitar, anything. Like, okay, this is cool. I'll hang out here.
Yeah, but isn't that what didgeridoo? It's like the Australian welcoming. I'm didgeridooing your money in here.
I mean, yeah, but the point was like the crocodile like scares away the bad stuff, right? So it's like the inverse.
But what if it scares
like,
away your money?
Stay away from here.
The cat is welcoming in money. It's like money, come.
Crocodile
I'm coming to the pussycat. Like, not gonna lie, the fucking crocodile over there. I ain't going over there.
Exactly. It keeps away all the bad
Yes.
juju, right?
It eats up all of the bad juju. All of the ones that's trying to take your monies away.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, fair. I
There you
see
go.
logic. I see logic. Okay.
And
I'll allow it.
there you go.
Guys, this is what I was talking about. So look at this. This is what I mean by my invalidation, guys. You know, there's proof in my madness. You know, there's money in my madness. Look at this. Big wick. Second wick.
Yeah, it is.
Third wick, and now it's starting to head a little bit further up.
Logo. The crocodile.
Yeah. I do still think we'll get down there. Like,
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think we could
Sure.
head down, but you know, I got an invalidation, so I don't care for it anymore.
because the other point with the shorts, like I was saying earlier, like we could still get another shunt higher when we get the ADP, right, coming through, and then that ends up being like a blow off top if somehow it comes out like very poor. Then that gets sold into, and then we drop off.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. Fully agree with you. I'm just seeing Kavika, but you get mad when other people rip into me. I'll tell you what. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try and show you what happened in our community yesterday. I got ripped into by every single person in the chat for about an hour, and then do you know, to top it off, my brother came in and he started ripping into me. So I don't get mad. I love it. It is genuine banter.
It's good fun.
Rip into me. It really doesn't bother me. I love it. It's so much fun. As long as we do it as a joke, you know, when people start ripping into you and meaning it, it's like, dude, just don't be a dick.
Yeah.
Whereas
We know when to be serious. We know when a conversation needs to be had. But overall, the community is incredibly like sarcastic and over the top, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
bro humor, if you want to call it that. We like taking the mickey out of each other, kind of like thing, but it's done out of love. It's done out of respect.
Invite me then. Invite me. This sounds like my kind of place.
Yeah, sure. Like get in there.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, you want to be in there. It's savage. Like, it's not savage for everyone else though. It's only savage for me. I swear. I don't know why I stay in that group. I've created a group for everyone to just rip into me on a daily basis. I'm like, yeah fair.
What's Louis asking? What's your community, Will?
It's called Apex Brotherhood. So it's all things like fitness, health. You know, we promote being healthy, promote going out and about, and you know, getting out and walking, staying with your family, looking after your mental health. You know, looking after your bank account health as well when it comes to your trading. You know, most of us in there are traders. My brother is a personal trainer for traders as well. It's all free. You know, we don't sell anything in there yet. We will eventually, but we also do apparel. I'm not actually wearing. I'm wearing my rugby hoodie right now. I'm not actually wearing my Apex hoodie. But yeah, we have
one day you're wearing your rugby apparel, and we're not talking rugby. What the hell, man?
I know, literally. Like, every time we talk rugby, I'm not wearing my rugby apparel. Every time we talk, like, there's a link, or like every time there's a link for my Apex, there's like, I mean, technically, I got it in the bottom right hand corner here. There you go, Apex Brotherhood. It's just all things good vibes. Okay. You know, we all trade in there. There's a voice community in there. My brother is going to start doing like 3 days a week. Like, he'll do like an exercise session, like at home calisthenics, to make sure you're staying healthy. Okay, my brother's watching the stream, guys.
This is Feline Futures. It's a brotherhood, yes, but women are also welcome. It's just a brotherhood. It's like a group of people, and women, any ladies, you are all welcome.
Yeah, the reason we call it brotherhood is because we want to grow the relationship amongst other people that me and my brother have.
We should call it a fellowship.
What?
That's a good idea, actually. The fellowship. Yeah, that's a good.
Well, I've already done the branding now. Where were you when I was creating the branding for it?
It literally just popped in. Now,
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that also sounds better in general. Fellowship sounds. Fellowship. Yeah, I feel like it catches.
Yeah, well, it's brotherhood.
I definitely think that's.
It's been made. The apparel's been released.
We're all going on a journey.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, to be fair, it's just all things good vibes. So, guys, if you do want to have fun, and you know, we do live stream as well, Apex Brotherhood Trading. We live stream just before the 5ers go live, and then we push everyone over to the 5ers to come join us. So, if you want good vibes, you want a lot of fun, you want to rip into me for free every single day. So,
dude, I'm in.
LJ's instantly there.
All right, let's go.
Yeah,
so Rich will back me. So Rich will be on my side. I know he will.
You know what the worst part is? I went to the event and I saw Rich, and we were having a coffee, and Rich goes to me, "Oh, I got a message from Pooley." I thought, for God's sake. He goes, "By the way, he said you're punching way above your weight." I was like, yeah. I was like, gee, thanks. This sounds about right. Honest to God, Pooley makes
God.
me laugh, man. We had a voice call yesterday after the stream, and we heard Pooley's voice for the first time on voice chat, and it was so funny. There he is.
All right, there you go. Void's in. Pooley's asking me to join as well. I'll join.
Dude, you want to get? I don't know.
Rahul, you are missing out, my friend.
All right,
We're not joining your cult.
we'll go.
You're
We'll
missing
do it.
out, mate.
We'll do it.
You're not joining your cult, Will. Rahul, I don't blame you, mate. It is a cult. It's a we hate Will cult, and instead of mass suicide, we're all just gonna like gang up and kill Will.
Yeah, like literally Louis, like Louis' last comment. Will who just subscribed, and you're wearing a dressing gown on stream. This morning, Will rocked up in a dressing gown.
I rocked up in pajamas. I was too cold. I walked up in my pajamas. I put the heating on to 22 degrees, got in my office, and I just did the whole stream in my dressing gown. So,
God.
Yeah,
Absolute shock, mate.
Yeah, we have fun.
I will say, Rich,
Seriously.
as a side thing, are you in any trades right now? Or looking at anything? Seeing as
No,
I probably get back to the charts as well.
Yeah, we should. Like we've been going off script for quite a while. I haven't entered any trades. I've marked up trades, but I haven't taken them. Gold looked nice for me today, and euro looked very nice. But I wanted to trade pound, and pound was just not doing what I wanted it to do at all.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to say. As much as we've been like hanging out, that kind of stuff. To be honest, we're not seeing much as far as indications from the charts right now.
No, literally, I saw a tiny gold scalp. That's about it.
You know,
I marked.
So same with, euro dollars come up to that point that we marked out with Anastasiia earlier. Euro dollar. That's pretty much it.
Are you looking at like the break? Oh no, I need to move my money cat again. Are you all about the
move my money cat?
Oh my God. See, you'll be.
Yeah, I was checking this EU sell, and I marked it up, but I don't know, just I didn't have conviction in it going in that direction. It would have been a really good trade, but it was I don't know if it was fear or it was just I didn't see it like really playing out in my mind. And then I just decided I'll mark it, take it as a forward trade, and I'll put it in my journal as to say, okay, listen, didn't have conviction in it because GU was not really running the way that I wanted it to run, and they were just polar opposites of each other today as well. So it's just
yeah, I don't like trading days where they're complete polar opposites, EU and GU. Unless you're trading like euro pound as a confluence, then I mean you could actually then move over to euro pound and have quite a good some good trading. You may have some good trades.
Yeah, euro pound is definitely the one to go with that stuff. Definitely.
Yeah.
I would say I think the anxiousness in the market around some of these assets is because we don't have NFP. Right, so it's purely because basically tonight the ADP is going to be NFP per se for this week. So I think that's kind of where the concern is with that stuff and exactly how long we get shut down for, and hence we're not moving erratically at all, but we are shuffling around, and you can clearly see concerns both ways because we're coming off, we're coming up, we're coming down, we're coming up again.
Feels a bit aimless.
That kind of thing. Yeah. It's clearly people that front run NFP. We're now not getting it at all. We've also had the end of month, end of quarter. So you have the new month, new quarter flows at the same time. And so there's going to be a mix of these trades coming through the market. So
yeah, Replay Renegade saying, how about Cable? Cable's bullish, the opposite to euro dollar. We've got a nice break and close above. We pull back and continue higher. Honestly, I don't see why not. If we look up on a higher time frame, I We are showing that real breakout of this huge sort of sideways price action. So I think it'd be quite nice if we can have that breakout now. But I mean, we are looking quite high. There we go. Continue again onto the 1 hour. Let's have a look at what the 1 hour is doing. There we go. So we've not got, if we look left, we've not got much now until we see this sort of price action. So I think we can move a little bit higher, certainly up to 35,029. I think that would be quite interesting to see what happens there. But other than that, I'm not sure. Maybe a bit of a pullback. It would be interesting to see what New York session does. I think that'd be super interesting. And do we get a break? Do we get like the break and retest of this breakout zone on the 15, or are we going to pull down a little bit further and head it down into some sort of like 5 minute? So if we can head down to the 5 minute, where could we look? Maybe here. So maybe some smaller structures. Maybe if we look at the, a fib level, our fib level is going to come to around here somewhere, which would again be the 50-minute break and retest zone that I just described. So, I mean, I think buys could be pretty valid at the moment in GU. So we'll see. I mean, time will tell. We'll have to see and try and work out what's going on forth into the New York session.
Definitely. Haresh was asking about oil, so I'll just jump over to mine for that.
Sweet.
So oil, definitely. So I think around here, you're looking at pretty decent buys. You've got good support through here that you can lean on, right? So we did have that slight pick up over the week. That was based off the Netanyahu and Trump talks. Hence, if, the Gaza-Israel situation calms down, that also makes sure that the Iran situation won't pop up again. We also had the random chatter from OPEC that potentially they're going to be increasing output. Now, we had the dip from there after. We zoom in, we can see, which was after OPEC came out and denounced those rumors that they were going to increase output. So since then, we have picked up. I think even if they do increase output, it's kind of out there in the zeitgeist now. If they randomly change their minds, it's not going to be a big dip. So overall, this is the range. Hence, I've got this mapped out. This big gray square you can see here is basically the range for oil. So anytime we come down here, this is very much the leaning point at 61.5. So I would say from here, you've probably got a fair, reasonable entry for us to go higher and at least come back to this 50% sort of midpoint for gains. And potentially we then run on higher from there. As I said, all the output stuff for oil pretty much in the bag. OPEC might increase slightly. They've said that a number of times, and every time we've had that, we haven't been able to crack through this 60, basically 61 level for oil. And overall, you're seeing even through here, slightly higher low, 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 right? So this is probably the floor, and then we start to move higher. So especially if this is like a swing trade, you can get in here, you've got a clear point to lean on, right? With good upside and get the carry and the swaps going long and holding that over time. So there you go.
Oil, liquid gold.
Liquid gold. That's it.
Yes. Wait. Yeah, fair. Liquid gold, in my opinion, is honey. That's liquid gold.
That is liquid gold, in fairness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But just what the world was running on for the longest time was that their oil, that their little nuggets of gold.
Indeed.
Oh man, looking at the charts now. When I say looking at the charts, looking at what I trade. GU starting to head down now. Could be interesting. I'm going to stay on the 15.
Hit the bottom support and reacted off of it, but it looks like it wants to turn back down again.
EU, I'm not sure what EU wants to do. Gold I'm going to keep I have marked this out on my trading view as well, so I'm going to keep it drawn up on my trading view. But I'm happy. I'm over the moon I took out. You know, like I said, I took out for a reason. Perfect invalidation. It'd be super interesting to see if this now drops. And delete all this now. There we go. So it's going to be super interesting now to see if this does or would have hit my TP. But right now, I'm pretty flat in the market, man. I'm not really seeing much.
Yeah, I'm with you, Void. I'm also looking at the potential for an EU short.
I feel like we're both clicking it.
Yeah. I clicked it and then went, then I clicked it again. Then you clicked it, and I thought I'm just gonna not touch it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Pooley, 15 minutes to ADP.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Yeah. So, I do agree with the EU shorts net. Like I was talking with Anastasiia, I want to see that lower drive overall. So, right now, waiting for
agreeing on that. I want EU shorts, but now that we're talking about ADP, no, I'm not in. I'll take these hands and I'll sit on them.
Yeah, if we were getting NFP today, I'd still potentially run it. I probably still, that said, actually still wait for the ADP to come through because I think it's going to be decent. Then short afterwards. Overall.
So you're still expecting macro weakness for the euro?
Yes. Yep.
Or are you saying dollar strength, or just vice versa?
Yeah, so more so dollar strength overall. As far as the euro side, we're pretty neutral. When we got the inflation data, they don't really care about inflation right now. It's mainly about growth and employment. And inflation came in pretty just mixed to flat to who cares, right? So it's not going to change anything. If it came in a bit higher, you might have said, okay, they won't do that one final rate cut. We'll just sit here. But it did come in lower. So still probably will be one more at some point. Hence, we have a general weakness in the euro. But it's not like a major deal at all.
Yeah, nice.
Cool.
Yesterday, long on gold would have played out if you hadn't TP'd early. I didn't TP at all. I just brought my history up now. I've only taken one forced exit, which is a stop loss on EU. The rest I took out at break even, and I've taken out for the reason purely because it's an invalidation. So what you're looking at right now is a $620 or gross profit. It's a $590 net profit gain due to me understanding and following my plan with my trading strategy. Now I could have waited Kavika and held for a full TP, but that wouldn't have been following my plan, and I would have hit a really good home run as well. I would have hit about $4,000. But truth be told, as much as it sucks, but eventually you start to realize this, I'll take my $620 gain over a $4,000 gain if it means I'm following my plan, which sucks and it sounds stupid, but my plan is more sustainable and long-term growth for me. Yeah,
I don't think that's stupid.
Yeah, so
yeah,
a $4,000 day sounds good, but you don't know how often that's going to happen. So
there's some times where selectively you'll take that, but other times if you're very 50-50 and you're pretty right, you don't have an excess of confidence, then yes,
I have a good saying, and it goes for a lot of things in life. When in doubt, pull out.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Yeah.
Take what you will from that.
If you don't go in with a plan, you're basically gambling.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Definitely.
Exactly. And that's the point, right?
Yeah.
You should hinder on the side of reservation rather than just going ham, right? Because the whole point of trading is to survive, not to clean up in one day. You got like tomorrow, then there'll be the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next month and whatever. 100%. You're here for the long term, not for today or tomorrow or the next hour.
Yeah, it's like the opposite. You know, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I'm here for a long time, not a good time.
Yeah, you're definitely not here for a good time if you're trading.
No. You're here for a long
Why
time.
we have communities like this where we just, I don't know, take the mickey out of each other.
Yeah.
Pink unicorns, huh?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Exactly.
Guys, you're about to see, like Kavika especially, like you think that I hate having like been ripped into and rinsed. If I lose to Jonatan on tomorrow, you're about to see how often
Rip him.
I get ripped into, because I've got a forfeit if I lose, and it's not
we had to wait here.
It's not a good forfeit, and I don't want to do it. You know, I promised the group. It's going to be a good
I love
time.
you, Kavika. I love you. It's hilarious.
How you guys doing?
Good, Jonatan. How you doing, man?
How you doing, mate?
I'm all good, man. It's a good weather, you know. I was having a cigar in the sun, watching what I thought was going to be some really good trade ideas. But then I was working on something, right? I was working on something, and I was listening on the live stream in the background, and I kept hearing like,
mate, the market was not moving.
In France, and I'm like, wait, that's what are we talking about? So I listen, right, and then okay, back to work, right, and then I'm like hearing like Asians taking over the schools in Australia. It's like, wait a minute, like, okay, so where's the trade signal here? So I'm like, okay, I got a short. All right, so I got a short Euro AUD, and
did
so
it
that's
play
what
out?
I did. I thought it was a short idea. Yeah, so the thing is with Euro AUD, it's...
I will tell you, since we stopped talking about this stuff, we've dropped viewers. So apparently it was good.
Yeah.
People love poetry.
If it helped,
Look,
I did have a gold short in the background.
To be fair,
we just
we were wrapping around to, you know, I pulled in some side macro stuff, and at the time, like the market was not moving. So what are we gonna like look at the same stale chart? Like, come on, Jonatan.
Yeah, the market.
I know
is
you're
not
having
moving,
your cigar.
So, okay,
you weren't
so
looking at the market.
Can I switch to my screen?
Yeah,
Can
go
I
for it,
switch
man.
to my
I'm
screen?
flat in the market, guys. I'm actually going to shoot now. So I'm going to love you and leave. Wow, actually, maybe I'm not going to shoot. What's going on there?
Nice.
Dude,
Right, so
that's
GBP
awesome.
CHF trade.
Please tell me you jump back in.
Oh yeah, definitely. The same entry.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, and you were complaining about the fact that we were not giving you signals. Look at this beauty that you just caught now. That was without us.
Yeah, this is the giraffe in France pattern.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. That's all Rich's fault. It's the giraffe pattern right there. Look at that long neck.
Look at that head.
Those
I like
legs.
that. I like that.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's Rich's giraffe pattern.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I shall see you all tomorrow. And Jonatan, I hope you're ready, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be
Looks
good.
like, it looks like the Loch Ness Monster. Oh, okay, that's better.
me.
Actually.
Yeah, it's Nessie. Well, no, I've already that LJ.
You know, broke.
Yeah,
look
I've
at
already
this.
got Netflix.
It even listen.
On the
It even
lockdown.
broke the neckline. Look at that. Even broke the neckline.
It did as
No, he
well.
broke his
Oh,
neck.
dude, you.
So
Mate,
now we're
you-
looking
you're
at
gonna- you're gonna come
potential
out on
retest of the
YouTube.
neckline.
You're gonna come
What
out
a
on
full
YouTube.
giraffe. He broke his
make-
neck.
Genuine, like.
Jonathan's giraffe signals.
Yeah, this is so. Either we're gonna get a. We got the. This is just a head. So this is just a head. Head pattern, or we get a breakdown of the head, and a retest of the neckline.
I was gonna say, yeah. Is it gonna
That
go
giraffe
down?
have a really long.
Listen. Is it going to puke?
I was gonna say that. Or is it gonna?
And
reach
he
up
was
like
he was
leaves?
he was talking rubbish about us talking about whatever we were talking about, and this guy's talking about a giraffe. Drawn on the
chart.
charts, puking.
At least ours was nature
And
and
Jonathan-
like
Oh, you guys need to get back to the charts. Like,
Like-
we were talking about
painting it on the
jurisdictions for traders to live. that is optimal for living. He's
Yeah,
talking about
we
giraffes
turn it into
puking
like
on
a
each other.
full-on residential sort of educational,
Yeah, it's valuable.
nature like David Attenborough. Now we're just looking at like giraffes on the chart. Now
Yeah.
we're looking at doodles.
Yeah,
To be
man.
fair, it's a pretty
Someone,
good.
please let me go, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, see you, Will.
Take care,
I
man.
I shall see you all tomorrow. Jonatan, I hope you're ready. I hope that giraffe strategy and concept is ready to go because you're going to need
Definitely
it.
is.
Nice.
Guys, thank you so much. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.
See you guys. Ciao.
Thank you. Take care.
See you, Will.
Well, all right, that's me as well. My
All right.
allotted time is
As well,
up.
Rich.
Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a lovely one.
All right.
Thanks for the
Take care,
chat.
Richard.
Have a good one.
Henry says, big,
Ciao, man.
watch what you're drawing. Yeah, I'm drawing these. I've stopped using the I've stopped using the brush in TradingView because I keep doing the lines and the circles, and a lot of times I've been very close at doing
Then we're not going to get your beautiful giraffes. We need
And
the
my-
beautiful giraffes and animals.
I feel like there's a delay in my mouse. Like I gotta look at what is actually.
What do you mean? This is my chart, if that's what you're looking at.
How is the CPU at 100%? I'm not even. So what's the thing with the task manager in Windows? Like you feel like the computer is just very slow, and then you pull up the task manager and it's like, it's not, it's all right. And then you pull down the task manager and it's just back to.
What websites have you been on, Dunton?
Sorry, what?
What websites have you been on?
Well, I do have
It's a bit sketchy.
on TradingView. Apparently, on TradingView had 23 different processes on TradingView, which is a
You've
bit
got
too
a
much.
crypto miner. There you go.
Yeah, and Brave. So Brave is doing like 40% of my CPU, which feels like quite a lot, but it's probably streaming and everything. And I got 200 tabs open.
Yeah, look, I'll say. I mean, I'm using Chrome, but it's about 50% of mine as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably have to do a restart. I think MetaTrader actually.
How much RAM
do
how much RAM do you actually have? Because you upgraded your graphics card, but did you upgrade the rest of the PC at all?
So yeah, I upgraded. So what I did with the RAM is 32. I think that should be good. Or is it 64? Let's see.
You need 64 these days. Like I still have 32, and it's these days it's the same way you need to upgrade your graphics card, right?
Yeah.
You need 64 these days. That's kind of the base standard. Especially when you're running MetaTrader, Chrome streaming, CTrader, whatever else, right? Yeah.
I actually only have 32. Yeah, I need to get more memory.
Yep. You should
Definitely
have
need.
4 RAM slots, so you should be able to just pop in.
Yeah, I do have 4.
They're
I think
only-
I have. I think I have. Maybe I have all of them 4 already filled.
And they're not expensive. Like it's like $50-$60 for another stick of RAM, pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty cheap.
Definitely.
But yeah, we do have ADP in a minute and a half now.
Well, so ADP in a minute and a half, and that's going to be, I guess, slightly more important than not now because of the fact that people are looking at.
We're not getting NFP. I'm expecting a slightly better non-farm payroll. Sorry, ADP jobs number.
Okay.
Worse. And we've seen that in the past a little bit. Everything's coming off. So
we got some real nice movements on USD CAD. Definitely looks like it's getting ready to put in that rounded bottom that I looked at recently. I really like this on a 4 hour. Looking at the daily, we have really good. So this is pretty much the perfect type of close that I would like to see on the daily. Of course, we got 9 hours left on the daily candle, which of course. So actually,
that's what we wanted, though, right?
Yeah. And if seeing this on the daily, this is a pretty much a perfect swing point on the daily, right? Because you got well, actually, I guess depending on how tomorrow's daily candle is going to close, we have potentially a very good swing point with two higher consecutive higher points on each side of the doji candle. That's pretty much like the I guess you could call a standard definition of a swing point, where you have a low and you have consecutive higher prices to either side of that. So what do we have? We have. Do we have anything happening? Why can I not?
My number hasn't printed yet.
Yeah.
I think there's a delay.
Looks to be a delay, which is not very weird considering the situation in...
there we go. Here it is.
Okay, 32, so it's lower than expected.
Worse,
all right, it's rather... It's quite a... So I haven't looked at the... okay, we got to get an alert on AUD JPY. So we got AUD JPY reacting quite heavily on that. We got gold. Let's look at gold.
That's pretty in line, though. So it's kind of weird that we're reacting that heavily.
So I haven't looked
at
into
the deeper numbers whilst you do that stuff.
So could you maybe see if you can find a chart with like historical figures? Because you could look at this number and say, well, 32 is lower than expected, but how much lower is it? And what's the usual range?
I can do that, yeah.
Because if you look at price action, where so if we go to the 1 minute and we look at gold, this is a reaction, but the fact that we're getting bought back.
This is the worst in some time, to be fair, but
really,
yeah. Hang on, I'll bring up my personal brokerage.
So we got a chief economist from ADP. Says the year started with strong job growth, but that momentum has whipsawed by uncertainty. A variety of things could explain the hiring slowdown, including labor shortage, skittish consumers, and AI distribution. So what I'm reading from this is a weakening jobs market. So I'm thinking dollar, like I was hoping that we would see dollar strength from this, but wow, look at that. Look at USD CAD.
Minus 32. Minus 32K. Hang on, I'll show you this. So this is basically the thing we're looking at right here, right? This guy.
Yep.
So write down. Expectation up here. We came out negative.
What's up with July? What happened in July? Was that just normal numbers? Was it revision? Is just that?
I believe from memory that was like an anomaly as far as the seasonal calculation. So hence the revision later was higher. That's why we got this massive number after. So that was revised. So the question is, will this also similarly be revised? Right.
Okay, can we? So what is the ADP? What are we looking at? What are these numbers?
So these numbers. So this white line is the expected number. The bar here is where it actually came out. So we got negative 32K instead of the expected plus 50, I believe it was. So expected was plus 50. We got minus 32. The previous was revised minus 3. But you can see how we had these revisions previously as well, where they're revised higher.
So basically, what we're looking at here. So ADP is the job growth in the private sector. Now, what's different between ADP and NFP?
So private payroll, different collection of data, different entity. Non-farm payrolls, obviously, the US government is a massive portion, and then they collect the total payrolls collected, right? Hence, outside of farming, non-farm. And so private payroll, it's two different methods without going to a big thing. The other thing with NFP, for instance, as well, how it's basically just payrolls. So this is why we've had the discrepancy, because with NFP as well, if you work 2 jobs, you're counted twice, even though arguably you're just one person. Payrolls, as far as the ADP, obviously there's going to be more private payrolls, and those people only tend to work one job, obviously, because it's more professional services and that type of thing. So that's the difference. Typically, the other number, these are going to be pretty stable. You can look through GDP, economic activity from companies, the Fed government surveys. You're going to be able to deduce that ADP pretty closely. Hence, it's not really looked at as a major portion. It's kind of just an inference to the rest. And these people tend to earn higher wages, so it's also not as important, because when something does stumble, they don't really get hurt as much as the lower band of employment, which is going to show up more in the NFP and the unemployment data. So put into simplest terms without actually going into a longer spiel about collection of data, that's kind of the general bit.
So basically, what we're looking at here is we're obviously looking at something that is. I see now that traders are adding to bets of 2 more Fed rate cuts this year, which would of course be show up as increased weakness in the dollar, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So if we're looking at the dollar currency index, you can switch to your screen. We're looking at, just a quick look at the dollar currency index. The reaction to this is obviously quite bearish. We're coming down and testing level not seen then since the 24th of September, which is last Wednesday. So basically retracing back down to last week's low. That, getting close to the last
thoughts on
week's
NAS. Based on this data, I would be shorting from here, to be honest. So it was whether you got up to these high levels. This is roughly where the options data is. From here, we've had the drop down just prior. We've come back up. We're not really kicking on. There's not a great read as far as employment and company structure. So from here, I'd probably argue for sells overall for the NAS. The other portion, as far as the activity, you're going to see outsized activity for today for the ADP, given we don't have the non-farms coming through. So this is basically Friday NFP right now. Pretty much just had it. So we've seen pops in Aussie dollar right up to 66.30, euro dollar, same deal. We haven't managed to establish any kind of close. that wick is basically just at the top of these bodies here. I would say from here we probably unwind, to be honest. It's not convincing enough as any kind of detriment to the economy. Nothing looks too bad. It's just a variation. Just like non-farms have variance in the actual headline number, ADP has the same deal. So I'd probably look to reverse this overall. I'm going to wait another probably 15 to about 40 past, to be honest. But
I'm surprised by the strength from Bitcoin and the overall crypto market today, because if we're looking at the US indices, we got NASDAQ down on the day. We basically got all the US indices down on the day except is that Russell 3000, I believe? I don't know, but most of the indices, the US indices, are down. We are, however, seeing the European indices up, but Bitcoin is up 2.5%, with Ethereum being up almost 4%, and most of the altcoin market being in the green today. So there's a bit of a disconnect between the US stock market and the crypto market. That's not something you see. Not something you see every day. And it does happen sometimes, for sure. But the question is, I mean, we know that Bitcoin is not leading. I mean, Bitcoin is definitely lagging the major indices and the overall risk sentiments. The question is, will the US indices kind of bounce back and start trading higher, and then Bitcoin will continue its run higher, or is this Bitcoin basically hitting resistance and then it's going to fall down based on the overall sentiment in the markets? I wish.
Yeah, so this is pretty much what I mapped out with Dirk. Like, either we hit this level, run through, come down to 200, then bounce off, or this level caps. We come back up, which we did. We've had basically a retest. Hang on. Slightly higher low, and then now we started coming up. And this is my squiggly from Monday when I was talking with Dirk. Crypto is definitely going into a bullish sector. Q4 for the past 10 years plus has always been the most bullish period for crypto overall. The other thing that you have, I don't know if you saw, Jonatan, the other day that what's his name, Eric Trump's son, was further touting Bitcoin the other day, talking about M2, talking about QE, which QE is a very long way away. We're nowhere near that point yet. But I think that's the further impotence that people are starting to catch on whenever either Trump talks about, hey, the stock market's really cheap right now, or talks about a certain stock specifically or something else. And then he does something and we rip. And so I think part of the outperformance from the crypto market with that is, hence hearing that, people are willing to pile into that, hold it, knowing as well Q4 in general has that seasonality. As I've said to you before, I don't like seasonality without the context of the macro backdrop, I should say, from each period. You have to take it with the context, not just as a general, it went up or down. But I would say that is probably one of the premier reasons why we're still pumping higher for Bitcoin right now.
Okay, guys.
What's up, Samir? How's it going?
Welcome back.
All right. Thank you. I just got back from the gym, and here
Nice.
we are.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Nice.
We are doing analysis on the BTC.
I'm gonna say, man, the trade early today, very good trade. And even if we did a rematch, I mean, you would have definitely won that first. So I think fair and square. Even though Anastasiia had some issues, technical issues, you would have won that matchup anyway, because that was a good trade right there. So congratulations, you're on to the next stage. So, guys, we're gonna do a wild card. We're gonna send out a survey, a poll, ask which ones you want to get back into the competition. Which means that tomorrow's matchup between me and Will is not gonna be the semifinals, and I'm not able to like edit the tournament on the tournament page. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to set up.
Just do one in Paint.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just open Paint and just draw it back.
Yeah, so I'll either create just a new one and or I'll just do a quick little Paint session. Man, Paint, long time ago. I remember in school we
Yeah,
used to
same.
spend-
In school, we used to use that
Yeah,
Paint. Yeah, back in the days, it was Windows XP.
that's
or maybe
right.
98.
Oh, dude, Windows
maybe
XP.
in Jonatan time.
Windows
one of the
XP was
best.
good. Like that was. I remember when XP.
I
And it had
Yeah.
all the themes. You had like you could install like have different themes and everything. Man, I love that.
if
That
I
was so
could have
cool.
Windows XP right now,
Yeah,
just with the newer processing power, that's what
yeah,
I would take.
100%.
That's when it was simple, it was nice, it was clean, it was easy, no garbage, perfect. That was prime.
Back then, I used to have Linux as well, and like what you could do with Linux back then. Like I gotta say, like Windows 11 today is man, it's pretty good actually. I think like compared to back then, yeah, I love it. It's actually pretty good.
It is good. It is good.
It is really
Software
good.
these days, but
A lot
Yeah.
has changed actually. The technology wise in last 10 years. If you see,
Yeah, no shit. It's pretty intense
yeah,
changes in. But you know what? Like, it's not really. I mean, it's definitely moving forward. But I mean, look at your phone. I mean, the phone that you have today is probably almost the same as it was a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago. I mean, it hasn't really changed that much, has it? So I think like the next thing needs to be like, obviously that's AI, right? But like, what if I thought about this like yesterday? I was out on my run doing some brainstorming, and I'm very into AI, like, and I really do believe that AI is the future, and if you bet against AI, you're gonna be bankrupt, But I feel like the money that has been poured into AI is so basically it all started with OpenAI, right? OpenAI started with this promise of AGI. So and now we're talking about like before they became like a for-profit non-profit organization or whatever.
whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, they started as a non-profit, right? And Sam and Elon, they talked about how like the sole purpose of this company is to create AGI without profiting from it, so that the sole purpose of creating AGI to be aligned with human goals and intentions would be not be hindered by the idea of making unlimited amount of money. And then Elon left. Sam went into a for-profit organization, and now they're just still talking about how the sole purpose is to create AGI. But we kind of understand the idea behind OpenAI now, right? It's just about creating consumer products that make a shit ton of money, basically. And they're building these massive data centers, right? We're talking about like the hyperscalers, like massive. If you see pictures of this, what they're planning, it's so insane, right? It's so big. So you have environmental people basically saying, the amount of electricity and the amount of water that is needed to run this is just enormous, and it's most definitely going to have a negative effect on the environment, because you can't run this on renewable energy. It's not possible. It requires such a huge, massive amount of energy, and the thing that executives in the AI space are telling like regulators, etc. They're saying like, well, this is not really a problem for the environment because when we have AGI, AGI is going to solve our problems, right? AGI is going to solve the environmental crisis. It's going to solve diseases. It's just going to solve everything. So, and the
I think it'll
regulator,
be inverse
yeah, and the regulators is
before
basically
that
saying,
because they'll be forced to figure it out before that
yeah,
because otherwise they can't grow. The
exactly.
single rate limiting factor is energy, and they
What
literally
do you think
need
about
the
trading and
equivalent
AI?
energy of the sun, right, to actually run this stuff. Because if you had one person doing it, you'd have enough energy. Problem is, you have so many companies all trying to compete at the same time, so they're all stripped for energy, right? And so, by definition, it's going to drive renewables through the roof because they actually need that to actually function. So, I think we'll come before that in order to get to AGI.
Yeah, but the
Right.
problem is if AGI is needed to create AGI, we're never going to create AGI. And the question is, with the rate of development we're seeing right now in AI, I'm thinking that there is a possibility, and the more developments we see with AI. I mean, we saw Sora 2 getting released like yesterday, where basically you can now make. I mean, 1.5 years ago we had Will Smith eating the spaghetti video, and now we have Sora 2, which is like 1.5 year. You basically go from like spaghetti western to Marvel, right? In 1.5 year, like it's this insane development, right? So, but I'm thinking, what if AGI is 50, 60, 70 years, which is not really a huge time span when we're talking about the revolutionary effect that AI is going to have. So then what if AI is going to be in 50 or 75 years? Then the bubble is going to burst within that time. There's no way we're going to be able to keep up this momentum and the investment into AI for 50 years, right? We're going to go through multiple market cycles before that happening. So I'm starting to think that maybe this is actually is a bubble. And as soon as someone says that like the AI is a bubble, I'm just thinking they have no idea the power of AI. But now I start thinking maybe it actually is a bubble.
I don't think it's a bubble. I think it's pretty appropriately priced, to be honest. Almost the same way that you had the internet. Even if you look at Apple, Amazon, Google, whatever, if we're talking about especially like valuations pre-COVID, we weren't anywhere near $1 trillion. And now we're looking at a lot of them going towards $5 trillion. And at that point, we had no company over $1 trillion except for one Chinese company that turned out to be a fraud at one point.
That's the real estate one,
beyond,
right? Evergreen.
before that, right? No, this was before Evergrande. This was another company that was doing like nuclear stuff and some other garbage, whatever. So if you look at the total addressable market and you go, okay, all the blue collar, blue chip companies, they're going to be pretty static. They'll get a gradual increase as far as GDP. They're not going to expand massively. These companies will actually probably set in foot with where they are, almost the same way that iPhone eventually went everywhere and it's still dominating now. So I don't see it as unreasonable at all, especially if you get the increase in liquidity. And this is the other thing, where you're discounting the amount of money that will be pumped out in between. Technically now, they're actually cheap because it's just kind of fair value per the number of dollars in the future that will be in existence in supply. Right now, it's a different question. So once you consider that, that's like the second derivative of the calculation. And then it gets.
So you talk about governments basically injecting more liquidity into the market, printing more money.
Yeah, because
man, they really love inflation, right? They
yeah, it's the problem right now. It's the same way how a bunch of economists are getting the U.S. market very wrong right now because all the liquidity is coming from the private sector, not from the Fed. And so it's the private sector and the government pumping out productivity, right, and liquidity. Now, at the same time, the private sector has massively deleveraged since COVID. So you don't have, per what you would expect from that kind of increase in liquidity and that activity, some kind of troubles, wobbles, crash type scenario, because they're massively deleveraged. So they're actually doing it very sensibly. And so the government aspect, the governments are doing this stuff in a wazoo kind of way. And now the governments, like, how do they fix that? Like, a company either goes bankrupt, they fire people, that kind of stuff, blah, blah, blah. The government can't really fire a bunch of people. They can't go bankrupt. They're not going to default on debt. They can't really raise taxes because it's politically not acceptable. So the only lever left for them is to just print more money and devalue currency and then try and make up the difference. And also, this is where the acceptance of the higher than average inflation portion comes from, because either you increase GDP or increase taxes to pay down debt, whatever, or you just inflate things at a slightly higher rate nominally, which then actually makes it level, rather than increasing the GDP or some other kind of metric at the same corresponding rate if you just accept a slightly higher inflation rate. And
So
then if you get
that's
Europe, Britain, Japan, all the other countries to accept that at the same time, the same way that we had QE, it only works because everyone did it at the same time. Now that rolls over everyone's book, and they're all basically in cahoots with that. And we've seen they've already done it before. They're going to do it again.
So when people talk about growing out of the deficit, that means basically increasing productivity, increasing GDP, right? But on the other hand, we're talking about raising the inflation to 3%, and that's an alternative way of doing it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because then, essentially, your debt is X amount that you got to pay out. But if the inflation rate is 3%, and then you're printing a corresponding amount of money, and if it was 2%, and say the debt you got to pay is 5, your differential is 3. But if you say, hey, we'll get a 3% inflation, and our flat rate is 5, now it's only 2. And now that's a very big difference between 3 and 2. If you think about percentage terms, right, you're 66% of the prior 100. So you've saved a massive portion. And then you try and basically massage these kind of numbers to get it all to work to the future. And that's 100% what they seem to be going for right now.
So raising so basically the Fed has a inflation goal of 2%, and if they raise that to 3%, it basically gives more room for liquidity to be injected into the market, and if we do get that, we can expect more money in circulation, easier to pay off debt, which means money gets cheaper. And
so essentially, what your hurdle rate is debasement of currency. So already they're debasing currency by about 8% a year. Then you have to add on inflation on top of that. So if you're running 2%, you need to make at least 10% a year, every single year, no matter what, after tax as well, because that's the other portion, to be flat. If you're not making 10% a year after tax, you're losing money. Now, if they increase that, then it'll go to 11% or 12% or something else. Then you also got to be making profit if you want to make alpha above that. Therefore, you need to be making 14 to 15% minimum a year to be in a good level after tax, to actually be outpacing what governments are doing right now. If you're not,
So-
you're losing money.
So investing in the S&P 500, even
Is
though
keeping up with the status quo, basically.
yeah,
And
so I mean,
that's the exact reason why they go up 8 to 10%, and same with real estate, 8 to 10% every single year, because of the debasement of currency. They haven't actually gone up in money. You just increase the total supply of cash. Therefore, they go up by default, but technically they're actually staying flat. And then the
So, you
question
know,
is, are you in that game versus other people that are not holding those assets? They get poorer very quickly. People that are holding them at least go up. They've not technically made money, but the people not holding them have lost money. So by definition, you just not making money means you have won against the basket of everyone else not holding things.
and I think this is why it's
Does
so
that make
difficult
sense?
to and I mean the more knowledge I get on this and the more I read about money, I mean the more I start to understand people that say like, yeah, money is just a scam, you know what I mean? Like, to be able to the way that money is created through debt, and the way that people or people don't understand that inflation is a tax, and the way that governments are printing money, and they're printing money to bail out. I mean, they're printing money to bail out banks, and they say they print out money to bail banks because the economic catastrophe of them not being bailed out is too big. But then inflation goes up so big that the middle class are never going to be able to get out of debt, and they're not getting enough money after paying all their taxes and everything. They're not getting enough income to actually save, and even if they do save, they might save it in a index fund that is not even outpacing inflation. So there's no wealth creation, and I think that's that's one of the biggest problems in the world today. I believe that it's if you're not, you're gonna make a lot of money to be able to survive inflation long term. I mean, you truly need to make a lot of money. Anyway, I had a question.
Exactly. I was going to finally answer that. So, US won't default with that, Henry. Like, because so the other portion is that the government is over 100% debt to GDP. The consumer is roughly 1-to-1, so roughly 100% in the US. So, for instance, in Australia, the consumer is like 180% debt to household income, right? But the government is like 30% debt to GDP. So if in that event they wouldn't default at all, they can print all the money in the world that they want. And that's what the US has been flexing right now. And they keep using that dollar pressure. The same reason we haven't had war, because they use the dollar as a weapon. But if they keep pressing it, they're going a bit too far. People start to lose confidence, and then that's when it unravels and spirals away. Same way that, the pound used to be the reserve currency, and then it went away after World War II, right? So the same deal. So with that, so what they would have to do is potentially raise taxes massively. Obviously, it being the US, if you did that, there'd be chaos. Everyone would go nuts in the streets, blah blah blah. Because the country is chaotic. So that's basically the trouble. But anyway, enough of that. I probably need to go and get some dinner now as well.
Yeah, LJ, you've been live
Been
here
hanging around for a bit.
for how long? 4.5 hours now.
Yeah.
So definitely.
It was a good time. We're having good.
Yeah,
good chats
definitely. It's
with
good
streams.
conversations. Great conversations, and I really do enjoy it. We had a question saying that someone asking if we actually share our explain our trading processes or strategies somewhere. Well, it's here, and in questions like this, we try to answer them. And I want to explain some of my trading methodology from a swing trading perspective. And I gotta say, I'm as any trader out there, I'm always developing. I mean, my trading style it doesn't really look the same from one year to the other. The general principles are the same, and basically what it is, is looking at price action and the market structure. If I would kind of explain it in a very simple way, it would be to look at market structure and horizontal levels, and then getting into position based on a break of structure, which is also a break and retest. And so the break of structure would be the confirmation of an idea, and the break of break and retest would be the entry. So USD CAD is a great example of this. Now, this is a trade that I've been looking at for a long time. First time was back in May this year when I saw that this level was retested, and I remember saying, "Yeah, okay. Oh, that's not even my shot." But LJ, I'm not gonna keep you. I'm not gonna keep you here.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back. So
Yeah.
Take
All
care,
right.
LJ.
cheers, Paulie.
Bye.
See ya. See you, Samir.
See you, bro.
Take
Great
care,
trades
man.
today,
Tomorrow.
by the way. I loved your explanation of your trades after as well. That was really good. So,
Thank you.
I'll catch
Yeah, I
you later.
enjoyed that as well,
Ciao.
Samir. Very good stuff.
See you guys. Peace.
See you guys. Not guys.
Bye.
See you. All right, I'm just gonna raise my desk here, so I'm gonna mute the microphone just because there's a lot of sound. All right, there
Let's
we
see
go.
what
Okay,
chat
so
has to say.
I had a
The goal
question.
was really that was really the high where I
Yeah.
shot it.
That was a beautiful trade. That was a really, really beautiful trade.
Yeah.
So a quick explanation of my trading methodology, right? So I'm a trend following trader, but the more I trade and the more time that I spend in the market, the more I also the more discretionary I become. I used to trade a system. I know some of you in the comment section are past students of mine, and I know you've gone through an old trading course that I did that was based on a system called the RLZ method. I've explained this in the live stream in the past as well, and it's a very simple trading strategy where I also created an indicator based on that trading strategy. I can show you that indicator here. Before we go into that, let me just say that system I traded very profitably for a long time, had multiple trading accounts, multiple funded accounts, made quite a lot of money on that, especially during COVID. But then I became unprofitable with that system. And that was one of my most, I think, toughest time in trading, when I realized that the system that I developed myself, and I've been trading that system for, I think I traded 5 years before I started seeing signs that it's not performing as well as I would have hoped for. I do, however, see other people are using the system and it's kind of working for them. So I think it might be a case of psychology as well. I remember, that was around the time I started working for the The5ers and had other working in other places as well. And with the company I'm running, a lot of stress, and I think that affected me negatively. So that system, kind of was not able to trade that profitably anymore. But the general principle of that system is still the way I trade. But now I'm, instead of focusing on predominantly the 4 hour as kind of like an intraday or swing trading strategy, I now apply all my knowledge that I have in technical analysis onto the market from a more discretionary point of view. So I'm going to break down here 2 trades, one on USD CAD, actually 3 trades: USD CAD, GBP CHF, and Euro CAD. 2 trades and one that is just an idea. By the way, guys, it's not often that I, shill my own personal brand or something like that, but I do have a newsletter that's completely free, and I do believe that should be a link in the description. And a lot of these ideas, every week I do a analysis newsletter where I do macro analysis, macro technical analysis on all of the Forex pairs, and all the trades that you're seeing me take here in the live trading room is based on my weekend analysis. So basically what I do is every weekend I go through all of these pairs. Okay, all of these pairs, I go through them and I select a specific set of those pairs and I mark them as green in TradingView. I move them to the green list, and this is all I cover throughout the week. I got two sections because the top section are the ones where I feel like I either have a trade open, or I see that there's a trade happening within a few hours or a few days. That's the top list. This is just to monitor. And then I do my analysis, and I feel like I do really enjoy doing like technical analysis, like long-term stuff and high time frame macro stuff. So that's what I try to focus on mostly, and then base my ideas on that. But let me go through a couple ideas so you can get the idea of this. Okay, so USD CAD. This is based on an idea that was first created from looking at USD CAD. No, not USD CAD, from the dollar currency index. So if we go back to the dollar currency index here, we see that on the, this is the weekly chart. So you can see that the dollar currency index has been traded within, and this is the type of trading that I want to be doing. Preferably, I'd like to take just a few trades a month, right? And that is based on the idea that I know that I only really need 2 or 3 R in profit every month to be profitable. I'm only looking to make a couple of percent in profit every month. I'm not looking to pass an account in a month or something like that. I'm only looking to make just a couple of percent every month, because I am just looking to a hyper-growth account. For example, I'm happy to scale that, every 6 months or every 12 months or something like that. I'm only really interested in gaining just a couple of percent of alpha. And when I say alpha, I mean a couple of percent above the risk-adjusted return. Like just make a couple of percent more than the S&P 500 on a yearly basis. If I can make that with all my capital and all my funded account, I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that. So I move very, very slowly, and I try to only find the setups that are the best types of setups for the year or for the next few months. I'm looking to catch not a 5 pip or a 10 pip move. I'm looking to catch a 300, 400, 500, maybe even a 1,000 pip move. I want to see the big cyclical changes in the market. So on the dollar currency in the index right here, we see that ever since the financial crisis of 2008, we've been in a upwards trending channel here. All the major bottoms on the dollar currency index has been happening on this trend line right here. As a technical analyst, I'm looking at past price action, and I have the assumption that I think there is a probability of this price pattern to repeat in the future. And right now, what I'm seeing on the dollar currency index is a possible bottom formation on this trend line. Will it happen today, or will it happen next week or next month? I have no idea, but I know what I want to see for that idea to be activated. We see that the bottoms on the dollar currency index has been forming. On average, it takes about 150 days for that to form. We are currently, I believe, at 80 days or something like that. So we have somewhere between, let's say, 50 to 100 days on average for this bottom to be formed. But with the dollar in this range, we still have quite a lot of fluctuations to the upside and downside like this. And if the dollar is trading at the lows, we can be looking at USD longs. If it's trading at the high of this range and we see a good short setup, we could be taking a short. But if we break out, that's where we're looking at the huge moves for Euro USD and other USD traded pairs. So for example, when the dollar currency index broke down in February this year, that's where we started looking at a trade setup, which eventually ran 1,000 pips to the upside. Did not make as much as I would have wanted of that, but the overall idea was correct, and that ended up being a $1,000 pip move to the upside. And those are the moves that I'm looking for, and I only need 1, 2, or 3 of those every year. So that's the foundation for going long on USD pairs. Okay. So
Considering the
and then
things you mentioned, I think your whole time for trades is generally maybe few months or
so
maybe
not
weeks.
necessarily, because it depends on the swap, right? I can't hold a position that's flat for like 2 months because I'm just going to be paying a lot of swaps. So what I do is I on my personal account I can kind of do that, but on the funded accounts I try. I have a general direction, right? And I can hold a trade. I can. I'm going to show you a couple of examples, and I'll show you what I
Okay.
mean. But I've seen a lot of times that I've had some problems with the swaps when I'm holding for like 2 months and it's just flat. But I have a I'm gonna post a screenshot here in on TradingView, and I'll show you. So this is the seasonality of USD CAD. So you can see here for the last 10 years. Actually, it's not in the screenshot, but for the last 15 years, I'm going to post another screenshot and I'll show you. I'm going to go to USD CAD. This screenshot right here shows us that for the last 15 years, the same period that dollar currency index has been in that channel, every bottom on USD, or if you buy in September and you sell in the end of November, December, you have an 85% win rate, which means 85% of the last 15 years, this pattern is kind of playing out on USD CAD. So I'm looking at the Dixie, the dollar currency index, and I'm thinking I'm going to go long on the dollar, and then I'm looking at seasonality on USD CAD, and then you compare this with the analysis that I did on USD CAD. So when I started looking at the possible long-term bottom on the dollar, I also started looking at all the pairs that had the dollar pair included in them, so dollar pairs basically, and started seeing, do we have anything that lines up with dollar bottoming? And here on USD CAD, we had a perfect opportunity for that. So the first thing I did was, I remember shorting USD CAD up here because we broke above this level the first time in 2016, and then the second time during the pandemic in 2020, and now the third time in 2025. This year. And what we saw was that whenever this level is broken, we tend to kind of return back to the mean, the mean price, which if you draw a best fit line here, probably around this area. So that was the general idea first, shorting back to that mean price. Sounds like we have someone coming in here. What's up, Victor?
Hello, hello.
So I'm just going to
interrupt you. Go ahead with your
I'm
fast
just
fade line.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead here and continue with this one. Now, we saw the dollar kind of bottoming out, and then we saw USD CAD forming an accumulation range right here. Now, I actually entered a very good position on USD CAD here, which I got stopped out on, unfortunately, or maybe I didn't enter that one, but I wanted to enter here, okay? That was the first initial idea, and I can't remember why I didn't enter that one, but that was like a 3-hour trade because I saw this as accumulation, right? Accumulation on that trend line, and then we had a break and a retest of that accumulation. I think I exited that position when we came back to the entry area, and this is where the swaps come in as well. Like if you hold this position for 52 days, then it's just break even. You're gonna pay swaps, and it's not really gonna be you're not gonna be making a lot of money on that. So what I base this on is high time frame analysis on the dollar currency index. I look at seasonality, but most importantly, and you can get rid of the Dixie chart. You can get rid of the seasonality pattern, and you can look only at price. And what you see here is basically a downtrend, accumulation, breakout, form a new range on top of what we thought was accumulation in the past, that is very, very bullish. When you have one accumulation on support, breakout, forms another accumulation on top of that one, and then you break out again, it's usually very good confirmation. So the reason for me to enter this long trade on USD CAD was the fact that we are now looking at what I believe to be an uptrend. We've went from, we completed a cycle with uptrend, downtrend, and I now believe we're in the next minor cycle for that uptrend, and eventually we'll top and create a new accumulation phase. But I think we're now in the phase where USD CAD is printing a new uptrend, and I want to take profits where the bigger breakdown move happened, which I believe is right here. And I think we also have the 50% level somewhere along that level as well. So the 50% is right there. So that's combining like high time frame macro analysis using technical analysis, not fundamental analysis, and then looking for break of structure. And another thing I wanted to show you guys as well is an idea on GBP CHF where we've combined just the break of structure with high time frame analysis. So this is GBP CHF, and we're testing a high time frame support area right here. Now, when was the last time GBP CHF traded below this level? Well, that was around the pandemic in 2022. Not sure if that was the end of the pandemic or whatever, but in 2022 we broke below this level. We have not traded below this level ever since. So chances are we're not going to be trading, well, statistically speaking, the chance of trading below this level is not very high. However, the chance of trading higher after testing this level is very high. It has only happened once in the past over the couple of years that we have went below this level. Every time we have a bullish candle on this level, we make big moves. Here, 900 pips, 1,000 pips. This one is a small one, but it's at least 300 pips. Okay, so we take that knowledge and we see prices coming down, testing that level. We have a bullish candle on the daily. Go down into the 4-hour, and we see a very clear downtrend right here. And now I'm thinking, okay, so if this level is going to be used as support, and the higher time frames are going to be turning bullish, we're always going to see that break of structure on the lower time frames before they translate over into the higher time frames. So what I did was here, I marked out the bearish market structure, a downwards trend line, a descending trend line right here. And basically what I said was, if we can get a break above the trend line and retest the trend line, I'm going to go long, and I'm going to target the 50% of the latest down move and this descending trend line that has kept price below it for all of this year. So that's what I'm looking at on this trade. We had the break and retest of the trend line, entered that trade well in profit. There's a few other things you can add to this, right? You can add volume analysis, and on volume analysis, what I'm looking at on the OBV was to see a break of structure on the OBV as well. Now, if I'm going to be honest, I didn't really get that break of structure on the OBV as I wanted to get, but it's just an example of using other tools to confirm the idea. What I do like, however, is the fact that when we had this breakout and this accumulation, we did so on an increase in volume. So we had a decrease, somewhat of a decrease in volume on the on this downtrend, and then we had, when the bottom was forming and we had the break and retest of the trend line, we saw an increase in volume. That is telling us that there's interest in price at these levels, more interest at these levels than in the previous downtrend. So here basically what you have is a trade based on high time frame level and a break of structure on the lower time frame. Okay, last trade I'm going to show you guys is on Euro CAD. Okay, and this is a rising wedge. Again, we go to the weekly. and we now think in terms of mean reversion. Okay, looking at EUR/CAD, we can safely say that these levels have not been tested since 2009. What's the odds of EUR/CAD just shooting straight up? I would say not very high. If I would have to guess at a mean price or an average price throughout all of price history, I would probably put a line somewhere around this area. So look, and you know, I'm not going to put a line up here. That's not the mean price. That's not what I think price is heading most likely or statistically. So looking at this, I'm thinking EUR/CAD looks to be overbought. Okay, looks very overbought. But now, can we add something to this to perhaps find something that invalidates this idea? Because it's much more important, I believe, to find things that invalidates your idea. And one thing that invalidates this idea would be if volume confirms the trend. So basically what you want to see is an uptrend in price and an uptrend in volume. And that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing a bearish divergence between volume and price, which means that people are less and less interested in this trend. So that's a shake. This confirms the idea of a potential rising wedge. Something else that would confirm this on a volume basis would also be a break of structure on the OBV, and I've also added the 20 EMA on top of the OBV to show us the general direction. And right now it's to the upside, but if we do see a break of structure in the OBV with a break below the lower descending trend line, which I also have an alert on, we could potentially see this trade being confirmed. And I have one conservative target of the lower trend line and one optimistic rising wedge measured move. And the measured move you get from measuring the height of the beginning, either that one to this one as of the bigger wedge, or the smaller wedge that we're going to be trading is this one right here. And then you take that wherever you have the breakdown, and that's where you get the target. And then if you see this price absolutely dumping, we could assume that that lower swing point might be tested. And then there's one final thing I'll look at as well, and that is the RSI and MACD divergence. And I'm not looking at the MACD signal line, I'm only looking at the MACD histogram. So on top of this you have the MACD histogram, and at the bottom you have the RSI. What you can see right here is throughout the whole formation, and remember, volume. We had volume is not confirming this move, which is very important because you need to have that volume divergence as well. And then you look at the MACD histogram. Throughout the whole uptrend, you have lower highs on the MACD histogram, and you also have lower highs on RSI throughout the whole formation of this bigger uptrend. And for the duration of this lower descending or ascending rising wedge, you have equal highs, slightly lower highs on RSI. It's never really getting, but it does have some room to the upside still. But the overall idea is bearish divergence on the MACD and the RSI. So here everything is aligning for a potential weakness on EUR/CAD, but it's important to also note that these bearish divergences doesn't really mean much without confirmation, and price can continue up for 6 months and leave us completely behind. But if we do see again a shift of market structure on the lower time frames, just like with GBP CHF, this could potentially turn into a really good short. So what we're looking at here is maybe we get price moving below this trend line. I'll get an alert, I'll place orders around this area, or maybe when I have a confirmed bounce, and look to take it down here. So we're looking at a potential of like a 200 pip move, and depending on the risk to reward, if I enter when the rejection is confirmed, I could have a red tight stop loss and maybe get 3, 4, 5 R out of this one. And if I risk 1% per trade, 4% on this one on the account, and if I make 2R on USD CAD, that's 5-6% on the account, and you don't really need much more than that. So I'm looking for only a few quality setups each year is what is going to make me my money. So basically, looking at all my payouts and all the money I make on my personal account and my long-term trading, I make 80% of my profits in roughly 20% of the trades, and I don't take a lot of trades. So actually, very few amount of my trades make almost all of the profit for the whole year. Last year, I was unprofitable all the way to November, where I took 2 trades on S&P 500 and made 25% on the account. So it's all about, for me, it's all about waiting. It's all about being patient and not losing too much when you're actually losing. All right. That's it. That's me. Welcome, Victor. How are you?
That is why you are the boss, Jonatan. You are the boss of being exhaustive and extensive in your analysis, combining different aspects of trading and navigating the higher time frames, because that's where you feel at home, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I think it is a testament that we need to recognize, the trader, the kind of trader we are, or the kind of trader in us that is successful, and grasp it by the horns and don't let go of it.
It's
Yeah, I
also
mean, it's
unique.
all
Like
about.
every trader is little bit different in some way. I don't think so they're same.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and that's the quest. That's the quest each one of us has to go through to find, which it's sort of you know a funny way to say it, like, who is the trader in you? What kind of trader lives in you or resides in you? The thing is, what resonates the best with the way you are, because when you get that alignment with your inner trader or your inner personality, and that is aligned with your strategy and your plan, that's when you're going to be thriving. That's where you get the most potential. You reach the most potential that you have.
Yeah, I think it's all about personality. I mean, for me, my personality is I I think I easily, like, I easily suffer from maybe an analysis, maybe not analysis paralysis, but definitely like information overload, right? So
Hmm.
if I'm trading actively, if I'm on the lower time frames or I'm day trading, I find that the first 1 or 2 hours goes great, and that's when I should stop trading. So maybe even it's 1 hour, which means that if I'm day trading, you can't really do much in an hour. But as a swing trader, you can do a lot in 1 hour a day, like very, very much. Because if you spend 1 hour a day analyzing the markets from a high time frame perspective, then you can map out, let's say you spend 1 hour a day doing analysis for 1 week, then you can map out 5 to 10 high quality long-term trades, and when they activate, you usually have 1 or even a few days till the confirmation of that idea. If you're a day trader, you need to spend time at the screen entering a trade, managing that position live, and really be active in your position management. And I feel like that's where it doesn't really work for me. Being active in the market is not really working for me. I love the feeling of checking MetaTrader and, like, yeah, I'm in that position, it's moving with the trend, and then just not checking the charts for another 12 hours and still be in that position. I love that idea of being able to let the positions work for you.
Absolutely. I think that's it's key, and it takes a while, and no one can some people who know you or who you go to, let's say a mentor or someone who is more experienced, can be able to nudge you in one direction, recognize certain traits that you have, to tell you you're probably better off going this pathway. But in the end, it's a quest that you have to find out for yourself. It's something you have to go through yourself, that quest into finding that that alignment where you are one with your strategy, or vice versa. And I remember, Jonatan, how I remember the trade you took last year. It was a couple of trades, not just one, in euro dollar. You were absolutely killing it. And the most beautiful thing was that you weren't even at your you weren't even at your desk. I remember
Yeah.
you were sending picture of you mountain biking. You
Yeah.
were doing all kinds of things, but while you sending these entries and these positions open, I said, "Wow, this is you were in your element. You were firing
Yeah.
on all cylinders, and it wasn't because you were spending more time on the screens, probably because you were spending just enough, not too much."
Yeah, I just talked about that Euro USD trade. I mean, last time, so the idea with the USD CAD trade, like this is kind of like one of those signals. It's not as big as the Euro USD trade, but I'm trying to squeeze as much as big of a risk reward as possible. I mean, we're looking at a 300 pip move, maybe 400 or 500, but probably around 300. But if you look at Euro USD, like this move. This move was kind of like the trade that made most of the money this year, like when we broke that level, because we had a very quick like 600 pip move to the upside, but we actually rallied over 1,200 pips on that one. And it's a fairly simplistic idea, because we looked at Euro USD and said, okay, I looked at this and like on the 0.618, finding that accumulation, entry back into the range up to that level. Now I wish I held it longer, but I mean, yeah, I think these are the trades that, I mean, if you're able to find 1,000 pips move, and you're able to guess the direction right and get an entry, yeah, you just want to hold that. But this was a bit tricky though. But I mean, the Euro use trend is still bullish. It's actually still bullish. So
It is. I think you obviously we need, we are our biggest critic, and there are things we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave profit on the table. Perhaps not all the time, but most of the time you're gonna leave a little or a lot. But that's, I think you're not giving yourself enough credit when you look at from that perspective, Jonatan, because the fact is that you caught the move, you caught the biggest chunk of the move, and whether or not you could still optimize your exit, that's beside the point. That's room for growth for later. I think it's recognizing that is where that's where you should be at. Everything tells us who are observing you, that's the kind of trader you are, and that is that's the combination that will continue. That's the path of growth for you.
definitely, no, I appreciate that, and you're absolutely right. I'm gonna have to leave you guys, and I'll be back. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna do the trading competition against Will, so that's gonna be super exciting. I hope you all are gonna tune in for that one. I do appreciate the comment. I do appreciate the comment, Elf, as well. Happy that our content is helping you in your trading. That's the reason why we started this. We're all here to help you guys achieve the level of greatness that you all deserve in trading. With that said, I'll jump off and I'll be back with you guys tomorrow. All right.
Before you go, Jonatan,
yeah,
what's the update on the tournament?
Tournament. So we have Samir won against Anastasiia today. So Anastasiia goes up against
Congratulations, Samir.
Carla, I believe. So it's going to be Carla versus Anastasiia in No, not Carla versus Samir in the semifinals. But we're also going to be doing some wild cards. We're going to let the community vote on their favorite trader, and they are going to get into the next round. So we'll have one extra round, and then we'll do the semifinals later. So the matchup between me and Will tomorrow is not going to be the semifinals. It's just going to be the quarterfinals.
Awesome. And how can people participate in these wildcards?
I haven't set it up yet, but I'm going to set up a survey. We're probably going to be sending it out on Discord and here in the live stream as well. Send out a link.
Perfect. Thank you, Jonatan. We will let you go now. We know you're very busy.
All right. Thank you, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Take care, Jonatan.
Take
All right.
care.
That's awesome. Samir, you won Anastasiia. I mean, I knew both of you guys are, you and her, you both are very, very promising to be the winner. Let's us take Jonatan there. And I really didn't know. I thought, Anastasiia would be a very, very good contender. But then I saw some of your traits as well. So I thought, hey, Samir has just a good chance of winning that tournament. It was very
Everyone
difficult
was
for me to
doubting
win.
me, actually. I
Because
didn't say that. Everybody was in doubt. I don't
the
know.
thing
I'm
is,
feeling, yeah,
we know Anastasiia a bit longer, and I've
yeah,
got to see
exactly.
I've got to see her analysis, and I know she's very good. And I've seen some of her trades. I've even shared. We have shared stream with each other, and so I know she's really good. And I thought, well, before at the beginning, I said, well, I think Anastasia has the upper hand here. But as the
Yeah,
days came in, I saw a couple of your trades, and I said, Samir has a good chance as well. It's very difficult to say who is really gonna win. So congratulations, man.
thank you, Victor. It was first competition for me, and here we are. I just won 2 rounds, and let's see how the semifinals goes. I took a gold sell, actually. I caught the top. Like, everyone was
Really?
like, "Why are you shorting? Why are you shorting?" I just shot it at all-time high.
Really? What made
3895
you
it went. I shorted it from there.
3-8? Let me
I'll
go.
just
Yeah, let's
you
share
can just
yours. And
put my screen. I'll just explain you the
sure.
analysis, and then you will get to
I
know
think
what I was.
everyone would be interested in seeing what went through your head as you were
Yeah.
taking that trade, because shorting all-time high, that takes courage, man.
All right, let's do the analysis. Similar strategy that I've explained multiple times here. I'm gonna do it once again for the new viewers. If you are the old viewer, then you already know what my strategy is. So let's begin with some drawings. My strategy is simply trading some liquidity areas. For an example, in if you want to take sells, then I want a resistance or the high to be gone. Once it's gone, then I want a fair value gap on the smaller time frames. I trade 1 minutes also and 3 minutes also. So yeah, for some traders, might be kind of a scalping thing, day trading thing, whatever you want to call it. Then my first step is, of course, looking at the high. Once it is gone, my second step is identifying a fair value gap. It should be a decent one. And then the third thing, price needs to close below that, and we need to retest that. And it doesn't mean that I will enter just blindly here. I have to still wait for a kind of a rejection candle. Once it is done, then it is my entry. I will take my entry here, put my stop loss here, and I will target 1 to 2. So on the drawing tool, I just explained you my strategy. Now let's go to live chart. Of course, every day we might be having different scenarios. Like in this case, this was the daily high. It was already gone in the Asian session, as I'm not an Asian session trader, so of course I cannot take this in consideration. Now the new high is this. It was a new high. Once it is gone, what my second step is, as I told you on the drawing tool, I need to wait for some fair value gaps. Fair value gap, we got one here. Okay, it was way too close from the resistance. of course it would have retested and got back up, happened the same thing. So this fair value gap was little bit risky. And I have also mentioned a couple of times the first fair value gap have a little bit lower win rate. So yeah, this was I mean, it can play out, but your win rate will be suffered this way. Okay, so I have included one thing in my strategy, that first fair value gaps I'm not going to be taking at. Okay, so I was seeing price, then I mark here, I was seeing price, then I was marking here, I was seeing price once it was moving up, I mark here, then I mark here. So once I got this close below this, as you can see here, let me zoom in for you, let me remove everything. Actually, this candle made me interested in sells and I was having more confluence. Let me explain you that also. So once we close below, now what we need, my fourth step, we have to wait for a retest, which happened right here. This candle did a retest, so I took a sell right here, and my stop loss was here. But as you know, spreads here and there, we do have high spreads nowadays, not high spreads, like decent spreads, so we have to cover that also. So I just place my stop loss somewhere around here, and I targeted 1 to 2. Why this trade played, let me explain you, let me give you more confidence for this one. First, of course, fair value gap. As per my strategy, price close below, and look at the rejection candle. I consider this as an inside bar type of candle. So this candle has a really high win rate. So I saw this and I got the confidence to take the trade. And other than that, if we go to the 5 minute, you have a very beautiful demand area which you can use as a target. And beyond that, it is gonna be risky. So my 1 to 2 was aligning right here. Even though if price has to go up, I was like, it needs a pullback and my target will be done, then it can go up, make more highs. I don't care about that. My TP will be done here. So all these things was going in my mind. And look at this kind of a rejection candle also. So I was like, okay, we have many things in confluence as per my strategy, and the London is there, and we are just going up, and I just took the trade here on my personal account. And once the challenge started, price was hovering around this area. So I was like, it is near my entry only, let's just take this same trade on the challenge as well. I got a little bit late entry somewhere around here. Still, my stop loss was the same and TP was the same. So that's how I shorted gold at almost all-time highs. And even if you do a back testing thing on the previous price data, similar opportunity, similar setup has played and it's given you 1 to 2. Even look at here, this was the all-time high yesterday, price took out the highs, and actually I'll just give you a rough example. Let's just not go too much in detail. This was the first fair value gap. Actually, this was not the first fair value gap. This was the high, right? And we have this small first fair value gap. As you know, first fair value gap is a little bit risky, so we have to wait for another one. This is a good fair value gap. So even if you follow these things, like price close below, and look at this wick, it retested, so you could have entered here, stop loss decent, and 1 to 2 was done. And this is just me explaining you. This was again at the all-time highs, but my setup gave you the sells here, and look at the liquidity here also. So you can use all these small things for confluence, and I think there must be any demand or supply area. Let's go to the 15 minute. I'm just giving you another example how you can short if price is moving, if price is going at all-time highs. Of course, it doesn't mean that it has a 100% win rate. Still, I believe it has 50% win rate. So this demand was never tapped. Even if price has to go up, I, in the back of my mind, the trader that I am, I would have considered, okay, price can take this liquidity and we can tap this demand and my target will be done, and then price can go up. It is not really my concern. So that's how I think when we are moving in this type of market condition, like going up, or going just down, like without any a solid pullback. So this information I can use to take maybe reversals, not even reversal, just a small pullback that I can catch and I can secure my profits. So that's how I took the trade. Took the trade here, and you know, it was a win for me. Of course, it could have been a loss, but does that mean I will not take the similar trade the next day? No, I will still take the similar trade even if gold is, I don't know, maybe at 4,000. If this type of thing presents, I will still take it. It might be okay. I won this day. Maybe that day can be a loss. It does. I will change anything? No. So that is the whole thing that I noticed when I was planning for shots here. Everything was aligning. In my opinion, my eyes was seeing it the way, I do the analysis. So I got the confidence to sell it. So yeah.
Great, Samir. Awesome. I like that. I like how you are. Whenever I noticed, I just basically gave you the mic to tell about your strategy, and for what was it, 5 minutes, you were comfortably, talking with all these layers, peeling your strategy and how you got it, and that's when you know your strategy, you know exactly why you got in, and
Yeah.
it shows. I recognize when I see a trader that is has mastered its craft, right? You know exactly what to look for, when to attack, when to hold. All these things come when you do it, and you've done it so many times, and you can take it easily. It doesn't matter if it's all-time high. It doesn't matter if
Yeah.
it's a volatile pair. It doesn't matter if it's you're risking a thousand or 10,000. Just know your stuff. You just go
Yeah,
and you
exactly.
execute. I know that. Awesome,
You
awesome,
got
Samir.
in any trades today or maybe yesterday?
I took an entry. I will show it in a little bit. But before we do so, someone is asking you. Actually, they're asking a lot of good questions here. Yes, Luciliu, that's exactly what I mean. Very clear explanation, and it shows. It shows Samir knows his stuff. And has a lot to offer us. That's why we have him on our stream, for your benefit, for each one of you to learn. Maybe copy his strategy, although I wouldn't recommend you that, but take it
Yeah, with
and
time,
test it out.
yeah,
Test it out
exactly.
and see if it fits. Maybe you have to add and subtract a couple of things. Maybe
Yeah,
take
exactly.
just one piece, one element of what he does that you think, oh, this fits perfectly in my system. This is what
Mhm.
I've been looking for. Maybe it will be the entry. Maybe it'll be the bias. Maybe it'll be, I don't know, something about the alignment, the top down, the fair value gap, all of these beautiful things you talk about. And that's the idea. That's the idea. Copy it until and make it yours. I would say. There's
Yeah.
someone here asking about if you have your strategy explained somewhere. Najid
Actually, my
asking.
friend introduced me to this strategy. The thing I explored, like for an example, I mentioned like second fair value gaps works the best. I by trading it regularly, seeing it on a daily basis, showing up every day, I came
Mhm.
up with that thing that okay, so first fair value gaps, it is giving me losses, so why not to just move to second ones? So coming back to the thing, my friend introduced me to this kind of style, and of course, he also didn't invented it. I think maybe ICT guys do this similar thing, like liquidity type of thing. So I will say some kind of ICT thing, or let's just say this is a simple liquidity strategy. And the things that I covered here, it is showing up every day and having the experience, gathering data, seeing the price. Okay, this price is doing, and just adding and subtracting few things so that this system can work better for me. And even if you wanna I have shared almost everything when I was drawing that diagram thing. So you can rewatch it if you want to, and you can test it, back test it, and slowly you're gonna also see what you are comfortable with, what you can add or what you can subtract. Like in my case, I found out like fair value gap second one works the best for you. Maybe you are a supply demand trader. Maybe like I have drawn this supply. Let me give you an example. So maybe you can take these kind of things just for the confluence. I'm just saying the trader that you are, the journey that you have, that you are on, the things that you have learned. Maybe you can take a couple of things from that, couple of things from me, even from Victor Trade Quasis. So yeah, and then you can, um, just show up every day and see that thing happening live. And then, of course, you will have your system. And then again, you have to show up every day, just build the data, take the trades live, and yeah, it is done. So that is it.
Nice. Yes. Let me see something here as we are. How is my mic? Because I thought it was a bit.
It is fine to me, actually. I'm
It
using
is
one
okay.
headphones and I can hear you clearly.
Perfect.
So I
All
believe
right.
it is good.
All right. So we had a. What do you think of ICT? That's always a. That's not the question that I wanted to. Someone asked about ICT, and it was Sujay or Suja. I'm not
He
sure how
definitely.
you pronounce that.
What should I focus on
How?
learning advice? I'm sorry. I'm reading question. Yeah, you can continue.
Yes, someone asked. I once asked Jonathan of learning if learning ICT concept would be a good idea. He definitely didn't like the question. What should I focus on learning? Advice from you guys will be really helpful. What would you say to this person who is looking at ICT? And I don't blame
Sujay.
him because it's very popular.
Okay.
Everyone talks about
Yeah,
ICT,
yeah.
ICT here. Wherever you turn, you will see those three letters. But
Yeah.
he's
People have
he's
mixed
wanting.
reviews for this.
Yeah, what do you say to someone like this who is keen on learning ICT?
Yeah.
Very popular, doesn't really know if it's good or bad. Should he
Mhm.
start there? Should he start somewhere else? What do you think?
Okay. To answer this question, you have to analyze your past. Okay. So where you came from, for an example, trading wise, I'm saying, not from the personal thing. So what concepts your eyes can catch perfectly, or once you see the chart. Okay, for me, okay, I see kind of supply demand blocks uh, in the first second by seeing at the chart. For you, maybe you can see a trend line thing very clearly. Maybe some guy can see Fibonacci clearly. Maybe some guy can see break and retest clearly. Like, that automation response by seeing at the chart. So first you have to identify that thing. If you are a fresh, a kind of a fresh trader, a kind of empty book that, any mentor can write anything on it, then definitely you can work with any mentor, but just stick with that thing. Okay, but if you have learned the things, then of course you might be having some pattern recognition in your head. By seeing at the charts, you will see, for an example, I'm just give you an example. Trader A can see, okay, this is a supply. Trader B can see, okay, this is a liquidity. Let me just really delete everything. Trader C can think, okay, this is a trend line break. Just identify what thing you can see clearly, and then it comes the perfection, what you can add and what you can subtract in the thing that you are good in, that you are seeing. Okay, I'm just gonna take trader A example. Like, for an example, you are seeing the supply clearly, and then you can learn the things from a trader or from a mentor, and you can just add or subtract in your own thing. I think you should not completely learn a new thing if you already are trading for a couple of years or a couple of months, because it is really hard to you know empty your head and just go back, just start fresh. It is really hard, because it has been hard for me. What it will do in the live market, if you hit a loss, if you hit a losing streak, let's say, then you will try to go back or go forward to find another system, or maybe go back to your previous system. You will like, okay, I was doing good, I was seeing this price, this trend line thing very clearly. Why not to just move to that? So why not to just perfect the thing that you already are doing? Okay, just add or subtract few things, and maybe it can be ICT concept, one concept. I will not say just copy the whole thing, and just add in your current you know kind of the way you analyze the market. And for the fresh traders, definitely just pick a mentor and just just stick with it. Just know everything about that particular strategy that that mentor is teaching. And of course, the live experience cannot beat, cannot be beaten with anything. So I hope I answer your question in very detailed manner. So that is it.
Lovely. Yes, I think you while you were explaining, Samir, I thought it was beautiful how you were. I understand what you're trying to say, and I think it's very very valuable. What you just said, if I can, if from what I understood, you say that we're all different,
Yeah.
and because we're all different, we have strengths and weaknesses which are
Yeah,
different,
exactly.
and
Hmm.
the key is to find what comes easy to you, and that
Yeah.
may depend on what you're already have experienced on. So if you're
Yeah.
already experienced in one way of looking at the market, it would
Hmm.
be better to just improve that instead of starting off new. But if you're new, then ICT, in your opinion, is just as good as any other, as long
Yeah.
as you stick to it and you look with an open mind to what comes easy to you, whether it's reversal, trend following,
Hmm.
liquidity, whatever kind of approach comes easy to you. That is what you should do. Same thing as we just discussed with Jonatan. Jonatan can trade the lower time frames. Sometimes he really kills the lower time frames a lot, right? Really, really, really good. But what comes easy to him is those swing trades, and he can really excel at that. And it's not a coincidence. It's because it comes easy to him, so he can spend his time on it. He can
Yeah.
find all these
He started his
confluences.
journey, that way. He just built his foundation that way.
Mhm.
So he's comfortable doing that. So whatever,
Ex-
however you have built your foundation, however, the Forex was introduced to you in the first place, and slowly you learn few things. Just, know your strength, as Victor explained in a very good way, and just, you know, go ahead with that. Somebody
I
saying
would
watch
say,
gold. Yeah.
yeah, I would say, if someone would ask me that question, whether or not to learn ICT, there I'm gonna say a couple of things, and I'm not very deliberately, I'm not gonna say yes or no for
Yeah.
multiple reasons. One is that ICT traders are very, how do I say this? Very into ICT. So I'm gonna watch my
Like very
words
sensitive.
a little bit, but this
Yeah.
is what I would say. There is no one single strategy, ICT included, that is magical or
Yeah,
the cure all. There is none. There is no holy grail. The If you
exactly.
think about it, the holy grail, if there is one, there isn't really one. But if I were to say what is the key is to find any strategy and then find out if there is profitability by doing your homework, by checking the data, by back testing, forward testing, by tweaking it and seeing if there's edge in there, by documenting, collecting, observing and collecting all that information. Build your system around the information you observed and apply it.
Yeah.
Whatever strategy you do this on until you find edge and you are able to execute this consistently in time will be your strategy. And it doesn't matter what three letters or how it's called, who came up with it. All of that is irrelevant. What is relevant is that you found a way that is profitable and it is evidence based. It's not based on anecdotes, this person, whoever. No, it is based on evidence that
Yeah,
you
exactly.
collected. That's the best. That's data driven. That way, that is how we
Exactly.
should be trading, and you should be trading as well. Even not only in your trading, but as a when you choose your system, when you choose your strategy, it should be based on data. It should be based on evidence, not anyone else's, but your data. And that you can do with any strategy. automatically you will filter out the not so
Yeah.
great, not profitable systems. It will happen automatically because that's the process. You measure something, it doesn't work, you leave it, you discard it, you look for something else until you have
Yeah, you just
all these
mentioned a
components.
very, very good point. Like
And
automatically, you're gonna do it.
yes, and so I would say, if if ICT is something that grabs your attention, go for it, and but do it the right way. Do your homework, collect the data, mold it to your style. And if the data supports profitability, if it shows you that it can be profitable, you start building up your task. You go with a little risk, and it's still doing the same, giving you the same results you had while you were trading with no risk. You keep on building that phase until you are full risk basically at it. So I would be I'll be that will be the advice that I give. We have the Sage asking about the 1 minute quasi on gold, and quasi long, that is. So let's take a look at that. There are actually a couple of. It's not a coincidence because we have NFP Friday, and not only NFP Friday, but we have also a speech of
Today, I think it will not be a good idea to trade as NFP. You can trade after NFP, of course, but before that, I think NFP is gonna wick both side, as you already know if you have seen the news. So you can trade after that. Before that, you should save your risk. Put the risk where you feel you have the perfect setup.
Yes, today we had ADP, right? In later on in about 10 minutes, not
Yeah,
too
in
far
10
from
minutes.
now, you have PMI, which is a red folder news event. So you have to watch out if you're trading the high stake account. 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after, you're not supposed to be opening any trades. Otherwise, it will not count for your profits, but it will count for your losses if you lose. That's one thing. So the market might be waiting for that event to that news to come out. But on the NFP on Friday, that is what typically, well, not always, right? Sometimes you have ADP that starts the run way before NFP actually is due. But a lot of the times what you'll see is compression because the market is indecisive of what is the expectation on NFP. So they would wait, and you will see compression right before NFP, and then you'll see a big expansion of price range. So that's one thing. However, there is a yen, a Bank of Japan's governor speech on Friday as well on the Asian session, and we can already see some yen pairs moving quite a lot. Maybe I can talk a little bit about that later. But let's look at the quasi on the 1 minute that the Sage was referring to, this message. And that's,
Yeah.
I'm going to switch to my screen if that's okay with you, Samir.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we have on the
Let's see
higher
how you
time
see.
frames, it's a new fresh month. First candle, there isn't really a lot to see. There really isn't anything to see. So let's move to the next one. The only thing you can see actually on this time frame is that if you were to ask yourself who was in control last candle, you could clearly see that that the buyers did not give away anything of the range they from the beginning. They the lower wick, which means obviously how low it went before it continued to go up on a bullish candle, it was almost non-existent. And the same goes for the upper wick, meaning that on from the beginning, comparing to the beginning to the end of the month, the buyers were solidly in control. And that's something you need to understand if you think we are the move is done and we're now going south. Maybe, but the market is not showing that on the higher time frames yet. So let's see, that's the monthly. The weekly is telling us basically the same story. You had an acceleration up to that mark, which was the target we have on the higher time frame. And what we're seeing here is actually a acceleration, right? To see how the candles are getting bigger and bigger, right? That's a crescendo move, marking the candle bodies, and that gives you an idea. See how it became bigger, and we extended how that one, if I can became bigger on each move, meaning that the market is not decelerating but accelerating, meaning it's moving faster at a higher rate of climb. Those are not indications of a possible top yet. So we had on the daily time frame, we had a order block that has been taken out, and we had a beautiful, very beautiful push down, and that almost reached the order block as a flipped, right, bearish structure. Flipped, once broken, it becomes a bullish. It becomes a demand zone where price is expecting to come back and reverse from, and that's exactly what it did. It didn't do it. It didn't actually touch the level, right? Almost touched it, but you can see that that was the intention of the market participants, because it's not a coincidence. That's on the daily. Other than that, there isn't anything for me to look at. We did have a fresh bearish H4 order block, which was retested as it was still fresh, and the market didn't flinch. The market didn't react to it. We came into it and just held, and not only held, we created a bullish order block as it was being taken out, being invalidated, meaning buyers are completely in control on all time frame, from the monthly, the weekly, the daily, and the H4 time frame. Even when it has any structure, when they let the sellers create any structures, they're short-lived. Not only that, they're broken with force, by creating an opposing structure right there. So buyers in control totally. And this is the thing. We have a fresh order block, and what does it do? Once it closes, comes back to retest it, and presumably to have this kind of a move, right? How far, if it's going to continue or not, that depends on different things, like the range of today. What is the range saying to us? Let's take a look. We have today we had $42 on the range, and the ATR is telling us that 51 would be average. But remember, this is pre-NFP, so that compression that I was referring to could be a little bit of play. So it doesn't surprise me if before NFP, 1-2 days before, you get a little less than 100% the ATR, and then on NFP you have the expansion with exceeds 100%. So 42, which is what, a little above 80% the ATR. I think expecting price expanding much more than that may not be a high probability occurrence, meaning that maybe the market has already made its move, and it's not going to have like a breakout and continue much higher, because that wouldn't be in terms of probability, wouldn't be very reasonable. So you have the fresh order block on the H4, which is this one. I'm gonna take out this one because it's already has been invalidated and it's no longer at play. If you go to the H2, what do we see there? Can someone tell me in the chat? Those who are faithful watchers of our stream, do you see something here? Who's gonna be the fastest in the chat? What's that telling us? I know there's a delay of about 30 seconds, so I'll be patient. Let's see who wins and being the quickest to indicate what this is. Let's check out who are the diehards on our stream. I'm gonna look here, wait for a another like 20 seconds in the still. Let's see. Order block, yes. The Sage says order block, yes indeed. But I want something else, something extra. Yes, you're right. Quasi. Louis says whenever Victor is asking a question, must be quasi, must be the answer. I'm pretty sure there is one there, Louis, but that's not what I'm showing. The Sage is very close, and you're actually right. The Sage, it is an order block, but what kind of order block? What kind of order block are we talking about here? Liquidity. All right, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna help you guys. It is, how do you call the candlestick combination where the second bar, the second candle exceeds the range of the first one and closes outside of that same range of the first candle, right? So this is candle number 1 right here, right? And this is candle number 2. Oh, that's number 2. How do we call that? Outside bar, says Marina. Yes, Louis as well. Thank you, guys. Yes, that's exactly right, and that gives you an idea of who is in control. It's not creating any bullish structures. It's creating one of the, if not in my mind, it is the strongest candlestick combination in terms of looking for who is in control. That's the outside bar. You have one. Let me zoom this in. Right, you have one candle, and they can have the same color, so it's not engulfing. You have one candle with the high and the low, and they both of them are taken out, and it closes outside of that range. That tells us that there are traders were trapped in here, thinking it would come down, and whenever their stops would probably be up above that high of the previous candle, that's when they realize they're totally underwater. They capitulate, and that's what you have. That's what pushes market go even higher, and that's a very strong indication of who is controlled. However, there is one thing though that can be said. Can anyone see it? Can anyone see what these two are doing? Right? I'll give you guys a couple of a breakout or order block. You could call them that. You could have multiple names for it. I call them outside bars because it closes outside, it travels outside, and breaks the range of the first one confidently by closing out of it. What we have here is the same structure. Another, exactly, sellers taking control again, because you have the same candlestick, right, indicating the same stuff happening on the H2, right? That's the H2. So you have to, let me move this around without moving the screen, because some people might get seasick watching this moving so fast. So you have on the H2, you have a selling pressure coming in, and not just an outside bar. However, right? However, if you look at the H4, it's only on the outside bar is only on the buy side. So long as this is still holding, I'm gonna have a bullish bias. Even though, yes, the bears were also doing on the H2 the similar thing. So on that time frame, they are in equilibrium, you could say. Both of them telling us that they're basically flexing their muscles and saying, "I can beat you, I can win." But if you go one step higher, and that's something you should do when you have opposing or mixed signals, zoom out a little bit, take a step back, and watch what is the one step higher time frame telling us. And so far, what we have is a outside bar on the H4, price coming back to retest that order block, and it hits one order block, which is that outside bar on the H2. It did not touch it, right? So it depends on your rules, right? In my rules, it has to touch it on EU and GU. I can't mark it here, but if you go to the 5-minute, you can see that it's supposed to have touched it, or at least those are the rules that I have. And there's a little gap here on EU. If there is a gap, I don't take that trade. Okay, but if it doesn't mean you cannot trade long from that area, as Sage was telling us about the 1-minute quasi that's in here. So we have the H4 outside bar, H2 and H1 as well, but the H2 is the highest of the two, with a outside bar as well, right there. And so once we have that alignment on the hourly, you can go to the lower time frame and see if there's a quasi at that point, right? There is one piece missing for me, which is the touch. It needs to touch it, right? Didn't touch it right here, did not. But hey, those are just my rules. You can trade them. You can adapt them, you can mold them, you can trade them if you want. If you measure that the way the according to your rules, you are still catching these good moves. I mean, who am I to tell you not to trade these moves that are almost getting touched, almost tapping into the order block, but in reality they miss it by a few pipettes. So if you go to lower time frame on the 5, there isn't anything. On the 3, there isn't anything either, but on the 2 there is, and this is the area, right? So this is the area on this is the quasi, and I'll put it on for you. Let's see, we have, there we go. We have, I'll put it on for you, which is, let's see. All right, so, right, that's the established downtrend, the break of the neckline, and it comes back to, in this case, the only order block that it has, and it moves out, right? So in to the degree that this is respected, and you get the reaction and follow through, not just the reaction, but the reaction and follow through from this area, I would be able to get an entry in here, right? And put your stop below that and go in. Once you have your signal, whatever that may be, you have to decide what is, the signal you want to be using, the one that you tested. You can take on your long for the most likely area, which would be where would you be if you get along here? Where would you be targeting, right? The first area on the opposite direction, and that would be that H2 right above us. It's not a very juicy high risk reward ratio trade, but that would be something that I would consider if it signals me the way that I normally trade. I see that Samir isn't with us. I think he might have had some connectivity issues. Maybe he'll come back soon. All right, let's see. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yes, there can be a little bit of a difference on the candles, depending on whether you use one price feed or the other. And the reason is because there are price feeds that start 1 hour earlier or maybe half an hour earlier, and that can change, if it's a bullish bar, and if that can be changed, the open can be changed, then the whole candlestick combination may not be visible anymore. The advice that I would give you is that look for a price feed that is similar to most other price feeds. If you do that, then this should be okay, because it means that most other traders are doing the same. All right, we have reached the end of our stream, and I didn't even notice. All right, so we have in about 35 minutes, we have the Discord community stream, which I would like to invite all of you to come and spend some time with us. And it'll be great. Maybe we can get to know each other more intimately in our Discord show. If you are part of the 5ers, if you're not, then this is a call for you to buy an account and join us. You should buy any account, the smallest account, if you want. Already gives you access to our Discord community. And once you get in on your hub account, on your dashboard, left lower corner, you'll find the icon for the Discord. That'll be your door, and I'll meet you inside. Let's make a deal. You buy the account, and I'll meet you inside in about 40 minutes or a little less than that. And if not, see you tomorrow again. Stay tuned or be pending for our tournament, which is very exciting. We have some wild cards. I think that's gonna make it. That's gonna season things up just a little bit even more than it already was. So thank you for watching, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.